Yeah.
ACAB and killer cops deserve the death penalty.
I'm ACAB.
No,
Well,
nobody
there
deserves
is
that
currently
penalty.
18 fucking top gangs.
I just want to
Nobody
say
deserves
I
that in my local
love
police
it
department, so
lefties
yeah,
will all come
like-
out talk about how rehabilitative justice is so important or whatever, and then when a cop goes to jail, it's like
No,
rape
that's-
him, rape that
okay.
motherfucker till he
So-
dies.
Whoa, okay.
Oh my
No
God.
one's
So,
saying
no,
that, Steven. You
okay.
farm.
So,
what are you doing?
that's really dishonest once again from Destiny. Nice work. Great. Hold on. But how are y'all today?
Just living the dream,
Good.
Brian.
How are you?
All right. Thanks for stopping by. Looks like we even have some new people, maybe. But I'll guess introduce all you real quick. Thank you, Trimehole, for coming through. Once again, despite the abuse that you suffer at the hands of my audience, I thank you for being here. Trimehole being one of my elite tier 3 subs, right? Not many of those, and so we gotta shout them out every time we see them. Thank you, Trimehole, for being so kind. Next, I think we have some other tier 3 subs that come through here, and I'm like, I don't shout them out. If you are a tier 3 sub, let me know. Like, because I want to shout you out. Because people like you are keeping this channel alive. Who are being so generous. All right, but thank you. Next, we have Grimace. Thank you for coming through, my friend. Yes, you. That handsome bastard right there. Grimace, seriously, thank you for coming through. Always happy to have you around.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me in. I'm glad I'm not banned yet. We'll see how long that takes. But yeah, it's always nice to come in here and chat with everybody.
I look, the urge is always there. The urge always there is to finally finish you off. But no, I've held back. I figured like I can extend your pain by allowing you in here, where I can crush your ideas in front of the public.
It's true. I mean, you can extend my pain. I'll agree with that point.
Thank you so much. All right. Next we have Clearest. Clearest, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Just hanging out, been streaming a little bit. Had a discussion with Tom Foolery earlier today. It was interesting. Yeah, just hanging out otherwise.
Shout out to our dear departed friend. He's not dead. Tom Foolery, who's banned though.
I think he'll be back at some point.
I hope so. I hope it wasn't a permanent suspension. Really hope so. We like Tom. Tom's a friend of the channel. Okay. Next is Maddie. Maddie, how are you doing today? Thanks for coming back. How are you doing? As if I didn't just see you like fucking 5 minutes ago.
I know. I'm doing so good. Thank you for asking.
Every time is always like the first time when our eyes meet. So you know.
Oh, you stop it, you.
Next, Red Charlotte. Red Charlotte, thank you for coming in and invading the Amazon Lily, and with good conversation.
Hello. I don't know what we're about to talk about, but I'm ready to have some fun. All right.
For sure. Then we have a person whose name is Spicy. Oh, Spicy. Hey, you look different from last time. Was your hair different? Your hair was different, right? You were muted.
Who?
This guy. Well, I was wondering. Okay, well, he's working on it. Okay, well, we'll get back to him. Next, Swamp Fox. Swamp Fox, how are you doing today?
Just living the dream, Brian.
Sure. All right. And we have possibly a new person here. MPX91. Interesting name. MPX, how are you doing?
Howdy, I'm doing good. I've been a viewer for a while and just figured I'd pop in and check it out.
Okay, all right. Hopefully this is not horribly disappointing. But we appreciate it. And hopefully Spicy will get things worked out with the mic. Did you manage? Okay, I'm working on it. All right. So first of all,
hello.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Did you have a different hairstyle last time?
No. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I'll take it anyway. I assume it's a compliment.
Yeah, I know. Sure. But thanks for being around. No, I didn't recognize you. But you're brand new here, so I'll get to know you soon. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Does anyone have anything from the last panel they want to address quickly?
Well, hello. Thanks for introducing me again. Thanks, Prime.
Oh no, because the people kept moving along on the screen. No, sorry.
Sick burn, Prime.
Stardust.
I'm joking.
No, what I was doing, I was like surprising the audience. I was getting them to lower down their guard. I'm like, you thought we're done. But then here comes Stardust. So Stardust, for the best interest of all, introduce yourself.
What's up, my homies?
Okay, great.
Sorry, that was so awkward. That was so underwhelming. Okay. I'm so sorry.
Play queen.
Hey, is my mic loud enough for everybody to hear?
Yeah,
Been having
good.
issues.
It's solid. No, it's good. Yeah, and it's clear. All right. So, is there anything with the last panel, Amazon Lily? Is there any of those subjects you guys want to talk about? We talked about well, 2 shootings really. With the where was it? Dallas? Where was the Austin shooting? Right, Austin? Yeah. Where the massage parlors, and then of course now Boulder, Colorado. Talked about those 2 shootings. Talked about the gun issue. Talked about the sex industry. Talked about how sex workers are looked at. Talked about pot legalization that kind of made its way in there somehow. Talked about general misogyny within our society. Any of that do you guys want to discuss, or
just real quick? I got a point regarding the sex industry. Sure. Since my name's Charmhole, I think it's pretty apt. No, there was a little book I read a few years ago called Caliban and the Witch. I'm going to link the PDF in chat now. I fucking love this book. It's so good. Silvia Federici.
I've been meaning to read that book.
It's so good. I don't read often, but I couldn't put this one down just because it shows exactly how 400 years ago the printing press started up. There was this shitty ass fucking monk preacher asshole Volcel was trying to hit on some nuns, and they were like, fuck you. They excommunicated him, and he was like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna write a big ass book trashing all women ever called the Maleficarum, and it hits the printing press. It's the 2nd biggest book ever, next to the Bible, of course, that's getting printed. And it basically paved the way for the genocide of women that goes on today, especially in Western culture. So it's pretty fucked up, but it's a really great read. She just goes really deep into it. And the more you read, the more you're going to be like, damn, Puritanism sucks.
Wait, did you just say the genocide of women?
Yeah, her words. And it's pretty fucked up. I like, as a green leftist, it really, it made me even more woke as far as like green leftism goes. So
green leftism? Oh, it's always new terms every day, but like I feel like we need to be a little bit more generous with the term.
Wasn't
genocide,
Ted
right?
Kaczynski like obsessed with this book?
Hey, I mean, there's trust, like, because I've made reference to this book a whole lot of times, and a lot of people get really mad at the idea of genociding women. There's conflicting reports of exactly how many women were quote unquote burned at the stake. But there was definitely a lot of women who did die because they were literally just herbalists. They were gardeners. They were
wait. This
mothers.
This is genocide, though.
Huh?
And you said.
I mean, infanticide isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't get caught up with semantics on this either.
Yeah, I mean, for real.
No, it's actually
if we
important.
look at
when
like
we use the word
infanticide,
genocide,
like
we can't
if
just
we
have
want to
read the book.
Okay,
You should read the book.
You should read the book, and then like, and then there also is like on top of all of that, there is like the continual infanticide of female babies like around the world, right? And that's been something that's been happening and continues to happen. So
yeah, seriously. And it really does stem back to this fucking Malleus Maleficarum, this fucking asshole Volcel priest who got excommunicated and was just like, women. He was literally just like, if you want power, own women. And a whole bunch of people with money and power were like, hey, that's a good point, and they did. And then.
So, do you mean in a Western context, like because misogyny is like everywhere, right? So, like they didn't need this one dude to print a book to like. Oppress women. We're kind of already on top of that, right?
Wait, what?
No, I mean like
as far as like Christian, Puritanism goes.
Okay.
Like that's when I say West.
Okay.
If it went Eastern, then sure. But yeah, no, I just
Yeah,
highly
Eastern's
recommend that book
different.
because it just it highlights so many things that I get overwhelmed thinking about, but a lot of it just makes a lot of sense. And also to the point of genocide, if like we've got almost 8 billion people on the earth right now, right? So you'd have to kill a lot of humans for it to be considered a genocide. But if you only have, say, 1 billion people on the earth, then percentage-wise, you wouldn't have to kill as many for it to be considered a genocide, right? But whatever.
Well, I mean,
Again,
if you're just making up what a genocide is based on how you feel at the time, it
killing a
doesn't
whole
really
lot
matter
of
the
people based
population.
on one specific thing, that's a
Well,
genocide.
but
Hey,
genocide.
I mean,
Grimace,
we
how
know
many
what you
people
mean.
have to
He just
die?
Like, we don't have
explained. I
to-
mean, yeah,
No,
he just
a
explained what his
genocide has to be a
methodology would
Is there a
be.
kill count
A
that
purpose
they have
has
to
to be
meet?
an intention from
Yeah.
a group or a government or some sort of power, like targeted towards people, killing them for the fact that they are these things, right?
Like being a woman?
That's what he just
Yeah.
described.
Yeah,
Red-
being
Red
an
Charlotte.
educator.
Sure.
Red
Yeah, so
Charlotte.
You
Gen-
read it in your books?
There's
Yeah, so
no people aren't
wait,
trying to
Grimace,
exterminate women.
Grimace.
I don't know
So-
like how
so
you
gen-
could possibly come to that.
Wait,
to
so
that
genocide
conclusion.
is so
Again, the book is
Uh-uh.
about specifically a phenomena that happened, right? Where women were
Sure, no.
genocided for being educated women, right?
all right. So
Yeah.
Red Charlotte.
Wait,
If you're
genocide?
picking and
Grimace,
choosing,
Grimace.
Red-
Now, now it's
Red-
educated
Grimace.
women. who
Hold
are
on,
Grimace.
Red,
I'm sorry.
hold on. Let Red Charlotte go. Don't worry. We'll jump into
So
this.
genocide isn't so for everyone, Charmhole especially. Genocide isn't defined by quantity. You can have killed 0 people, and what you have done is still considered a genocide. Genocide is almost entirely about intent. So, for example, this is why Agnes in fucking Bolivia is being charged with genocide, despite her being responsible for the death of like 28 people because of the intention, which was to like in part or in whole destroy like indigenous people of Bolivia during like her reign during the coup in the last like year or something. For like the witches thing, you could say that it was less for towards women, right? And you could say it would be towards like a religious group, right? Like if the goal was to exterminate like witches, right? Which is which I would say is this veiled misogyny, but like the stated intention was the destruction of like witches who were like differentiated from Christians because they didn't actually, but supposedly, worship the devil, blah 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 blah. If they targeted these people based on this thing and they sought to exterminate them, yeah, that can like pretty reasonably be considered a genocide, I would say.
Yeah, heresy, aka women reading books.
It goes a lot more than that, though. It's
I'm sorry.
just
I'm
basically
going,
any
I'm just
women
going the
that
definition.
had power.
Yeah, so common use of genocide is usually in reference to either like the Native American genocide or World War II genocides of Jews, but
Sorry, like my issue here isn't like saying like women haven't been absolutely mistreated. Like in China, for instance, like they there was a huge like period of time where they were concerned about bumping up their male numbers in their workforce and
Infanticide.
Putting people into the army. Yeah, and if they have like a one-child policy, of course, like people tend to want sons, so they kill daughters. It's absolutely atrocious. My issue here is just why are we using the word genocide for this? Like
why not?
Yo, genocide
because
why does the
I don't
word
really
bother
see
you so
that-
much?
for things.
Do you think
and
it
if,
re-
and
do
if
you
you
think it
try to throw a
removes-
whole bunch of things underneath the umbrella, one, you're going to like marginalize other actual atrocities that should be standing on their own, and you're putting other things that have nothing to do with them in the same category.
Well, it sounds like we
Are
agree, but
you
you're mad about a word.
diminishing
Yeah,
the
I am.
seriousness
Yeah, no,
of what's
I absolutely
happening?
am.
So you're saying that by murdering women specifically because they were either educated or practiced a different religion, you're saying that that is inherently less serious than
No, I said it's
infanticide?
inherently different, not less serious.
So what would you
why not
what
give it
would what would need
genocide
to
then?
happen?
What
would need to
where did you post this?
Oh,
You
just
posted,
in
like a book or
chat
something?
here. I'll post it in Discord.
Well, I do have a question for
in
for
VT chat
this
right now.
person. What certain like criteria would need to be met for you to consider a genocide against women?
Yeah, it would be a group of people trying to exterminate women because they're women. That's a genocide.
Like the Catholic Church?
And they did. So
That's exactly what he was talking about.
Wait, sorry,
Like
who was talking about?
infanticide,
Oh, yeah,
infanticide
what's his
isn't
name? Yeah.
just trying to exterminate all babies.
That happens at an
I don't
alarming
understand
rate
what-
all
yeah,
over
you-
East.
I don't.
Yeah,
listen,
you don't see
my
that
problem.
it's the
My
exact
problem
same
here
thing.
is the use of a word that describes something else, and that you're going to marginalize those actual said genocides by putting more and more people in more and more atrocities into these this category. And
Okay, look,
you'll
Grimace,
It's a word, though.
This is
You're
what
mad
happens.
about
What do you mean
words?
It's just a
Wait,
word. That's how we
Wait,
communicate.
no,
with
so
each
there's
other.
Look,
a
You can't say
listen,
it's
dude.
just a
genocide.
word.
Why are
genocide,
conservatives so
there's
mad
two
about
things.
words?
Wait, so there's two things. There's the colloquial understanding of genocide, which is like mass slaughter, but then with a majority of time it's used, genocide is a legal term. It is a legal term with a specific definition, right? And you don't have to like your goal doesn't have to be the complete extermination. That's why the definition of genocide under UN Charter is literally the goal of total or partial extermination. So if the goal of the movement is to destroy in part like women, right, who do a certain thing, right? This can be reasonably, well, it will never be delegated in court. This can reasonably be described as a genocide of women or like a gendercide, which there is a wiki page for that. That's like an actual term.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to define it like that, that's fine. Just my concern is that you guys just make bigger and bigger umbrella terms to fit more and more things into something, so people can, I guess, take a part of like a certain victim group.
It's you girls, not you guys. Jeez.
Do you think I have an agenda here, dude?
Stop
Wait,
misgendering.
who just said
a few
something?
years ago, I read a book that shed a lot of light on Puritanism in America, specifically that of against anyone in a sexual nature, specifically women and their own bodily autonomy. Okay, I read half this book and I was like, holy shit, this makes a lot of sense. And she used the term genocide. And even when you think like it's in the common knowledge, it's in common American knowledge that there were witch trials, right? Like, what do you think happened for all these witch trials? Like they just put them in jail for a little bit.
What do you think? I think
get on here, like.
So
they killed them.
I'm not trying to dismiss these things. I'm not trying to say these things weren't bad. I'm saying
think
So
the
you don't think
Spanish
it was a
Inquisition
genocide?
was a genocide?
Group them together with, say, the Holocaust. We don't have to group them together with the Armenian genocide or what happened in Rwanda. We can say women were massacred at a mass scale during these different time periods.
Grimace.
Okay.
Grimace.
It can be both.
Grimace.
All words are made up. Calm down, dude.
Okay, it's like you're fundamentally
Holy
not
crap.
understanding the terms.
Does people not hear me? Holy crap. So yeah.
I hear you, Prime.
Oh, great. Thank you. Grimace. We're in trouble here.
By the way, who called me conservative? I'm looking at everybody's face.
Yeah.
I did.
But Grimace, time to bid adieu. Someone paid $50 to toss you off the panel.
Who did it?
No one here. No one here.
Just tell me who
No one
did it.
here. No one here.
Did I
wasn't
set
me
like a
this time.
dangerous
Chat.
precedent?
All right,
yesterday?
moderate
Did I,
liberals.
like,
Hey,
set off?
Prime, how much to get back on here?
$100.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much because like
$100.
they already spent the money. They already spent the money.
Double,
So
2
like I
times.
don't know.
It was so spicy
Jeez.
though.
Yeah, I
It
know.
was such good content.
It's such good content.
Socialists
That's so
don't like
quick,
to have.
too.
They,
That's
they
so
don't
quick.
want to get confronted with that. Yes, I get.
Yes, you should have called it a genocide, bro.
Socialists hate ideas.
And okay,
But
but
they
I hate
wrong
women that
words.
read books.
Love that one word.
like somebody just called me conservative. Somebody said I hate women who read books. Like, you guys understand how bad faith you're being right now, right?
So
Yeah,
there's a term-
yes,
I know. I
do.
don't.
you
I
guys do.
personally
The
don't
point
agree
I
with
was
that.
trying to make. And you
I personally don't agree with people saying that about you. That's what
I think
I
you're
will
muddying
say.
the waters by like involving what chat
And-
did with what we're doing.
Yeah, and considering what my problem was muddying the waters. It's ironic. Thank you, Prime. How long do I have?
Oh no, that's the night.
$50?
Yeah, I think I should
That's
raise the.
it?
No, I think I should raise the
That's a
price.
lot of money.
I've been thinking.
Prime, make him pay 1,000 to come back.
No.
$50,
If we paid
dude.
we paid 1,000. Fuck that. I'll issue a refund.
What about 500? What about
No,
500?
hey, you guys have an entertaining panel.
No.
Prime, I hope this panel drags on for like 5, 6, 7 hours. I hope you're up until like 9 a.m. your time, okay? And whoever's
alright,
in
buddy.
chat, I hope they're along.
Prime
listening
will
the
end
entire-
it before
entire
that
as well.
time.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. I see, man. Okay. All right. Well, $50.
I want to
Easy.
know who did that. That's
Easy.
Frankly, I'm
just like
jealous.
so quick.
That's
so
some
like
passion.
I sent him a friend request. I felt bad for him.
so-
At least I only
I
pay
think
to be
I
in
do.
Charmhole on Redneck, so
I don't, like,
know. I
feel
don't think
that
he was
bad,
being that
but-
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's, like-
Yeah.
I
That was
will
savage.
probably.
It's just clear he didn't understand. That's all. He didn't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand the hang up on like that word. I'm like, but like what you're describing, I'm like tomato.
It's
I
a
don't-
powerful.
It's the Holocaust thing. The
Powerful
same
word.
reason why they won't call the Armenian genocide a genocide. The countries that did come out with it, because they don't want to compare it to the Holocaust. With like the Holodomor or whatever in Russia, they won't call it a Holocaust either or whatever, because of the comparison to the
Holodomor,
World War
yellow.
II. Yeah, what I'm saying is they won't compare it. They don't want anything to like beat how bad the Holocaust was in a sense, without sounding like a jackass.
That's interesting.
I would say that when it comes to the I would say that when it comes to those things, that like I think there's a usefulness for a state to say that, like, yeah, no, we actually didn't do that. That this minority has no claims, because then there might be some sort of reparations, you know. Like if we did a genocide, then if we admit that, then next step is like, okay, well, how are you gonna make it right, you know? So there's like really there's a dollar amount that it costs when something's called a genocide, right?
It's a powerful word.
Yeah, it's a powerful word. But okay. Yeah, but I think going back to that subject though, I can see what Grimace was trying to say. That this is not that a genocide is a very specific thing. Now, I don't know if you could call what you guys are referring to as a genocide. Certainly there's, I don't know, but then again, does it even matter? Does it even matter if, like, yeah, there's so many women dead?
Who said
I'm
my
not
name?
sure.
I think Red Charlotte nailed it on the head there. I mean, there's kind of two definitions. So
Yeah, so generally, like, this gets into like the Xinjiang stuff, where like when people talk about the word genocide, like while I personally think it's a cultural genocide going on, a lot of people when they use the word genocide, they don't really clarify what they actually mean, and a lot of people, it like ruins conversations, because when someone hears the word genocide, colloquially they think, oh, they're like lining them up with like firing squads and just mowing them fucking down in the thousands and like exterminating them off the fucking planet like wildly, right?
Like
That's not what
industrialized
there's no
genocide.
evidence that this is happening in like Xinjiang. It's like more of like a stolen generation sort of like crackdown of an ethnic group slowly over time by like erasing their culture and like taking their kids and like forcing them to do like labor, blah 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 blah. But it's not like the Rwandan genocide where they would just like go into villages and just like
Ethnic
mow
cleansing.
people down, right? But like yeah, the genocide has like it's a very inflammatory word in a lot of conversations.
Hey Prime, I had a question, like a topic idea. Like maybe can we talk about like activism and whether it's like it's working or not?
What's that mean?
Yeah,
I
or like
don't-
basically like do peaceful protests work? I don't know. I'm sorry, that was my take.
Oh, you want to talk about if peaceful protests work?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
do.
don't know.
So there's this really interesting, if you want to read a book, if you're like into, reading books, not a lot of people are because, kind of
If
exhausting
it's
to
on
read.
Audible, I'll
Books
do it.
suck.
Yeah, I think it is. It's called Why Why Civil Resistance Works by Chenoweth and Stefan. It's like a study slash book that explains the study and like the background around it, around civil resistance versus violent resistance. Um, and like they go over like I think the past like 200 300 years of history, and what they found is that they do all the bunch of like weighting for like size of conflict, size of different parties, all these different things, right? And they found that civil resistance by and large, especially over time in the modern era, is exponentially more like effective at committing like bringing about regime change, legislative change and social change than violent resistance, because mainly violent resistance alienates people, especially um, depending on the culture. So, like for example, if I, as a socialist, went out and I shot Mitt Romney in the head, right? This would
Theoretically.
probably make most modern Americans not like me. I would be deemed a terrorist, and I would be deemed an insane person. This would
So
not make socialism look very good.
do you think that like groups that do go out and do like violent protests or violent unrest, do you think they are a detriment
Yes.
to okay. So this would be like Antifa, the Proud Boys, so they're like actually hurting their movements.
I think for stuff like that, it's not necessarily hurting because it's violence in the terms of like people are like fighting each other. But when I mean violent resistance, I mean more like a concerted, consistent effort to like resist the state with like guns and like armed like militias
I was
and
gonna say,
resistance. 'Cause,
Wait, that's
like
veterans gun culture is
every once in a
incredibly
while, every
ineffective.
once in a while, a Proud Boy rally happening, and there's like a big fight and like a brawl. It's less because the goal of anti-fascist activism isn't to like cause any like widespread societal change or policy. It's literally to stop fascists from coming out into the street. Right, that's the goal. And sure, if that's the goal, if you punch someone in the face enough, they're not going to want to go into the street again because they don't want to get punched, right?
But that could also be
I don't think this
called
can be
violence and
extrapolated. I don't think this can
intimidation.
be
Sounds like a
extrapolated.
standard you hold.
I don't think this can be extrapolated to like wanting Congress to like fix the criminal justice system or wanting to bring about socialism or like any of these like
Okay, so
actual big
what
changes.
about what? So there was this really famous photograph or moment during the George Floyd riots where they set the police station on fire, right? And I don't think these were like Antifa or anything like that. They're just like
It
really
was heat
angry
of the
people,
moment,
right?
gamer moment.
Yeah. So do you think that that actually hurt the movement or helped them? Because I felt like just like
yeah.
personally, like the narrative that I saw built around that seemed helpful to
So it's very
BLM.
contextual. I think this is like a outlier, right? I think the police station, because it was like was it within like the week that it happened?
I think so. Yeah,
Like
I'm pretty sure.
the police, like it was like 54% of Americans said it was justified or somewhat justified to burn down a police station. That was crazy to me. But like I'm sure if you polled people now, they would be much less positive about it, right? Because it's very like emotionally contextual. It was a week after it had happened. They understand the pain that these people are in, and it wasn't private property, right? It was public property. It was a police station, so it was like very targeted in people's
Right.
eyes.
So
And people generally disapproved of the rest of the destruction, right? So it was very contextual, and I think that I think they probably shouldn't have done it. It's like the MLK thing, right? Where people will take the quote out of context, right? Riots are the voice of the unheard. This is true, right? When people riot, they are causes of riots. Riots don't happen in a vacuum. But, right, it's also empirically proven, like riots are socially destructive. They make people reactionary in general, like not every single
okay,
time,
wait, hold on.
right?
Really, can you? I don't want to be rude. You know, I love you, but you're. Can you try to be more concise a little bit? So
Riot's
you're
bad. We
on and
shouldn't
on.
riot. Even
Thank
if
you.
it's
That's exactly
understandable.
what I needed. Okay, no, but what I'm curious about is, you said that peaceful civil unrest is generally better, right, at achieving whatever the goals like regime change or whatever, than violent civil unrest. But then when we started getting into what violent civil unrest is, you started saying like I think like militias, armed groups in the streets. I mean, if you're just in the revolutions, work less often than like peaceful protest movements. I mean, I think most people would probably agree with that. But I don't think that's what Swamp Fox was asking about. It sounded like he was asking about like, you know, violent protests where the police are getting attacked and shit in the street, and cars are being set on fire and buildings are being broken into and shit like that.
Oh, so that's not really like Antifa stuff. That's just like the riots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm against riots. Like,
well, I think
they're
that he's not here, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah, me
that's.
too.
I don't think he was asking about like militias going to the street and attacking.
oh yeah, sure. So like, I don't think riots. So riots are a form of protest, right? But they're like extremely disorganized. They don't really ever have like a goal. And they are like by definition, people lashing out, right, in anger, understandably in anger, right? But that doesn't mean just because something is understandable doesn't mean that it's right, right? Because it's counterproductive. It's literally going to make what you want changed harder to change. Um, like I think it was like the riots after King died. There's this interesting study where I think like in 70, if the riots didn't happen in like 75% of simulations, Nixon wouldn't have won because they literally made people like move to the right.
Yeah. So Arvi, were you trying to say something before? I think you were cut off.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if you said it was the voice of the unheard, a riot, but then you said it was bad. So I'm wondering if there's a discrepancy between the two, because anytime PB's been in any kind of location, despite what media sources say, it tends to be in self-defense that they're acting or that we're acting. It's not that, you know, so I would say I oppose riots, I oppose violence, I oppose the problem is that a mob can pursue justice in the interim that isn't adjudicative. And I saw a debate with Destiny and Vosh, in which it was posited that, and Destiny actually kind of cornered Vosh on this subject, and he said, you know, if someone's escaping a mob, like, I think he used the example of a slave escaping a group of slaveholders that want to enslave this person, you know, should he not turn and fight these people, or should he wait for the adjudication of that group? Because there's a reason, right? Using your logic, there's a reason these slaveholders are chasing him. He should pause and see what they have to offer, because they may be right. There's 8 of them. And Destiny kind of cornered him and saying, listen, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you can say that. I think anyone would say in that situation, he should turn, fight all of these pursuers. And this is why there's a difference. And I would say that sort of illustrates, it's interesting to hear you say it's the voice of the unheard in sort of a positive light, but then say you oppose them, they're bad. I think this is sort of the same kind of discrepancy in understanding what happens when mobs start to attempt to adjudicate in haste.
Hey, real quick, because I feel like people like put words in my mouth or whatever. Like, I'm not attacking anyone, but my whole question was there that, do you think violence is okay in any world in pursuit of political like goals? Like, it has nothing to do. I think Proud Boys suck. I think everybody that fucking burns down the city sucks. You know, that's it. That's my take.
Look, I've played enough video games to know that if you kill enough people, your side wins. So
So the whole thing, like, is it always wrong? No, obviously not, right? Like, there's obviously circumstances in which violence would be both morally permissible and even at times justified, right? So even in my study, they talk about how, depending on the motivations and behavior of the state, it really affects how effective certain types of resistance is, right? So for example, if you live in a government where it is just run by absolute fucking fanatical like fascists who don't care if they have to mow down everyone to win. They don't care if you're gonna march till infinity. Um, they'll just kill you. Uh, this would be obviously permissible to like defend yourself or whatever, right? You don't have to like take gunfire and like missiles, like like just and do nothing about it. Sure, right? And like it's not it's when I use the word generally, right? Not always is civil resistance always more effective, right? It's always contextual, but the general rule of thumb is that most of the time it's more successful. So obviously sometimes it's justified.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I guess you're okay using a general rule. Someone was talking to me about like that these things actually work in tandem. That you can't cleanly divide peaceful protest from violence that may accompany it. Right. Like you like. I mean, a point that conservatives have made that like everyone wants to say that the George Floyd protests are peaceful. Most of them, or the vast majority, were, right? But for the protests where violence did break out, right? Like to be able to cleanly divide, okay, well these guys are the protesters and these guys are the rioters, and they just like showed up with them. I mean, like you can't tell them apart otherwise, right? Other than when someone smashes something, but like these two are completely separate, distinct groups, and how could you ever combine them, right? So and we know, like for instance, that the media had not been paying attention to black marches, like to stop violence, like gun violence in the neighborhoods, or for equality, right? Like we've had like these marches aren't like a new thing. Like this wasn't like, oh no, like all of a sudden black people figured out, yeah, Martin Luther King, he was right about that. We should march somewhere, right? No, we've been doing that like for years, right? For different issues, but we get no attention at all paid, right? But suddenly, you flip a few cars, smash a few windows, burn down a police station, and the media is there, right? That part seemed to work. That grabbed the attention. All of a sudden, the media definitely wanted to talk about it, and people and spread across the world. So, can we actually separate these things? Are they so easy to disaggregate? Saying, okay, well, this is a purely peaceful protest, and those guys over there, I mean, they're doing their own thing, breaking into those stores on Saks Fifth Avenue. What do y'all think?
Well, so like just a military standpoint, right? Like we used to always say, like there's always the 10% that that are completely opposite of the people that are here. You know, they're like, especially in the military. You know, at least politically and ideologically, there's like 10% of people that have like really base views, and the other fucking 90% are just crazy people that are either super conservative or it doesn't matter. But I mean, I didn't have a huge problem with the riots and stuff. I mean, I feel like it's probably a hot take here, but I feel like violence gets people to notice your fucking what you want.
How did you feel about the Capitol insurrection?
I thought it was fucking dumb, but but people
Why?
noticed. No, like I'm saying, like I thought both instances were dumb as shit. But I also know that the media probably wouldn't notice fucking if shit didn't happen that way. You know, they'd be like, "Oh, well, freaking, who cares about this?"
I mean, how do you justify any of the wars that we're currently in then?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, people notice violence. People don't notice people walking down the street. I mean, how many? I mean, like I live right outside of DC. They have the women's march every year or so, and nobody really notices. But if the women's march started breaking windows and shit, you'd see it in the news all the time.
I think the thing is, though, that people would possibly look bad on that depending on the plight of the situation of the women, right?
Yeah, but
So,
those
like,
people already don't
it's-
agree with that situation. So
That's not true. I don't think
That's- yeah,
anybody
there
who
would be
agrees
people
with
on
the
the
goals of
fence.
the march are just going to be like automatically okay with cars being flipped and shit like that. Like that's a silly thing to assume.
well, you've got moderate Republicans that were probably super cool with the George Floyd protests, and then they used the violence as an excuse to join the other side. But those people were already hanging on the
But
ledge
as an
anyways.
excuse, or
No,
did they just
exactly.
genuinely not like the violence?
Yeah, it's
Is
an
that
excuse. It's
why is
like,
it an
well, freaking, I was just waiting for these
Hold on, what do you
dark
think-
people to do something bad,
No,
so
that's
I could
stupid.
act like I
No, that's
care
stupid.
until now.
Wait.
That's exactly what happened.
What do you think the other side of the George Floyd protests were? Like, what other side?
I'm saying the moderate conservatives that were like, yeah, that dude with the knee on that guy's neck was terrible, and then also looking for an excuse to be like, oh yeah, freaking fuck these people, they burned the city down.
Wait, that's
So
not
they
an
were
excuse.
never never on the side, is what I'm trying to say, Doobie.
No, that's stupid. You can think that it's not okay
It's
to
not
put
stupid.
no, yes, it is.
No,
You can
it's
think it's
not.
not okay to put a knee on someone's neck for 8 minutes, but also be against the city being burnt down. You can hold those two
Correct.
positions at the same time.
Correct.
What the fuck are you saying?
I often held the position that it always shocked me knowing police officers personally, knowing what they are supposed to do. And I understand that knee maneuver may or may not have been in training materials. But what I am saying is that I was shocked that he didn't call for Narcan. I was shocked EMS wasn't dispatched. I was shocked at his response. You can be just as shocked. And I don't know that many of
Anybody that actually
you guys
cared
here
about the
would
George
categorize
Floyd
me as
thing,
moderate.
even with the
think you would.
violent riots
But I
and
think that was
protests and
horrible.
shit, if you cared about George Floyd, you would understand that other people cared enough to be angry about it, is what I'm trying to say.
But understanding that doesn't mean you have to support the outcome of the city being in
You don't
shit.
have to support burning shit down, but you can understand the argument and still
Well,
be
everyone
on the
here
side.
has already said that, though.
Wait, but
Everyone
saying
here,
that, okay, but saying that that because they were against
in
the city being
shambles.
burnt down, or you know, they were just looking for an excuse to be mad at the brown people, is fucking stupid.
That's
Like,
exactly what happened, though.
No, it isn't.
Do you know what
It is.
Hanlon's razor is?
Do you understand that those outcomes greatly and adversely most affected minority communities? You understand this, correct?
In DC, no, they didn't.
You're talking about one of the most urban communities in the country. in
Yeah, but
Washington,
I've been through like
How many times have you spent-
I
okay,
live
so you
Wait,
spent
why are
time
you
on the
talking about
streets of
DC? George Floyd happened in like Minneapolis.
So then you,
I
No,
understand.
just as an
There were
example, though.
protests and riots all over the fucking country.
Right. So as an example, come on, man. A lot of these riots did adversely affect minority working class communities. You can't say that's not true. That's ridiculous. At least half of these places where there were uprisings and riots and lawlessness, it was people who had worked really hard that were in the bottom rung of earning income. They were not in the socialite elite. They were not in the
Yeah, and the
academic
same
elite.
thing happened during the Rodney King riots. What I'm
That's
saying
okay,
is,
and
what I'm
during
saying
Rodney
is, you
King-
can do two things at once, right? You could be mad about George Floyd and see these riots and protests and cars burning, and still be like, I understand why they're doing that, and that's
Yes,
not
but
what's
during the-
happening.
But during the
That's
Rodney
not
King
you.
riot,
Literally, all the moderate conservatives, centrist leftists, just went over here on the issue.
But during those Rodney King riots, there's a very famous piece of material in which, and actually, I believe it was an African American man, perhaps just a black man. He was in LA and he's screaming at his community, his constituency,
for breaking his shit down. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Well, this is a
Yeah,
theme that
I remember that.
is rehashed and repeated over and over when these things happen. It affects the minorities the most. It affects the working majority the most.
I get what you're saying, but you can understand that people are angry, and that's why they're doing these things. We can
Doesn't
set up
give me
we could
understanding
set up
for
mutual
ruling
aid
women.
programs to replace all of these things that were broken.
To the great detriment of labor values and costs for that labor in that market, greatly affecting those minority labor communities. I'm sorry, it's negative.
I don't know. I know that the right always tries to use like, oh, you broke black businesses to just add to why they don't give a fuck about black people.
Understanding equal consent.
One second. Hold on. Let's go to Clear, so he hasn't had a chance to speak.
Understanding doesn't equal consent to having your fucking city burnt down and having your black businesses burnt down to the ground. That is not the same thing as understanding why people are upset or understanding the situation. Those are two very different things.
I agree that understanding it, and I often took that position, and it was unpopular. They'd say, "Oh, first of all, you have no right to speak on it. Second of all, but no. I think it's horrible when this stuff happens. I think it's horrible even more so when it affects adversely the people that initially were like, let's say the supposed most adversely affected initially. So now actually we have like a compound snowball type of situation. So yes, I understand it, and I also oppose it. I understand and see it as an inevitable, side effect of, let's say, the problems. Let's not debate the attribution to the problems now in this context because we're talking about this. So I would just say that absolutely the outcome is bad. It affects minorities adversely. It makes it harder for them to come up. It was already hard enough, allegedly, per their own side. There's something contradictory and something poetic about a movement that seeks to uphold minority labor pools and yet destroys minority labor pools.
Yeah. So,
and then after that, Stardust, because she's been waiting.
Yeah,
and
so-
Atlas, if you have something you want to add, I want to make sure you have room. But
So
go
something
ahead.
Stomfox said, he brought up mutual aid, right? I think this is a huge cop out. So like as a socialist, mutual aid is important, right? We should build like non-governmental systems of helping people, sure, right? But this is the same argument that right-wingers give for private charity. Oh, private charity should just handle everything. The thing is, it doesn't have the capacity to do. Mutual aid will never have the capacity to like make up for the losses of mass riots. It's literally impossible. Like the riots of 68 to 70 literally caused like a 20% reduction in income growth for Black people because everything was destroyed. Understanding why something happens and understanding why people do things and being sympathetic or even empathetic to how they're feeling doesn't mean you have to say that it's morally correct or productive. So for example, one person can say like MLK, right, who says riots are the voice of the unheard. What this means is that there are reasons why people riot. When people go left unchecked and their material conditions are not are left to like rot for too long, they will lash out. And it's understandable because what else can people do except lash out when people are not listening to them, right? But this doesn't mean, like he said in the next part of the quote, which is like, but they are like socially destructive. They are counterproductive. They are not good because they only have negative outcomes. They destroy property, which property is capital and equity and like income. It destroys all those things. And since they do it in their own communities, because people don't drive 30 minutes to go to another town to do it, it ends up affecting them the most, right? Even if it's understandable, that doesn't make it right because they're also hurting other people. So people in my chat are saying, oh, violence against property isn't violence, right? But it's not. Property doesn't exist in a vacuum. That property is connected to people, right? That's people's livelihoods. So like you can't just say that mutual aid will just like help everyone when the city burns down or something.
Think about all of the logistical backing that goes into building something like a business, and then think about someone coming in and thinking they have the wherewithal to somehow replace all of that, because you're obligated to have an understanding.
Yeah, I mean, what I really just I understand, just like you guys are saying, I understand why people feel so frustrated that they need to take out this violence on I guess property or whatever, but I would say that is it's attacking what somebody's worked their life for, right? When you attack property, you're potentially attacking something that somebody spent like decades building, right? And yeah, you can say like, oh, they have insurance. Insurance will take care of it. Not really, like not always. And insurance might not cover everything. A lot of people like end up going under. It's just and it, like you guys were saying, it affects the communities that those properties were in.
I mean,
So,
this was my
yeah.
take a few months ago when I was a Republican. So I'm glad to know that everybody on here is like symbol
No,
for
that's
Republicans.
yeah. No, I'm definitely not.
What are you talking about?
I'm
No,
saying
no,
like
nobody is
literally,
saying
like
that.
literally, all of this is just an excuse to not fucking care about what happens to people.
No, it's
No,
not.
no, we care. We
Yeah,
care.
like I understand,
It's
I understand that,
fucking
but like these are the takes that people on the, like I said, moderate fucking conservatives were used as excuses
they're
for not
correct.
caring about George
Joey,
Floyd.
no, they're not.
Ferguson happened. Most of the police force was not from Ferguson. So if you're going to complain that the entire reason why, say,
Ferguson was Michael Brown.
yeah, I know that was the start of BLM. I didn't sleep that night because I watched military National Guard have fingers on the trigger pointed at fucking civilians. Okay, like, and the whole reason why this started was because nobody in the fucking police force was from Fort Ferguson. Okay, most of them were shipped from out of town. So the reason being is because police got way too much money, way too much money. So if you're gonna say like, oh, riots are bad and violence is bad because it hurts property values and it hurts the people who live there, yeah, of course. So these wouldn't happen if these police who have all these guns and big old tanks, that they are the ones who are oppressing the people to the point of riot because they're not only not being heard, they're actively being oppressed. Then maybe we should get the police the fuck out of there and tell them to
I
code.
agree.
I would say that like police violence against people, and like especially people of color and black people, is like mostly a straw on the camel's back, and less so like the root cause of stuff like this. But like
What was the root cause?
the root cause are people
Many
like
systemic issues.
destitute socioeconomic conditions, and they're like constantly being targeted by the systems that they live in, like the criminal justice system, education system, and like every like where they go, they just
So poor
their life
people
is
being
shit.
fucked over by bad cops. Okay, I got it.
Being poor hurts people of color way more than it hurts white people. So like
Yeah, no shit.
yeah,
By a lot.
but you said something about like, oh, we're just saying stuff that Republicans are saying. So one, we're only talking about the riots and the violence because it was brought up, right? When I'm doing activism, I'm not talking about fucking riots with regular people because I tried to obfuscate and I try to distract from that because it makes people dislike the movement. So like and people can hold the same position on something or say the same thing but mean two different things. When Tucker Carlson talks about black people being uppity, right? He's being racist and he's trying to discredit the fucking movement because he's trying to like point attention to the fact that like, oh, black people are just trying to destroy stuff. Black people
Tucker
are
Carlson said black
But
people
when
are
we're
uppity?
talking about it, we're being very specific and we're saying it's understandable why people do these things. But like judging from what we know, like empirically, it's probably not the best course of action because it just hurts people, right? We're not like morally condemning them like
Wait.
as they're like saying that they're evil people, right? Like Tucker Carlson
Tucker
is. So
Carlson
to say
said
that we're
that
holding
black people are uppity.
so to say that we're just saying
Black
so to say that
protesters,
we're
yeah.
saying the things Republicans are saying is just dumb. We're
Hmm.
not. No one in this room believes
Yeah.
what I don't know, maybe Doobie.
Doesn't seem like
I just don't think that I don't think that nonviolence actually pursues your goals. I don't know. I feel like violence is the
Well,
way
I
to
mean,
go.
I don't think anybody. I
crux of
think
gun
people are
culture.
just saying that violence against property. I mean, nobody's saying that they don't understand it and they don't understand like why it comes about and what the factors are that make it happen. Right? We're just talking about the actual victims of that violence and how unfortunate it
Like
is.
my
Right?
only complaint is they're doing it in the wrong area. As soon as they started protesting in the suburbs, look how fast shit started getting fucking passed and changed.
I
think you might find that also, like, one of the reasons that this is a talking point on the right is because, like, it's particularly effective to get, like, ideas across by taking things that are true and then sticking things that are untrue in those truths and then forcing that through, right? So, like,
It's
they
called
might talk about
shoehorning,
things
but
that are
no
like,
one here has shoehorned anything.
no,
Right.
exactly.
Republican-
But I'm talking about, like,
no, hold on.
Let
There's a- there's a
Spicy.
reason-
talking about
Spicy.
what people are saying on the
Aisha,
right,
let
right?
Spicy.
Like,
Let Spicy finish. Spicy, finish your point.
like he's talking about what people are saying on the right side of politics, right? So if this is a talking point that they're having and some of the things about that are true, that's possibly what's going on there, you know? Like,
Yeah, so like like a Republican will say violence has happened at the BLM protests, but they will only talk about that and they will act as if that's all that happened in an attempt to alienate people from the movement, to be afraid of it and to think black people are scary and are destroying stuff.
But they're gonna
right?
do that anyway, so why does it
No,
matter?
Well, I mean, okay, like actually,
the difference is when like a leftist talks about like this kind of stuff and they're saying that violence was happening or like there was property destruction. They're not saying it to like morally condemn Black Lives Matter or to morally condemn black people. They're bringing it up because they think it's counterproductive and it's actually like not good for the movement, which they are trying to like push.
But you can't control that portion of it.
We're not
There are
saying
gonna
we
be,
can't.
like I said, the 10% of people are gonna do shit like that.
But Swamp, you're saying
Alright,
that
but it doesn't mean that they're
10%
justified in doing it.
So,
but Swamp, you're saying that they're justified in doing that and that it's a good thing. It's actually beneficial somehow. Can you please explain why you think that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the media would be focused on it if there wasn't violence. There's plenty of fucking marches for like equality and things like that every year. But what do you see on the media is when there's violence. That's it.
It's because they're not
He's not
consistent and they're not big enough.
yeah, but I think that only works in particular situations where, like, it might be considered justified by people who are looking on, right?
Like you bring up the women's march. The reason the women's march, well, as far as I know, isn't that effective or as effective as it could be, is it happens once a year. It happens one time a year, right? That's not consistent pressure.
And if I have to be honest,
performance art.
the
That's
woman's
what it is.
yeah,
Like,
and the women's march. If I have to be honest, I'm from the area as well. If they're doing any marketing, I don't know about it because I haven't heard about it. I haven't heard about it
No,
once.
because what the Women's March was just a bunch of people that like hated the fact that Trump got elected, except they didn't have
That's
4
not
years
what
to
it
like
was about.
foment the stuff. Like it was just like people that were like wanted to get their steam off after Trump got elected, and then after they came to terms with reality that the guy's actually now they like lost all their steam. Like that's my theory about like what's a lot
They were
behind.
doing the women's march a long time before that.
Last year I learned
the
about
thing about Black
two forms
Lives
of
Matter, right?
violence. Just real quick, it's actually I have a question for you, Red Charlotte, specifically.
Oh yeah.
So I learned about two forms of violence, right? There's active violence, which is shooting somebody in the head, and then there's passive violence, which is just walking around carrying a gun, letting people know you have the gun, right? So when you talk about saying, right, like protesting, either violent or non-violent, you could still have a passively violent protest, right? Like, so this is
Feel
what
free to ignore
I mean,
anything
but that's not
Turmoil
what
asked
people
you.
are talking about when they talk about violent protests.
They're talking about the crime, committing a violent crime. They're talking about carrying a weapon.
Yeah, but
Also, that can also have
I mean,
negative
here's the
impact.
thing:
Violence through
carrying a weapon.
intimidation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's also another thing. What's it called? It's constructural poverty. It's like constructed poverty, right? Where if you build a highway around a whole bunch of certain people's apartment buildings, that's oppressive, right? Like
Certain
that's
people's.
structural poverty because you're forcing them effectively. The state is
What people?
forcing them to have to either one, get a car, or two, get run over if they try to walk.
What people? You sound like Biden right now. You sound like Biden saying they don't know how to access the internet or something like that. Like,
No,
what
oh
the
my
fuck
God, stop. You know that Biden quote was literally him talking about old black people who don't know, not that they don't know how to use the internet, that they don't know, like have the information available to them to know what specific fucking website to go to specifically get the vaccine. He wasn't saying that black people don't know how to use the fucking internet. Come the fuck on, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
When we talk about violence specifically related to protesting, right, there's two different kinds of violence. So you can have active riots, which are active violence,
But even when you get 1,000 humans together, that's passively violent, because at any time, like, humans are strong up, and if you get 1,000 of us, we can do a lot of damage, you know. So even if they're not doing anything, that's effective, and technically it's violent.
But if you want to look at like the success of peaceful protests, you can look at like, so you brought up like the Women's March or whatever. I would agree, the Women's March, because it only happened like 2-3 times, right? So like anyone that
COVID
has the power to do anything, there's no pressure on them to actually do anything because not consistent pressure and demand. But if you look at March for Our Lives, right, on the other hand, they've only started since when was fucking Parkland? Like 4 years ago or whatever. Since then, they've helped get past like hundreds of gun laws in a bunch of different states. And in 2018, I think it was like 67 gun laws across the country just alone, right? Specifically because of that movement, completely nonviolent movement, mostly young people, got real, measurable, material change done in legislation that affects real people. Or you want to look at like the Vietnam War protests, right? The Vietnam War protests, while there was like sporadic violence, right? Most of it was like large nonviolent protests that like big reason why the Vietnam War came to an end, it was domestic pressure. If there was full gung-ho support for the Vietnam War till the end, we would have stayed in Vietnam. Most
Yeah,
certainly.
it'd be like Iraq right now. Yeah,
Well,
we'd be there.
Canada
We'd be
never
there for
went
20 plus years.
Canada never went to Vietnam. Canada never went to Iraq. So
Yeah, you did. Canada did go to Iraq.
Canada
You're still
did
there
go
right
to
now.
Iraq.
Like
on
the
the Iraq
study I
War.
posted,
Yeah,
China was
literally,
Stomp
I've hung out with you guys and Tom Green in Iraq, so don't even go there.
Stomp
Yeah.
Fox.
No,
I
but
can- I
we
can
didn't
link to the
participate in
book,
the invasion. There's a
PDF.
difference
It's all
between being
200
part of
pages
this,
of it.
Tom
like
Green
the
didn't
airstrikes
have
against
no show
Syria
and took it
and the
Tom
Iraq
Green
War.
came out and did a show in
Stomp
Iraq.
Fox.
I was there.
It's like a pretty short book. It's like 250 pages, I think. Chenoweth and Stefan, Why Civil Resistance Works. They bring up actual like documentation of all the different nonviolent protests that they cite that worked in bringing about not only political change, legislative change, but regime change, as in they changed the
I
government.
don't have a pen and paper near me. If you
Yeah.
want to send it via Discord, I will read it.
Yeah,
I
I'll do
promise
that.
you.
There is like a particularly
here's the thing
effective
about,
strategy for making protests unsympathetic, which is that you try to incite the people to incite violence, and that will make the cause more unsympathetic.
I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly like this is exactly why Great Britain is currently passing a law against what's it called against whatever types of protests because of like the unsympathetic stuff that protesters have done to like basically ruin people's days. Like just like the stuff like it's mainly targeting I think Extinction Rebellion and groups like that, which aren't like riot violence, but they're definitely very much a nuisance. Right, very much a public nuisance. So much
They
so
are
that I
technically
know a few people that think they're a
violent.
bunch of psyops, right? But no, but like when you get protests that are like that don't really get a lot actually
I gotta
done,
mute that.
and all they do is just well, not protests, right? Because when you have events, right, which cause a lot of destruction or disruption to people's lives, they end up being unsympathetic to all the other things that it's attached to, right? So like I know because here in Montreal we had a bunch of stuff go on like after the death of George Floyd, and what ended up happening is that there was a peaceful protest right in the middle of the street that got a lot of press coverage, right? The fact that they were going to have a protest and they were doing it in the streets, and like during the day it was like there was a lot of like it was a peaceful protest. There was quite a decent bit of like media coverage of the event, and then the sun went down and all of like the fucking Westmount anarchists came in and started like breaking windows and shops because they wanted to LARP as revolutionaries. Like dudes from Westmount who like broke the windows of like a music store, stole 2 guitars, and then felt bad the next day, returned 1 guitar and got fucking arrested because they
Sorry.
They were trying to be sublime, man. They were
Yeah,
trying to be sublime.
no. The dude stole 2 guitars. Okay, went back to the store, admitted to stealing the 2 guitars, and only gave back 1.
They're trying to do that April 1992 fucking sublime video.
Pretty beast move. Katarana.
Do protests actually? I know I came in late, so perhaps you guys have spoken, but like, do protests ever really work if everyone just sits there and sings "Kumbaya"? I mean, like even the civil rights protests. I mean, obviously there was a lot of different types of people leading it, so it wasn't like a uniform Well, the end goal was uniform, but the
It's
leader
always
was uniform.
it's always hard to say because
Too many. Shut up. Everyone, shut up. Everyone, be quiet. Marks, go ahead.
yeah, so to answer that question, it's always hard to say, and you're right. Like even the civil rights protest, when they were like peacefully protesting, that's what they espouse. Inevitably, since there were like millions of people protesting sometimes at events, violence was going to break out at some time. So it's hard to say. Well, was it mostly the peaceful protests, or was it those small acts of violence? Like for example, after MLK died, the violent riots that proposed that. I'm one to say that it's mainly the peaceful protest that's gaining a lot of momentum and gets a bunch more people um, rallied behind your movement so that you can pressure your representatives more. I'm more for that. I think that's more effective. But I mean, violence works sometimes. It's just got to be like really organized. I just prefer peaceful protest.
I just want to
for a
remind.
while.
I just want to
And then-
remind everyone of something called the zebra murders, and this is why you don't want to have things that are you don't want to pursue violent solutions to these kinds of things, because what happens is you end up with things like the zebra murders in the San Francisco area. In I believe it was around this same time. Exactly that exact, and I believe it had a little bit more of a connotation to it, so maybe it was a little more intricate why those things happen. But you don't want that to be seen as the resolution, right? I happen to agree with Mark's the user on this point. That violence should be averted. I think Martin Luther King was a brilliant man. I think he was correct on that.
Oh, final thing. For protests, they have to. It seems intuitive, but they have to be really organized historically for them to work, and they have to be really targeted as specific representatives, calling individuals out. A lot of the time, where it might seem to where protests might not work in a modern age. Not even talking BLM. You can go back to the '90s. Why at times why it may not seem that way is because oftentimes these protests are either die out too quick or they're not really organized. Yeah. So.
Also like there's something to do with protests, right? You also have to be like very politically effective, right? So one of the things you have to do is either have kind of clear demands from your representatives or sponsor stuff like legislation. Because I know what happened in the civil rights era is that there was a piece of legislation that a lot of people actually wanted to see passed, and that legislation was sponsored. It was like the Civil Rights Acts, back in the 60s and whatnot. And then going forward, there was a bunch of other things that were added. There were actual laws that were being proposed, and something that I don't really see like happen, like what I see happening right now is a few people having like some vague ideas about the laws that they want passed, but then like the people that actually go on, that are part of like the lobbying division of whatever movement, basically go in and they ignore what the people actually want and then pass something completely different. And like the people on the ground are like not very responsive like to when that happens. And especially right now, what I saw in a lot of like these protests, especially when it nears like election years, is a lot of the times like like whenever a lot of these movements gets like kind of semi-organized, a lot of them kind of fold into whatever political campaign of like whatever presidential candidate is there at the time. So this time around, a lot of like the people kind of folded into like the Biden presidential campaign. You saw a lot of these protests die down as the election kind of came to a close, and then right now we hear almost nothing about them after Biden has become president, because I think a lot of people kind of, Biden's president, it's over now, like let's go home, right? And like,
But in,
like
in
this,
many ways, there's been media silence about more localized instances of it, though. And I think that the thing is too is that this is going to carry. I mean, we even see now in court filings that the things that were presumed about the Floyd case weren't entirely substantiated, and that may or may not come out one way or another as it progresses. I think it's a bigger problem, and I actually agreed. Just to be clear, I actually agreed with the initial gripes that I would just say the greater minority communities have in terms of like the stigma around police interactions and such. And I think it's a convergence of misappropriation towards the education policy surrounding relations in this department. I think things like police athletic leagues and urban centers fix things like this at the bud. And I remember a very, very good time in America where these things were pretty commonplace. And, police and urban relations were probably better for it, albeit, it suffered its own issues.
Is that
but
the case?
I mean, maybe I'm on a bit of a rant here.
No, I think you are, because
I think if we were to go back to something like that, it would be to the benefit of
So
these
at what
communities.
point would okay, so we had athletic leagues, right? Like that doesn't mean that once those kids left of those things. They weren't being hassled by like another policeman, right? Who happened to stop by. Like none of that protects you from the violence of the state, right? It's less like so when it comes to these like community relations things, right? Like it's like, well, how much violence is the state willing to use against its community? You figure that out, you'll figure out what the relations are, right? It's not that the problem is that people don't trust the police, it's that the police aren't trustworthy. So if the police were, then people will like them, right?
No.
Well, I mean,
Also, so there's one thing to go like it's
Sorry. Let him respond. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, me or
no, him. The guy. Sorry, with the glasses. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I think it's stigmatization. I think what's happening is that people, like, you can even look to like kind of this air of tension in these communities. I've lived in a lot of these communities for the majority of my life. Only recently, let's say in the scale of my 30 years or so on this planet, have I not lived in those types of communities. So I understand the tension. I think that it's alleviated with the convergence of things like education and things like networking with the police. Yes, I think you can look to examples of areas where the police have done extensive outreach and a lot of the crimes have actually come down. I think you can also look to the fact that when you keep the people away from the police, or you take away resources from the police to do exactly what I'm saying, you're going to end up with, this is 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You're going to end up with the same problem, same.
Can you give an example of a police community that has actually worked along, like side with the community asking for changes? Because you said there's a lot that are doing it. How's it going?
Well, like I said, I look to a time when that was happening. I actually don't know that that's happening now so much. I think that's part of the problem.
If I was to look to golden era,
there was a real strong push I can recall in Connecticut and New York in the mid-90s to push PAL into these communities, and I know that things like thefts, murders, robberies went down. So
sorry,
have you been to Harvard?
Okay, so
hold on, stop. Hold on. Are you drawing a relationship between athletic leagues and like crime, like these youth athletic leagues and like crime decreasing, right? And
I'm not saying,
just build a boys and girls club everywhere. All the crime will go away.
I mean,
no. My question is when in U.S. history?
Actually not. That's actually not.
Shut up.
When in U.S. history?
Don't go there.
No. When in U.S. history? So we're going to talk about after school programs. We're going to talk about after school programs to stop like gang crime. But like, wait. So
hold on,
Nezzy.
Oh, stop.
Wait,
one at a
Nezzy.
time. God damn it. Red Charlotte and then Clarice, please.
Yeah, Nezzy. So when in history, American history, and contemporarily, have police forces ever made a concerted effort to be better? Ever?
No.
Well, that's a huge question. When have they ever made a concerted effort to be better ever?
I mean, I don't need you, because the answer is never. The answer is they haven't.
Just ever, generally, any police force ever?
Never. The police, the one of the
This
biggest
seems like a
problems
very
with the police
non-specific
is
question.
that they are very. So it was a rhetorical question mostly. Is that they are historically.
I'm just unclear as to what that point is. You're saying police don't improve ever? I don't.
One of the biggest advocates against police reform have been police officers. They historically are so against police reform to the point where they, back when it was being introduced, and even to this day, they police unions and the police object to body cameras. Like.
I mean, they did it in Montreal.
There's also jurisdictions where they don't. So I mean, okay.
Yeah. So there's also several cases where if you only go off of the
I don't.
1 second.
So, I think community outreach and improving relations between police and
one second.
That suffer is a great thing.
Yo,
1 second.
So,
one second. I just want Clarice is next, so I'm gonna make sure they get sent. Then we'll go on to everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have a question for Swamp Fox, and then I guess a reply to Red Charlotte. I mean, I have to imagine you understand what the purpose is of having boys and girls clubs across America. Like the whole point is to keep basically to have something for like kids to do so that they don't get into trouble or aren't in some kind of danger.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm explaining that to Swamp Fox because he just like he said it flippantly, like as if they serve no purpose. So it baffles me. But anyway, and a question to you, Red Charlotte. As far as body cams go, I mean, I'm just wondering if you understand the implications that come along with body cams. There's budget that has to happen. You have to serve requests for footage. There's privacy concerns. Body cams are not just some simple thing. There's a whole lot of red tape and issues that come with them. There's a lot of baggage, and it doesn't really matter if you don't want to acknowledge that. It's not just a simple thing of just having body cameras. There's a whole lot of policy and things like that that have to come along with them.
Yeah, but that's why it was one example. They do it for everything. Any police reform in all of American history.
Okay, and who are the ones that
the first
lobby
people, stop. The first people to object to them are the
Unions.
police themselves. Every
Yeah,
single time, without fail.
I'm not
And
disagreeing with
even
that.
of course, there's going to
Hold
be
on, Charlie,
costs.
what I'm saying is there's complications and there's things that come along with that.
Yep, but they
It's
reject it
not
even when the
simple.
federal government offers to pay for them. So like,
Yeah.
it's literally because they want to avoid accountability. This is the primary reason they don't want body
And
cameras.
unions
It's
are
not
how
because
they
they
do
have some
that.
sort of like actual empirical budgetary concern. It's
No,
because they
unions
don't
are
want
how
people
they get
fucking
that
watching
Okay,
them when they fuck
right,
up.
right.
You're,
So,
but you're ignoring
Or
that.
hold on. If you ever
Police
watch,
unions are the ones that lobby for
Hold on, hold on. I'm having a discussion here with Charlie. I want you to understand. Think
the
for a moment
officers.
about the what kind of effort it takes to like. Have you ever edited a YouTube video? Have you ever taken time to scrub through a lot of raw footage and censor things and make cuts and things like that? There's a lot of budget that has to go into specifically processing requests in order to be able to have the system put up. I understand body cams do help with accountability. I totally agree with that. And I think there should be some kind of system in place for supporting those systems. But a lot of police departments don't have the kind of staff basically to handle those types of requests. You don't. It's not as easy as just saying body cams are going to solve accountability problems.
I don't know when I said that.
They don't have a budget for
I didn't say that.
GoPros.
So they
Okay,
even police departments
Well,
again
XPOs comply
also
with
reject
different standards.
offers like this, even when the Fed and the state offers to pay it for them. So like
Yeah, pay for the
like
cameras, right? Not for the editing.
Cost of the cameras. You're not talking about the.
Yeah, but why would they? Why would they
like,
need to
there's
edit it
cost
unless
of
they're
the-
editing
so
shit
the,
out?
Yeah,
So by the way,
more
it's
than
not,
just
it's
the
so
hardware.
they have,
Yeah.
and every department that's adopted them is able to do it just fine. And also most of the time they only go through it when they need to go through it. They don't review body camera footage every day. They review it when something happens. That's it.
Yeah, but axons comply with certain standards. There's a
Okay,
reason.
so from what I understood the conversation.
They also don't have to be
right?
on when
There's
when,
multiple
when
people who
police
want
don't
to
go to the
jump.
bathroom. They literally
hold
turn
on,
them
hold on,
off.
one second,
still
hold on.
finishing.
Yeah, there's multiple people who want to jump in. So
That,
we
that,
just gotta.
Charlie, that is completely not true. You have nothing to substantiate that. There are so many times
Which claim?
about how they just don't review the footage or how how the footage is never really available. There's so many. There's so many.
Doesn't every police department have an internal affairs
I
department?
literally did not say that. Let me repeat what I said. So I
Okay.
said you don't need someone 24/7 that has to monitor every day. They have to go through every fucking cam, right? What they do, they have their mostly what. So it's not recording 24/7. That's not what body cameras do. They click the button, right, before they go into an interaction, right, and it records the next whatever or like it continually records or continually deletes depending on the type of camera. And like when they click it, it will save the past whatever 5 minutes of footage that happened. Right? It's not literally like a fucking 2-hour like MP4 that someone has to like comb through to find like secret hidden footage or whatever. And also they only scour through it when something happens or something is like reported or needs to be investigated. This is why in Boston they didn't catch cops planting fucking drugs in people's backyards until like 3 years after it fucking happened because they don't actively comb through all the footage they get every single day.
Yeah, they wait for Freedom of Information Act requests.
Yes, they
Yeah,
wait
so
till it's requested.
I gotta
Right.
start to move on.
But it's
So
something
like, hold on. Is it a quick comment on this because I got other people waiting in
Sure.
line.
Yeah, but it's something that it's basically once it's there, once you have the footage that is being stored by the police, it's going to become a constant suck on resources. You're going to have to constantly provide footage to lawyers, to the public, to the media, to all sorts of people, and that requires basically editing the video, modifying things to make sure that certain privacy concerns are met, that you have certain things that are kept confidential And that basically you have you have to have set up a whole system that supports this. It's not just as simple as saying
you can
So one of the things
subsidize
about that
this.
is
This
that
is
the cost
but
is
this is
spurted
like,
onto the people
but we
who
can
file
understand
the
that we could just
request.
like subsidize that, right? We could just subsidize it, like federal subsidies, right?
I don't know if you remember me literally
if we
saying
actually
they
give
even
crap,
rejected.
Red Charlotte is talking as
Oh
if
my
the price
God.
of the camera is the primary cost of having the system. It's not the case.
Yeah.
No, they subsidize the program. They offer to do these things.
Do you know how
but
much it
police
costs
still-
to file those Freedom of
So I'm gonna
Information
go to
requests to get the body cam footage?
Azecraft next, and then Chief Squatting Dog, and then next
Oh,
Rev,
God,
Rev,
Chief
Rev
Squatting
Mezzi.
Dog.
Yeah. So go ahead, Azecraft.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. But yeah, no, so like, I guess people were talking like about body cams. And it's like, well, I'm Canadian, right? So I'm not really like American context. I know some stuff through like reading the news and whatnot, but like, I think as a Canadian, right? I think I can probably offer a bit of like maybe a bit more of like an, I don't know, as outsider as we can get, right? Perspective on like what I see a lot of things happening like within
Sure.
United
Okay.
States and
All
all
right.
that,
Go ahead.
right? So like we have like body cam programs like associated. Like I mean, number one, like when you're talking about like police getting like refusing stuff or police opposing this, a lot of the times it's not necessarily the police officers themselves, because a lot of police officers actually would appreciate like the body camera, because like if something happens, right, and somebody makes an accusation and they think that they're okay, it's they're fine with that, because that can be used either like to exonerate them. A lot of them feel that way, right? A lot of the problem is like the police unions, right? When you have like these kinds of police unions and like public sector unions, where their like whole thing is like protecting the bad people, right? Like that's what a lot of the people in these unions think their job is, right? So like a lot of the problem doesn't come from like the officers themselves, but like from the unions, right? That's like kind of number one,
That's
right?
true. The union,
Number one, right? Number two, right, is like what I see like a lot in the United States, especially when it comes to the interactions of police with like marginalized communities, is that there's like a horrible feedback loop cycle, right? Where you have a generation of a marginalized community that's brought up and has like this cultural baggage, right? Justified, right? Where police have been mistreating them, so they grow up in a culture that mistrusts police officers, right? And because they mistrust police officers, like there are rougher interactions just between people, because they don't have that same level of trust, right? So the cop stops a white person, right? The white person doesn't automatically think, oh, like this person's trying to hurt me, right? Whereas if you're primed to do that, you're also primed to react someone else. So that mistrust causes a few other things, which then causes like the police officers to act worse. Though this is without adding stuff like racism into the mix, right? Which would then like cause a feedback loop.
Couldn't you just think about the idea of like the way that the actual police system was set up in the first place? Because there's no actual incentive for Black people to trust the police system, since it was literally set up in order.
Here's the thing, right? That's where I'm getting at, right? And so like that's why I said like it's like remember when I said like way back at the beginning, right? Like the mistrust is somewhat justified, right? But if we're looking from perspective like, hey, well, what can we do, right, to try and improve things? Right? Well, you can't just improve on one side, because the other side is just not going to trust each other, right? You have to work on that trust. And that's something that like you have to kind of target as one of the first things, is like that's kind of crucial to this whole endeavor, right? Because we're not going to like, I mean, look, Soviet Russia said that they abolished the police and replaced them with people's militia, right? That's why it's called the militia, not the poliция, right? They changed it back to poliция because militia had a reputation for incompetence. It was kind of it was more like a dozen of like 12 of one, like a dozen, six of one, half a dozen of the other type of deal, right? Like
But what incentive would I have to go ahead and meet the cops halfway if, especially even when I go ahead and outline why am I protesting, and even if I am sitting there and minding my own business, then like they come into my community and like screw things up. So it's like I didn't go into protesting for BLM thinking, hey, I need to mistrust the police, and the second they come, we have to start like squaring up. Like people will be sitting there minding their business, and cars will drive into groups and whatnot. So like I just don't really see what exact incentive does like the Black community or any marginalized community have to really even try to meet the cops halfway, because even if we act as good as can be, there's always going to be some reason to go ahead and marginalize the group.
Yeah, no. So one of the things like that I kind of like want to get at is like, number one, everybody has to act, right? So one of the things that I kind of see in the United States is something I see like kind of really, really crazy is like the practice of like having police officers that like patrol a community that have no connection to that community, right? So like you have police officers from like random area of New York patrolling like halfway across the city. Right, I think that's absolutely insane. Right, the police officers, the police should have
because
like
you know what they're looking for. They want to find Black people committing crimes. That they want it. They need it.
Maybe not. But like,
they force
it. Number one, right? If we're talking about like if we're talking about stuff like police, right? Policing, what's proper procedure? What's good practice? Right, good practice is actually having police officers that are connected to the community. Right, in a way that's not just like every other time.
Okay, but
right?
even if they are connected to the community, what are they doing specifically? Why are they there? It's not to protect the people from hurting each other, right? It's to protect the people who are exploiting.
Okay. Well, let's not get into like this police are like, what is it? What is the agents of capital or whatnot? They're not the Pinkertons.
They are.
Okay? They're not the Pinkertons. Okay, like
they are.
Okay, they're not the Pinkertons. Okay, like and I'm actually talking about something else. Let's not derail the conversation. Okay, let's not derail.
I'm just asking the question: what is the point of the police? And you're like, whoa, derail. What's the point?
Well, no. What I'm saying. Okay. Like, I'll answer this quickly, right? And then whatever, right? So like, there's this socialist idea, right? That the law enforcement is a necessary element of any sort of social system, right? Like any sort of state, any sort of country that has laws needs a method to enforce laws, and regardless of what you call that, right? Regardless of what you call that organization, right? We're using the term police because that's the common English term, right? You look at the development of police forces, like, again, Canadian context, right? We draw our policing practices from the London Constabulary of way back when.
So,
right, like from London, from the London police practices, like the P-like police,
and then,
right? The gentleman police, right? So, like, that's so number one, fucking end qualified immunity. That shit's absolutely retarded.
Sure.
Okay. But
you're gonna end quick because I want to move on to other people who've been waiting.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, like, I guess, like, what incentive do people have? Well, like, the idea, right, that if we can, I mean, I guess it's a bit idealistic, right? I kind of admit that it's a bit idealistic, but like, if the idea is that like we want to like build a society where we can improve these types of interactions, you have to start working on the trust, and working on the trust requires both action from like both sides. And so, like, if that's something that people want, it's something that, like, in an ideal situation, you would have to do. Right, but sometimes the real world
both sides of police
brutality. No, fuck that. No,
well,
sorry.
No.
No, I can't let that stand either. Yeah, fuck that. The police are the ones with the guns, right? Like, and we have to like learn to understand them, right? Like, they're fragile little hearts.
That's why I said ideal world. That's why I said ideal world.
Hold on. This is why I had a problem with the thing with the police athletic thing before, right? The athletic community, right? That's fine. Like, that in itself, like having an athletic league is fine. But first of all, we don't have to have them sponsored by the police, right? In fact, you should be teaching kids, you be teaching your children to be wary of the police, right? Especially if they're Black, right? Now, teach them exactly what they need to do to get out of the police encounter alive. Because you know what? You can die if you move the wrong way, right? If a kid thinks that he can mouth off to the police officer and that a cop thinks, no, you know what? They really can't, and they show them they can't, then that's a problem. So, like, this bullshit about like, oh well, yeah, crime went down with the fucking athletic leagues or what? Just random.
Crime.
Just no, hold on. Hold on. No, yeah, random. Just like, like, let's understand that where the violence is coming from, right? Like, if talking about like improving police relations, then the police should not abuse these communities, right? There are communities where you walk outside, go about your daily day, right? And you get slammed against the wall, right? And then they search your pockets, right? That's the thing that happened, That's the thing that we just allow in this country. It's the thing that was
that's in
on
the context
TV. That like it's just a thing that we showed. Like, oh yeah, these certain communities, right? If you're in there, the police will hassle you, and that's just a normal thing. We're not even questioning it. It's just a thing that police do. Is that they hassle these individuals, right? Because they have brown skin and they live in these communities and they have they don't have access to resources. So there's this thing about let's form the fucking community leagues. No, fuck that. In fact, let's ban those. And then put that effort into reforming the police, into putting the proper reforms in place, like getting rid of qualified immunity. But no, let's trust the police bullshit. Like, no,
do you believe
fuck
that there's a problem with the whole community building thing efforts for the police in all situations? Because sometimes, I in my experience, once again anecdotally, I've dealt with police-led community efforts, but it's like a Black police officer that goes ahead and gets 15 other Black kids that are usually left at home after 4:00, and we all go do a fucking dance thing for an hour until our parents come back home and then they bring us back. Is that bad? Especially if no one has to pay for it.
My problem with cops is they're supposed to be there to enforce people's rights, and all they end up doing is harassing the fuck out of people. I get harassed as a hunter because I hunt at night for predator animals like coyotes and fucking shit like that. And just having a gun walking around makes cops so much more they just feel a certain way, so they have to enforce their fucking, it's like, how dare you have a gun? I'm a cop, you can't have that shit.
So
I'm not comparing it to whatever, but I feel like cops are there to enforce rights, and they're not doing that. So why do we need them?
So let's go to Chief. He's been waiting very patiently. I'd love to hear from him.
Yeah, so I wanted to go back to the body cam thing. If anybody ever keeps up with was it a Donut Operator? He shows how multiple times you're all familiar with camera angles and how they can distort or bring a false sense of what's actually happening, right? So there's several cases in which the body camera being down here, usually on the chest, gives the wrong kind of angle of what's actually going on. They can't see the whole picture, and because they can't see the whole picture, the only video that you get looks completely different than what's actually happening, right? So when a police officer often approaches a vehicle about yay level, covered up by the body camera, and the officer reaches in there. I remember this one video he was showing. He reaches in there, grabs the guy's arm, and busts 2 caps in his ass. It's because that guy was actually reaching for a gun when really it looked like he was just trying to grab onto the steering wheel from down here. Because the only thing that saved him, because he actually invested in his own head-mounted camera rather than the police-issued chest camera. And this happens quite often, which is why they have to look at 4 different cameras from 4 different cops just to try and get a picture of kind of what happened.
Okay, and
those actions are wide angle, so that doesn't help as well.
Anecdotal, whatever.
I mean, if it happens enough, right, it's no longer an antidote. Now, is it?
And if
Donut
you have
Operator,
some data, drop it in chat, I suppose.
I mean, even if it isn't anecdotal, is it better to just have people go around and give accounts and just say, no, I think I saw him grab a gun? I mean, especially if the way that you can fix it is just say, okay, add extra cameras to people, and that fixes the issue. Then, then it's not even that much of a.
If it were that easy, right?
It's true.
Or education about how to behave when you find a police interaction you think you should be documenting from a third party stance because of potential conflicts of interest or problems with that interaction. And if you're taught this at an appropriate age through an appropriate program, hey, this is how you don't get like what Prime actually said before. You don't mouth off. These are the steps. These are the and just to be clear. Well, I think that it would be better if we focused on them as resolutions more.
I don't think that's fair. Why should I?
This is
that's not a resolution.
So
if we were teaching,
in places like Kentucky, right now in Kentucky, they're literally trying to make it illegal to mouth off to cops, right? It's like the idea that the onus should be on Black people to again not be fucking uppity towards fucking police officers. It's their fault or something.
Everyone.
No. This is because it's obfuscation.
I'm saying everyone has to.
Black people being somewhat aggressive towards police officers because of their experiences. It is probably completely negligible reason for why police abuse them in the first place, right? The onus is on the police officers, the police department, and the legal system not treat Black people like fucking cattle. Like
Yeah.
this is insane, like insane of a position to take. Like, oh, why don't the black people just comply? Why don't they just like?
That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
it's the cop's
Right? Are
job
you
to be
for liberty
professional.
or are you against
Yeah.
liberty?
So-
Because you
do you
can't
not
be pro
notice
cop
how?
and pro liberty? You
Do you
can't.
not notice that if you
That's
ever
not what
get
I
pulled
said,
over,
though.
Chief.
do you not? What's up?
Chief, go ahead. No, I'm saying finish your.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Can you not like understand that when you get pulled over for something mediocre like a speeding ticket, and you begin elevating the situation by yelling profanities, getting
Oh
all kinds
boy.
of
Oh boy.
yeah.
It's
Oh
the
boy.
cop's
police
job
officer,
to
a
be
police officer
professional.
You're
should have
right.
the
Oh
You're
training.
boy.
right.
A police officer should have the training, like in many other countries that
Yeah.
they do, to not literally like flip out on a fucking random person because they're fucking mean to them. When
You're
it's
right.
your
Yeah,
job,
Yeah.
especially when it's your job to mitigate like what's the disturbances, right? Your job is to de-escalate situations. So like if there's this video that people love to praise because it's funny or whatever, where a cop like fist fights someone. He like puts down his stuff and he gives it to his partner. He's like, oh, I'm gonna beat this guy up or whatever, and he like fist fights this fucking like 20-year-old dude. Like this isn't admirable. That police officer is a fucking thug, dude, and
Yeah.
he should be
Right.
fired.
So
Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Like here's something else. Like
to take
hold
their stuff off when they play
on, sorry,
basketball.
hold on one second. So we have a list. So the list is Rev Nezi, Dr. K, Katarana, and then the new person Wordy. Hello, hi. Hi. So yeah, we're gonna go down that list. But so Rev Nezi, go ahead.
So just in response to an
Stardust.
example,
I
of,
didn't see
like,
your hand. I'm sorry. But
yeah, just as an example of, I understand, yeah, the boxing example, that's kind of thuggish or whatever. I actually know the clip you're talking about. I've actually seen more jovial examples of that, where like they'll slap box intermittently and then it's all good and they all laugh and like dap up after and everything's cool. So I've seen that too. I've seen people, police officers in inner city communities, say, hey, yeah, I'm going to play some ball with you guys, put their stuff down, go over ball. That's a great thing. I think that should be admirable. I think the first example you gave is pretty gnarly and not a good thing. But what I am saying is that maybe if some of that networking and that social education was incorporated into more policing, that would be a positive thing. Like when you see people educated, and I don't say like you inserted black people uppity. I didn't use that language. I said that I think if people were taught how to behave during police interactions, and if police were better acclimated to how various types of people that would naturally come to, various types of people are going to behave or may feel inclined to behave during interactions. If this was more of a normal exchange that more police departments had with more of their constituents, if you will, like the urban and the even suburban occupants that are in these police, that's largely the demographics where these police have issues with either complaints a lot or overzealous officers or whatever you might want to say. And I think that would be a big solvency. I don't think getting rid of them and taking the funding away is going to lead to that. I think misdirection of funding is often more the problem than funding altogether. Maybe we disagree on some of it and agree on some some I don't know.
Cops just harass people. That's what they do.
So
you just like it puts the onus on the wrong people. Like obviously, like if it's your job to be a police officer and to mitigate these circumstances, then when someone mouths off at you and then you get violent, that's fucking on you, dude. Like.
Yeah,
I tend to agree with you.
So yeah, I just to respond to that part, like someone getting a mouth. So to be clear, what I meant, right, when I said that parents need to be and teachers need to be teaching kids how to act with any police encounter, that's just to keep those kids alive. That's not a resolution for this, right? Like that's not all resolution. All that is to help solve the immediate problem, and it doesn't actually solve the immediate problem, right? It only puts a band-aid on it. On the other side, we need cops that don't think that they can use extreme violence up to death because they think someone disrespected them. Because that's what they do, right? So the problem is the police, and of course you can't fight back because you fight back against the police. Well, then you become the problem. So you have to take the assault, take the beating out, and then in case they feel like it, take a bullet from them. So no, the problem is the police. And again, this bullshit about like let's just like find a way to get along or maybe just to comply. No, the police you only deserve respect when you've earned it, right? And the police have not earned our respect. And this endless behavior, not just the ones who've actually committed the violence, but the ones who cover up the violence, who allow these people to continue on because that's standard practice. Because yeah, they may disagree in exactly how any specific encounter went down, but the fact that they committed violence, extreme violence against someone, no, I mean that's just That's just how things are done. So no, I reject that completely, like 100%.
Yeah, just put them on paid leave, right, Prime?
That
Exactly.
agrees with misdirection of funding, because if they're misdirecting funding, then they're giving improper training that leads to those results.
They already have the training. They already have the training. This is this bullshit. The
Okay,
training.
but in the
They
case of
already have the
Chauvin,
training.
there was training on the books for a knee in that position. That's
training
bad.
For that
right?
long?
Derek
For that
Chauvin
long?
No,
and George Floyd.
but that training was given.
Literally
It
in
apparently
that
was given
city.
improperly.
So when Black Lives Matter. Sorry, it was weird. Sorry, when Black Lives Matter started forming the Obama administration, right? The Obama administration put up a task force, right? And the task force says, and it was made of police chiefs. And the task force said, hey, you know what? We need more training, right? Like, that's the answer. More training, great. One of the cities that happened, Minneapolis, right? So the city where all this happened, where George Floyd was killed, that's where they had part of the pilot program where they got more training. There's always more training in terms of how you should interact with the police, how to not murder civilians, right? And it never seems to stick. So maybe something else is wrong. Maybe something more than simply giving more training, because there's something wrong with the institution itself. But let's go to we got
Problem is
Dr.
that the police unions keep racist cops from being fired.
We got Dr. K, Katarana, Wordy, Stardust, Dr. K.
All right. I mean, yeah, just kind of fuck the police all around, right? Their entire thing, right, is that at least when I say abolish the police, right, you have to recognize the situation I and many people who have these interactions with the police are coming from, right? In my city and many cities across the country, the police budget is bloated far, far beyond where it needs to be. In LA alone, they have 51% of the entire county's budget underneath them. Like, I don't think it's crazy to say that is insane, that a police department can outspend the North Korean military, right?
True.
Yeah, so
demilitarize the police. Let's go.
Well, it's not that insane. North
I
Korea
think it is fair to say, like, yeah, these police budgets do have money or have too much money, and it needs to be scaled back significantly, right? And specifically, there are areas where they do need more funding, right? The issue is those areas are critically underfunded, and the areas where they are getting overfunded, things like overtime pay, equipment, things like that, they are way too overfunded, right? So you need to cut back on that, and you need to put a little bit more into community outreach, although I would say that much of the money that is taken from these police departments needs to be invested into things that are, specifically helping, sort of ensure that crimes don't happen in the first place, right? If you are giving money to a community in things like jobs programs, public transportation, things like that actually build a community up and make it a place that is better to live in general, less crimes are going to happen in general, and you don't need like a giant police force presence there, right? One thing that would help incredibly is public housing, for instance, right? But oh yeah, that someone just DM'd me. Yeah, those robot dogs are an example of egregious police overspending, where it's like it's absolutely ridiculous.
Half these police departments are better funded than the
Swamp,
military.
I'm not done, but I love you, right? So I'm gonna get there for a moment, right? And then specifically what I wanted to bring up and why I specifically say abolish the police, right, is the Linwood Vikings, right? So currently within LAPD, and this is true for almost every police department of decent size across this country, there are active police gangs that exist within these police departments, right? The most notorious in the LAPD is the Linwood Vikings, who tattoo the numbers 998 on it, meaning officer involved shooting. Basically, in order to be a part of this gang, you have to shoot someone in a police involved incident, right? Then you get to be in the gang. The sheriff,
these
the
officers
guy who
are protected by unions.
Rev, I love you. I'm not done yet, but I love
great
you.
take, dude.
Right? Swamp, I love you, but I'm not done yet, right? So let's keep talking, right? So essentially, yes, one, the police unions are completely fucked and need to be, severely curtailed in their ability to run roughshod. But it's not simply just the police unions that allow this to happen, right? There's also the fact that the politicians in office are also completely fine with the existence of this extreme policing, and thus, basically hold hand in hand with the police unions and sort of walk together, right? So there's no sort of hostile relationship there to prevent that sort of brutality, right? If anything, the two feed off and embolden one another. And yeah, so like when I say, all cops are bastards, and when I say abolish the police, like you have to recognize that there are these massive, white supremacist infiltrations of our police departments that exist systematically throughout this country, right? And that, many times the officers who don't support that sort of behavior either don't say anything out of fear or out of ambivalence, right? Or are, actively partaking in the benefits that it reaps to you, right? Like the sheriff of LAPD does nothing to stop, these gangs that exist in his own department, right? And this is true across this country. So yeah, I think it's fair to say, like, if we want to fix policing in this country, it's a deeply rotten institution, and it needs to be pulled out like a root, and completely overhauled from the ground up. Otherwise, you're not getting the systematic reform that needs to take place.
Let's go to Katarana, Wordy, then Stardust.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Charmhole raised his hand at one point.
Who gives a shit what Charmhole says?
Yeah, he primes the host.
Katarana, Wordy, then Stardust, please go.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so we live in a country that's like filled to the brim with like propaganda on television, and basically politicians will go with whatever gets them the most constituents. And since everybody's already primed and ready and being like, ooh, I love blue lines, ooh, can I lick that boot, daddy? The political parties will go wherever they need to go. So that I don't even know if like Democrats necessarily like the police. Not saying that, I don't really trust the Democrats to wipe off my shoe, so it's fine. But yeah, I think that's kind of why we can't really get where we want with that end, because like why would the Democratic Party take any time to actually explain what does abolish the police mean and actually like build up any type of reform when they can just say, oh, you like them? Oh, we like them too. Additionally, I think just the whole idea of having that there needing to be any form of training for like how to speak to police is like whack as fuck. We can go to Starbucks. Somebody misspells my name. If I want to throw that frappuccino at them, I can. And 16-year-olds know how to not yell at me. So how come people with guns can't? That's so fucking ridiculous. Like I can literally go in there and verbally abuse a 15-year-old and they'll hold it together, even though they don't even know how to do puberty properly yet. But yet, like the people I'm paying billions of dollars to each year don't know how to do that. That's fucking ridiculous. So I just think really, really strange that like, people need to learn how to act properly. And I know like a lot of people won't understand that. Okay, no, it's normal. Like, you should need to learn how to like deal with different everyday interactions. If you know how to interact every day on a day-to-day basis, then you know how to interact with your government people. You know how to go to the DMV. You know how to speak to firefighters. Why do cops get a certain special treatment? They're not special. They did just as little shit as everybody else did. Like, and a lot of cops don't even get that much training. Why do I need to respect them more than the next government employee? If I go to the next government employee and just say, hey, are we done here? And they're okay with it? Then that needs to be the same way I need to talk to cops. They're not special. Also,
you're wrong. They are special, but okay.
No,
they think they're special, sure, but they're not.
I get this is a hot take, but cops actually do put their lives on the line to protect people like you. Okay, so the cop died in the fucking Boulder mass shooting didn't put his life on the line to fucking
cool
save.
Okay,
yeah, the one cop, one guy.
That just anecdotal. Also, so did everybody that was at that supermarket. So I guess
being a cop relative to the most dangerous jobs in the country it's not
I've
even in the top 10.
It
is not. You can't just dismiss it out of hand, dipshit.
Part of the job
Cops have a bigger budget and less training than the military. Yeah, I said it.
Okay, lots of things are happening. So hold on. One second. Clearest.
I wasn't done.
Hold on, Clearest, finish your point, and then I go back to Katana because she was interrupted. Go ahead, Clearest.
Cops have a moral imperative and a job imperative to put their lives on the line to help save people in the event of imminent danger. It doesn't. Yeah, you can shake your head all you fucking
You're
want.
legally wrong. It says
You're
you're
not
legally
internalizing
wrong.
any of this information because you're a crazy person.
It's
Apparently,
because you're legally wrong. You're constitutionally wrong. I'm
He
going to
is
cite
wrong.
the 2005 Supreme Court case where they literally deemed that a police officer's job constitutionally is not to protect you. It is never to protect you. They don't have an obligation to protect you. That's why they are legally allowed to leave you on the fucking ground bleeding out as you cry out for fucking help, and they don't fucking stop the bleeding. They don't let anyone near you. They let you fucking bleed to death on the pavement like the dog you are. The police job is supposed to lick your boot. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, not the other way around. You fucking lunatic.
This is so stupid and crazy. It
you're just
baffles me. It baffles me to think that cops put their lives on the line. That a cop just
don't.
fucking died just the other day to try and stop a fucking mass shooter in Boulder, and people go, "Oh, cops should be,
Sweet, one cop.
have no danger at all when it comes to their
That's
job."
a cool straw man. Nobody said that. So
One cop in the history of cops.
No one is
I
going to
mean,
say.
you know
no one
that's
is gonna-
disingenuine, right?
So
You know
that
that's a
one individual
disingenuine.
police officer, we could say that one individual police officer did a heroic act, right? We're talking about police in general. Right?
What about the police officer at Parkland?
Police in
So you-
general don't believe they have an imperative to fucking save and help people. I literally just cited you the Supreme Court case
This
that the
article's
Supreme
on the
Court
paywall, by the way.
deemed because the police literally pushed against it because they failed to help people and they were literally fighting in a court to say that they didn't have the obligation to save or protect people. And they
Yeah,
won
they don't want
in
to be
the
legally
Supreme Court.
liable.
The police
Yeah,
won,
okay.
and the law of the land is that police do not have a fucking obligation to save your life. That's
yeah,
it.
like that cop in Parkland that just
Yeah,
didn't,
so
didn't
hold
help.
on.
Yeah,
shit.
and
Can I
he
go
ended
real
up
quick?
going to fucking jail. I don't know if you know that, but he went to fucking jail for
He
that shit.
didn't. He didn't.
He did.
So sorry, hold on. Katana has
Yeah.
Katana has not been able to finish her response. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, technically, if we go ahead and look at things, I'm sure this year, people that work at massage parlors had a more dangerous job than a cop. So just because you get shot doesn't mean that you have more rights. Like whoop-de-doop, man. There's so many other people that have more dangerous jobs. Go and look at the stats. The amount of people that die per capita of certain careers, I'm sure the cops are at the top of it. Also, I can even attest to the whole idea of that 2005 thing. I had a home break-in in 2006. We got a call from the cops. My mom went in the house. My mom asked the cops, "Are you going to go in first?" The cops were like, "No, fuck you, lady. You go in first." They don't have any obligation to go and help you. They don't need to go and look at it. Their only job is to go ahead and protect capita. So I don't know, capital. Sorry. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. And then I just wanted to quickly go and speak to one person in your chat. Somebody said that look how well Minneapolis is doing after being defunded. Crime rates are skyrocketing. Fucking stupid. Wrong. That happens all the time. Whenever something gets deregulated, there's always a spike. It goes down. People get over it. Whenever prostitution gets legalized, everyone's trying to pay for it. Drugs get legalized. Everyone wants to do all the drugs, and then you get over it. It's just the spike in the stats, and it will normalize over time. I don't understand this idea. Just because we're talking about going ahead and defunding the police, it means that we will all return to monkey and anarchist state, and we all go in the streets, and it turns into Iraq in America. I don't know what anyone's talking about. So yeah, there we go.
Let's go to Wordy, Stardust, Charmhold, and William.
Okay, so there's a lot to break down here. So I think a good metaphor in this instance is if you compare families. So what happens is parents themselves, they have a power. They have a power over the child. That doesn't mean they can just abuse them. That doesn't mean they can just kill their kids or abuse their kids. Basically, a police theoretically should be as a means of protecting people, but the reality is the fundamental abuse of power unchecked allows them to engage in that behavior. Because one, they're taught to be aggressive. Two is they're taught to view everybody as a potential criminal. Three is they're especially taught to view people of color and minorities as criminals. And 4, I would make the argument that they fundamentally do not seek to protect us, they seek to protect the state. They want to maintain law and order to the extent that they can keep us divided and controlled. We can see this when they fundamentally divide people of color from other groups, and then they also kill different people. And just because you see a person playing basketball with a couple people, that's not reflective of reality. That's a purposeful propagandistic effort to show one instance to humanize them, when you realize the institution fundamentally is not here to be your friend. It's here to control you.
True.
Okay. We'll go on to fucking my computer's slowing down. We'll go to so Stardust, Charmhole, William, Asgrath, in Chief. And Chief, if you could mute yourself, so we're constantly hearing your vaping.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Sorry,
no problem.
bro.
No, it's cool.
I have to
Stardust.
turn down the gain.
No problem. Stardust.
Yeah. So I have a lot to say, so bear with me. I think the person left now, but they kept talking about people interrupting them, and I think that's really fucking rich because they interrupt me all the time and they interrupt other people all the time. Anyways, secondly, talking about police abolition is fine, but I think I don't know what the answer is, what the solution is, but I don't know who would deal with things like domestic violence, which, as you guys know, tends to plague minority communities in high prevalence, right? I don't know what the solution would be to that. And secondly, there are already all these backlogged rape kits, right? So I don't know what we would do with that, if that would get solved quicker. If we just dismantled a system or whatever.
I'm sorry.
Third,
are police scientists? Are they running the rape kits?
No, but
they're
part of the. Isn't it part of the department or whatever?
They don't do the rape kits. The hospital does, and then the cops go
okay.
arrest whoever raped you.
Well, the
Okay.
hospital will then send it to forensics, which is part of the police station's jurisdiction, and then when forensics gets their results, then the police.
The point, it's not a beat cop. It's not a police officer.
Yeah.
They're technically police.
They're like
but
Dexter.
They're
Yeah, that's what I was
CSI.
about to say,
Yeah.
Dexter.
So
who would you
so you
delegate that
asked-
to somebody else?
Yes. So you asked.
So like a nerd,
Okay.
and then the
Oh my
hospital.
god.
That's
So
it.
so you asked about domestic calls, right?
Domestic violence, yeah.
Yeah. This is a really.
Don't tell me a social worker. Don't tell me a social worker because I will fucking lose my
They're
shit.
already doing it. and
I
it's
no,
working.
dude, you can't have a
already-
social
they're-
worker go into a violent situation, a domestic violence situation. Are you kidding me?
Don't
No,
care
we already
about
have
your
statistical
feelings.
evidence.
Just because you find it counterintuitive doesn't mean it's not fucking reality.
No,
Cities
dude,
are all,
somebody
stop,
is in the middle of
stop,
getting the
stop.
shit
Cities-
beaten out of them. How is a
cities
social
are-
worker going to go and split that
cities are-
up?
Cities are
We
already doing it.
already
It's
have
because they have the necessary
guns.
skills to end those conflicts in a way that doesn't end with someone fucking dead. They are already doing it to great success. They set up, like the police department, along with the city, has set up 911 alternatives in New Orleans and a bunch of other cities where they literally respond to
Okay,
domestic
but
situations.
again, how does that work?
Situations.
Okay, you're
Oh my
interrupting
God.
me. Secondly,
First of
okay,
all, that's just
no,
not true.
shut the dude. Okay, what I need to speak about this is when somebody sure, you can train a social worker or whatever, right? When somebody is psychotic and beating the shit out of somebody, I don't know how a social worker is going to go in there and actually be able to use force to take that person out because
UFC cops.
I mean, look, the cops are the ones who deal with psychotic people who are violent, right?
And they
if somebody
fail.
is psychotic and they're violent and they're beating the shit out of their kid, then how is a social worker going to deal with that?
Social worker with a gun.
So that was to me. So this is how I know that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to social
Oh
work.
no, I've dealt with this firsthand, so don't fucking tell me. I dealt with this firsthand. Don't tell me.
Okay,
Don't tell me.
one at a time. One at a time,
Absolutely
please.
not.
Woman.
Absolutely
So,
not.
wait,
No.
stop, please. You can respond. Okay, Charlotte, then Stardust, you can respond. All right.
So, one, social workers literally do this. They literally deal with violent, aggressive people, and they're able to do it without fucking killing them. I can also cite a survey of people who called police in domestic violence situations, and the majority of them said that police fucking didn't do anything. And they feared calling the police because they feared it would make it worse. again, you can't just deny reality because it's counterintuitive, right? Cities are doing it right now. Not a hypothetical. It's not fiction. It's not a proposal. They are already doing it, and it's already a success. And cities are planning on adopting the same structure. Like,
Okay, explain how they do that then.
because when they
How
go
does
into
it
the
like? I
situation,
just don't understand because again, as somebody who's been in the situation, I don't understand how a social worker will fucking break up a psychotic person beating the shit out of somebody.
Well,
Wait, can
there's a series
can I quickly ask, what do you mean by psychotic? Because if we're talking about someone having a mental health episode, I don't see how someone with a gun's gonna help. But if you're just using it as a hyperbolization,
No, I mean
then-
if somebody is trained to deal with physical situations,
no,
then
no,
they're
no, I'm
going
not
to be
talking
more
about physical
apt.
situations. You said a psychotic
Yes,
person.
if somebody is psychotic and they're being physical, somebody who is more physically
So,
able
yeah,
than them
so
will probably
so
be
let's-
better at taking care of that.
So when you're saying psychotic, I'm going to assume that you're saying that someone's having a psychosis episode, and I don't see how somebody with a gun is going to show up to a situation when
Again,
someone's
it's
having
not
a
about the
mental
gun.
health.
It's about them being trained to deal with
I don't
that.
see. I'm sorry, because last time I checked, cops are really good at shooting autistic kids. But yeah, they're real trained, bro. Don't
I
worry
mean,
about
they
it.
deal with domestic violence, right? We see them
and
doing
they're
they
it.
fail. They
administer
fail
it.
at it. The
And
point is that
hurting
the
autistic
point is that
kids.
the cops deal with a lot of things they shouldn't deal with. The point is that they fucking suck massive fucking donkey cock at it. That's the point. We all know that they
Okay.
already do it, but they suck at it.
Yo, are you guys familiar with the Lautenberg Amendment?
Yes. So
So hold on, before you do that, Wordy, jump in quickly, and then I'm gonna move down. Oh, sorry.
well,
hold on,
I wasn't
Sardis, did you not
finished.
finish?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I had another thing. The third thing I had was I don't understand how police like a police like community initiative might not like help, because from what I can see it is like if a police officer, it's not just for like the kids that are involved with that, right? If a police officer is like dealing with somebody in that community and they're forming a bond with that person, they're going to be like more likely to have like a better relationship with that person as they grow, right? And and have a better relationship with people in that community, right? So
Okay.
I don't. I don't see why is it an obligation on like the cops or people to try to get along with authority. Like, do I go around and like go to my local
I mean, it's not an
firefighter precinct and
obligation.
say, "Yo, what it do?"
It's not an obligation,
let's-
right? It's just an initiative, right? That would help, maybe I don't know, help foster better relationship. I'm not sure.
Let's go to Wordy.
Okay, but you have to realize that social workers and nurses included already deal with mental crises in the first place. Like they are taught to engage in like aggressive force without physical harm. Like they are taught these methods to deal with people. For example, like we have like methods to like avert crises. Like for example, like when autistic people are experiencing mental breakdowns, you don't have to restrain them. You don't have to resort to
Mhm.
violence that will kill them. What you can do is find ways to redirect that energy and put them into a position to where they can calm down. It's all about crisis aversion instead of crisis confrontation. And we already have nurses and social workers who are already learning those kinds of methods because cops fail at their job. And that's the reality.
Has anyone noticed how many cops show up when you get pulled over or whatever? Do you think there's not 7 or 8 fucking cops pulling up to a domestic violence thing that are gonna beat the shit out of whoever's beating you with a baton, and then throw them in a car?
No, but
right?
but there is like if somebody is more physically stronger, I mean, I feel like that plays a lot into like their
Yeah, so the
ability to
8 cops
stop
that
a
show up beat the
violent-
shit out of them and throw them in a car. Problem
so
solved.
Oh, no, not 8 cops show up. Like you know,
They're always going to be more likely to show
when
up.
I was in college, staying at one of the apartments, the maintenance guy actually lived below us, and he decided to smoke meth, and then when he was high, he beat the shit out of his wife, and then about 12 squad cars came to deal with him, and we had to make the 911 call about it.
Jesus.
So yeah, dude, a whole bunch of them do roll up to deal with it.
Yeah.
The issue that you run in there with those situations is like fucking abusive relationships are really fucked, in that we all know about the battered wife syndrome. Also, like in those situations when the police roll up or even a social worker rolls up, like they both get defensive on the situation, even though the woman just got her shit pushed in.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
he didn't do anything. You see it on
Yeah.
cops all the time.
I
Yeah.
just
Set the
fell down the
bruise.
stairs. Yeah.
Yeah,
But the reality.
but
So,
like
hold on.
even in a traffic
Hold on, stop,
stop,
hold on. We got to move on down this list. So, we're ready to finish your point, and then I want to.
But the reality is we already
Come on.
have people. We already have series of institutions and organizations that are already working to address those issues. And the reality is, like, the majority of those issues are going to be addressed.
Okay.
And you already have those things happening.
So, hold on. We're gonna work our way down this list, but Polar, you have something quick you want to say to the?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
So
It's King and William's turn.
it's very sad to come on here and hear people misrepresent one of the most important Supreme Court cases. It's sad to see that people don't actually understand what they're talking about. So in Warren versus District of Columbia, the argument and the precedent that was set wasn't the fact that police don't have aren't supposed to protect you, right? The issue is if the court had actually ruled saying that the police have a legal duty to protect you, every single time that a potential crime had happened to you and the police weren't there to stop it, you could sue the city for damages. So this is a massive issue now.
Hold on, you had a citation on
Let me finish. Yes, I have a citation. Now let me finish. But the Supreme Court gave a specific, there's a specific example. So if a policeman develops a relationship, a special relationship with an individual, and then they don't help prevent the crime or an action, then they can be held legally accountable. I.e., if let's say a policeman rolls up and he sees a homeless a drunk man on the street, and he does nothing about it, or and he leaves him out to be the victim of a crime, then you can sue for legal damages. A relationship has to be presented first and established for a policeman to be held accountable. The issue is as I mentioned earlier, is if the Supreme Court ruled in the other way, then you would have one of the worst legal systems ever, because of the way that the people could just sue the city consistently. So it's not what people think it is, and I hate to see it being misrepresented.
So
I just
would
posted
like
the
to-
court case. You're just
yeah.
wrong.
Hold on. So that's not the only court. That's not the only court.
I have a link for it. Multiple legal professors agree with me. I have other. I can bring on another lawyer if you need to.
Polar's World is based.
So hold on.
So hold on, Chief. You're on the list. You're already on the list. So
I got you.
Yeah.
It's just
hold on. So but yeah. So how is he wrong? Oh, and Katarina, you're the one who actually you also brought up this case, right? And please not.
Which case?
Oh, okay. So you didn't catch that. Don't worry about it. So I'll just put you on the list then.
No, I think it was Red Charlotte.
King William.
Okay, so it's Charmhole, William, Aze, and Chief, and then Katarina.
All right. So I know this is kind of divergent of exactly what we were just talking about, but just a few things of random points that I've been having so far. We've established that one of the biggest unions in the USA is the police union. So we talk a lot about defunding the police. How exactly are we going to break up that union? Of course, I don't want anybody to answer now. I just wanted to kind of bring that up so we can maybe hopefully talk about that sometime tonight, maybe at 5 a.m. And then a question for Chief and Clear. This is kind of rhetorical because I'm being cheeky as always. Are you pro-liberty? Do you guys enjoy liberty at all?
I'm pro whoever pays another $50 to kick you off the panel. That's what I'm pro.
Okay, yeah. So pro-capitalism at least. So yeah, because obviously if you're for liberty, how can you be for the police? I don't. They're just those conflict. Though they don't really make any sense. And then third, I know this is a spicy take, and I'm going to take this off the air. Nobody has to answer to this, but yeah, I believe if a cop kills a civilian in public, they deserve to be tried and sentenced to death by the state. If
Big
you live by
facts.
the gun,
Big facts.
die by the gun. Capital punishment works both ways, baby.
Line them up
Okay,
on the
when
wall.
you make ridiculous statements like that, it doesn't help anyone's cause.
Put
just
them
so
on
you
the
know.
wall.
Whatever. Fuck you.
Yeah, so I agree with you, dude.
It's
If you
alright.
if you shoot like a guy that's truly not causing any threat or harm to somebody, you deserve to get the death penalty both
No,
ways.
just the majority of people.
So all right,
Maybe
that's interesting take.
the stats don't really show
I'm
that.
sure people in my chat will have feelings about that. Okay,
Put them on the wall.
Let's go. Let's go. King of William, as a Chief Katarina.
I just wanted to connect
the two topics we've had so far, in saying that I mentioned in chat before that I took part in the protest in New York City in 2003 for the Iraq War, and I really, everywhere I went, I basically felt alone. Basically, nobody agreed with me. And then I went, except I had one friend, and he knew some other people, and we drove down to New York City and took part in this huge march. I was so gratified to see, I don't know, between 200 and 300,000 people taking over the streets of New York. And so we did that, and it was what you would call a peaceful protest. There was nothing violent about it at all. It was like a walking party, and everybody was having a good time, and it seemed like some kind of 60s revival thing. But basically, they did the kettling thing, where they basically sheepdogged everybody onto a bridge and arrested everybody, and they were just trying to manage it, and they acted very hostile, like we were some kind of a problem when we were exercising our First Amendment rights, right?
I remember that.
Yeah. And so if you want to know why protests.
Buddy?
You lost your voice.
Yeah, your voice. All of a sudden,
I think his Discord just died.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah, Discord.
Well, yeah,
it was a great take.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was going pretty based. I mean,
I remember exactly what he's talking about. Though.
So we'll hopefully wait for him to come back. So, Azzy, Chief, and then Katarana.
Yeah. Oh, it's my turn?
No, Azzy. Oh, fuck, dude.
Oh, Isaac.
Oh,
I didn't
hey,
know.
that's me. Great. Right,
looking
yeah, now,
for
so like
Isaac.
a lot of stuff got talked about before, like since the last time I came on. Well, since the last time I spoke, but just like a few like things about kind of like yeah, quite a few things, right? Quite a few things, right? So like one of the things that I kind of find a bit crazy about like American policing is that you guys only get like less than like a few months of training for your police. You're talking about something like police and police training. Like I am in a place, right, where to become a police officer, right, you require to go through like a 3-year program. Most places in like it's a CEGEP degree, right, which is I guess I don't know, is it considered like an associate's degree level?
Associates.
It's
Yeah,
considered
it's associates.
you have to get like an associate's degree equivalent, right, to go and become a police officer.
Williams back.
Right, like in a lot of other places in Europe, like you have to get like either an associate's or like a bachelor's equivalent like program, right, to become a police officer, right? Like it's just kind of crazy to me. Where like like it's, well, you go in and like if it like in a few months, right? It's like I think even military training sometimes takes longer.
It
right?
always takes longer.
Military training takes longer, and this is actually and this is like a crazy thing, right? Where like a police officer, right? One of the expectations of police officers is that they go into dangerous situations and they spend almost no time training for potentially like dangerous conduct. Like you look at like the amount of time they actually spend training like and like stress training for like dangerous situations, and you compare that to like similar types of jobs in like the military. It's like
even military cops go to school longer than regular
right,
police.
no, exactly. Right, it's like night and day, where like you have police officers that like basically go to the range like once a month, and that's like the extent of like their training. And like you have like people that are like in the military that like train 3 months or like train for like 2 years for like a 6-month tour, right? Like preparing like rules of engagement and hammering that like stat to like make sure that they don't screw up, right? And like you have police that like have barely any of that in like a lot of places in the United States. Like even in Canada, like they don't have that level of training, but like it's more than like a few months, right? It's like more than a few months. It's like number one.
So
some things that you guys need to do, and we don't have qualified immunity in Canada. We do not have qualified immunity in Canada because it's absolutely insane. I think like the combination of like I think the combination of like stand your ground Second Amendment plus qualified immunity is a recipe for disaster, right? Like you have qualified immunity where a police officer basically, if it's not explicitly stated like that, like it's not a human right not to have specifically like your neck specifically kneed on, it's fine, right? Then the police can do it, right? Combined with like stand your ground states where like people can like it's and a combination of no knock warrants, right? No knock warrants, stand your ground, and qualified immunity are like the perfect storm for absolute disaster in any sort of
I
like.
just shared a link in VC chat that basically proves like everything, or at least discusses the exact point you're trying to make. So it is a real valid point.
So hold on, let him finish, please.
So,
Go ahead.
oh yeah. Sorry. Like, I mean, here's the thing. This is what I saw right over like the past summer, right? Looking into it and looking at the comparison from like Canada, you have like those three things in combination are like an absolute disaster. Like we had like what is it? Once in Canada, a guy with like basically what the last time, right? Like in Montreal, I think we had like the equivalent of like as close as we had to like a no-knock warrant happen for like some guy related to organized crime. The police bust through his door, right? Unannounced. He took an illegal gun that he had and he shot the officer and he was let off because the court ruled in Canada like yeah, like the police didn't announce themselves. He had like no like even if the gun was illegal, right? It's like he's like involved in like with shady people, right? Like he was right to fear like somebody like if there's no knock at your door, you are right to fear for your life if somebody bursts through, right? That's just plain and simple, right? Like that's like the
Yeah, we
idea
got
that
it.
you
Yeah,
can
sure.
have a no knock
Sure.
warrant,
Okay.
like it's absolutely like a rational response to fear for your life.
Yeah,
Somebody
no, we
busts
got it.
down
Yeah,
your
we
door,
got it. Yeah.
right? Like, but the combination of like the no knock warrant plus the qualified immunity, which means the police can do whatever the fuck they want, plus stand your ground, leads to like an exorbitant amount, I think, like of these like a lot of like these like, a lot of tragedies, right? Leads to like a number of tragedies that shouldn't be there if you removed like if you fix those three issues, right? Now there's a whole bunch of other issues that need to be fixed. But I think like you can start with like those three. And I think qualified immunity and like ending no knock warrants or like should be priorities number 1 and number 2 for like any sort of like police reform type, right? And so
I'm not
I'd like
against
to
either one of
I'd
those
like to also
reforms,
say
right?
that Stardust was spitting facts about like
King
when she
William.
was talking. Right. But and this is where I'm gonna lose a lot of people, I think. Right. Is that like when you're like I think one of the issues with like the pragmatic reality of like, somebody says that like idealistically we'd burn the police to the ground and like build it up from nothing. Right. And I think there's like a very there's a problem there when you're discussing like okay we're going to get rid of like this institution that has this certain role within society, right? And the police do perform a very important role, which is the enforcement of the laws, right? And protecting the people to like a certain extent, right? But enforcement but no but like enforcement of the laws, right? So if you have right if you have a society right with laws, right, you have to have mechanisms to be able to enforce those laws, otherwise the laws mean nothing, right? And if you have like an institution like the police, right, which is necessary for various functions, right, that in and of itself like draws from a certain pool of the population that has like a personality matrix that's more or less suitable to like pursue that type of career.
Next.
Right. And so if you abolish that organization, but then you're like, well, now we have to rebuild it and we have to rebuild like something that's has the exact same mandate, the exact same powers, right? Like, or not the exact, but like very similar mandate, very similar powers, very like you're going to attract the same like population pool, right? Except now these people are like either being trained by the old guys, right? Or they're completely new and have like absolutely nothing and they're just going to run into the same types of like mistakes that the old people are going to do, but worse, which is exactly what happened in the Soviet Union when they instituted like we're going to abolish the politsia, instead we're going to recreate a people's militia, right, instead of like the police, the police department, right?
But
It ended up
nobody
like
actually knows how to learn from
months of
history
stuff.
in any country. They're just going to do the same shit over and over again and just call it a new name. With a
Well,
new
that's
logo.
exactly.
Like,
But that's
like,
what I'm saying with a lot of this abolish the police stuff. Is that's exactly what's probably end up like most likely that's what's going to happen. Is that
I
like
want to hear
you're
King
going to end up
William
with like
finish
almost
his
the
take.
exact same thing,
No,
right? You're
look,
going to end
hold
up with almost the exact same thing, with almost the exact same attitudes and almost the exact same powers. So you better like work on the actual institutional stuff, which is like number 1, number 2, qualified immunity, no knock warrants. A
you
lot
said
of
that.
like outreach.
Okay, no, sorry, we got
You said that.
sorry, we got to move on. We got to move on down the list. Okay, buddy.
Thank God.
And having training for more than like 6
no, we
months.
got to move on. Holy
Dude,
crap.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
No problem. William, I don't believe you were interrupted, but were you? I'm not sure. Were you?
I think my Discord died.
Oh,
as,
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
And yeah, I don't know what you missed. I was saying that if you
New York Bridge 2003.
Yeah, basically, I'm saying if you miss nonviolent protests, or if you think why aren't there nonviolent protests, it's because the police figured out how to manage them, and that's why that's there. They don't respect it as a First Amendment right. And the other thing I wanted to say is that we see from things like how they were doing the school shooting drills and stuff, like they were offering these like over the top clinics to schools about how to act, and they were trying to kind of hyperbolize the threat and scared the shit out of all these students and teachers. Or the way they had police presence in schools that I worked at, where they really were there to intimidate the students from low socioeconomic minority students. And so I think the whole the in terms of abolish the police, I just think that it just has to be completely reimagined, and it can't be this kind of no neck dullard thing of harassing and acting like some kind of holdover from the Confederacy. But without that, with that, I just have to get off because my computer's about to die. But thank you and take care, Swamp Fox.
Thank you,
Yeah,
King,
thank you, Brian.
King William, who is one of my illustrious tier 3 subs. I really do appreciate you. I want to shout you out for that. But thank you, buddy, for coming through.
Yeah, appreciate it. Take care.
All right, let's go down the list. Chief.
Yo, so one the case that's like lesser known is that's even more disturbing than like the DC case is let me see, let me look it up. It's a Lozito versus New York City. And what happened with this was there was a like a stabbing spree going on with like one guy, and they kind of like they kind of figured out where he was headed, and they had two police officers sitting in like the very front, or like kind of like in like at the conductor's area of like a subway, right, like the subway train. And he was like, the guy was on like the front cart when he just starts stabbing this one guy, because he's going on like a 28-hour stabbing spree at the time. And so this guy's just fucking going to town, and the police officers, seeing that he was already armed, decided to stay in that cabin instead of helping the guy that was fucking getting gutted, right? And it went to court. He was trying to sue the police for not helping him in that situation, and what the court ruled was that the police officers had no duty to like actually put their lives on the line to save somebody else. That they're treated kind of like everybody else is. Like nobody's legally required to risk themselves to save another.
Yeah, it was a Lozito Gelman. So Lozito was
Yeah.
stabbing the fuck out of yeah.
I dropped a
Yeah.
link for the
No,
general.
Lozito was the guy that was stabbed.
Yeah, Gelman was stabbing Lozito, and the cops
Yeah.
just watched him die, basically, or almost die.
I mean, you have to think about how many people are getting stabbed and just being watched died. Like tons of like older people within the Black Lives Matter protests are just like knocked on the fucking ground, and they're just bleeding out.
And there was also a on top of that, it didn't really go anywhere as far as court wise, but just to show like how truly there are some bad apples out there. In the state of Texas, about 10 years ago, there was a cop that would go around, pull people over, and when you hand them your ID, right? If you have a concealed carry, you usually hand over your concealed carry rather than your driver's license, right? So when they would hand him their concealed carry, he had asked them to put like the gun on the dashboard. That way he knows that they're being safe, right? That everybody, like, he knows where the gun is. That way nothing's getting reached for that he could misinterpret. Well, the moment they reached in there and grabbed that gun and put it on the dashboard, he'd shoot them. So he got away with that twice before the courts finally caught on and decided and figured out, hey, this guy's just a fucking serial killer in disguise.
There's also an example of a court case, or not a court case, but like a video where this guy was having like a heart attack, and he was also having like a stroke at this, I think either a stroke or heart attack. And then he was in the car. He wasn't doing anything aggressive, and they went and like sprayed mace in his face and dragged him out of the car and like put him on the ground and like hurt him. And he was very clearly showing some like issues cognitively at that moment, and they just like went full on aggression against him.
So
and didn't even like clean out his eyes.
Let's go to Katana. And after that, I'm curious if Polar and Red Charlotte have worked out which one of them is absolutely wrong. Katana.
Hello. Yeah. So I believe that the freedom of assembly is being completely oppressed in the States. on the basis that whenever you're going ahead and organizing any types of large group gatherings, such as, the Fridays for Future, in our city, we had 500,000 people show up, take up a bunch of space, etc. Everyone's chill because it's some real lib shit. And at the end of the day, the state gets to go ahead and say, good job, you did a good thing. But whenever you're actually coming forth and like having an agenda saying that you want these prescriptive things to be implemented, that's when they're ready to fucking bootstrap the hell out of you and step on all of your rights. Literally, like the freedom of assembly is only there when it's in the favor of the state. And if you have anything to say against the state, then they're ready to go ahead and completely repress anything that you have to say. And, in the meantime, different organizations can go ahead and co-opt your more political parties can co-opt your entire dialogue or whatever you're trying to say. But the second it becomes inconvenient for them, the second that it's not picture perfect, then the state wants nothing to do with you, and the cops are more than ready to go ahead and like repress everything that you want to say. So I don't even think that there's really a freedom of assembly currently there, because what is freedom of assembly if you can't go ahead and assemble against the people that gave you the right? Or I guess governments don't really, I don't believe governments give rights. I believe they're like ordained, but like you're not even being able to use your ordained rights against the state. It's pretty dumb.
Well,
Also, I want to
make
say,
sure there's a distinction between state and government there.
Okay, I'll say the federal government and the local government and the state government. Also, I wanted to go ahead and go to sleep. So that's me for the night.
Bye. Thanks for being here, Katarana.
No problem.
All right. So I'm wondering, Polar and Red Charlotte, and shout out to Katana, but Polar, Red Charlotte, have you guys figured this out?
What else is there to figure out? I mean, I already know I'm writing the case. Also, if we go to the Guzman case as well, the issue was the fact that Lozito needed to have direct contact with the cops in the motorman's booth. So that was the one like close to them. The issue was that there was no evidence that the cops knew he was in danger and then ignored that. That's why they weren't held liable. So that's what so just because the cops were close didn't necessarily mean they had known that and then chosen to ignore that. So that was the reason why that case failed.
Thank you.
Do you want to
hold on,
Red Charlotte?
Yes, so
Yeah, Red Charlotte, do you
I was
wanna-
the one that brought up. I was the one that brought up the Lozito case.
I don't know. We're not talking about that case. So
Oh, even district versus, I mean, what is it? Warren versus District of Columbia. Like I've already said, like the reason why we can't have it the way that people want it to. It's just not that simple. Precedent is important, and you can't just misinterpret it. Like
Yeah, and the precedent is that
that's
cops
also
have
not the
no
case we were
reasons.
talking about. We're talking about Gonzalez versus Town of Castle Rock. I don't know.
someone specifically brought up Warren versus District of Columbia on the
Yes,
basis that police. Yeah. So I don't know. Like, so I was responding to Chief, and that was just wrong too.
No, so hold on.
If you can cite the specific instance of that, then you would have
So
a better argument.
if you read the actual wording of like the ruling, right, it said that the officers had no special duty to protect Lozito. The officers knew that he was being stabbed, but they did not want to put themselves at risk of getting stabbed as well. Which is
Wait. Is that the actual is that the actual conclusion of the court case, or was that the presented argument
is
by
that the argument?
no,
Yeah,
this was the ruling.
Can you link that?
Yes, it's right here in this Wikipedia article. I can get this. I can get the actual source from it. Yeah.
Okay. And Polar, are you? I'm just curious. Polar, are you in bed? I'm really curious. Are you in bed?
Yes, because my computer is updating, and I'm hiding under a couple of pillows, so that's why if I sound a little different.
Okay. All right, Wordy, go ahead.
So if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the seventh paragraph of that, that link shows is the general summary of what the ruling is. Basically, they're saying is that there's no they can't make an appeal to general duty of police. They're basically saying you have to be able to cite specific duty that you're required here, when the reality is that basically says that cops have no duty to protect the police unless there's specifically mandated instances of protection and enforcement. So basically they have no actual desire or need to protect people.
Okay, no, but there's actually a very big difference when it comes to liability between general and specific duty.
And
Yeah,
Very
what I'm
big
saying is they don't have a general duty, and if you specifically put the specific duty, then you can say they have a specific duty. But even then, there's privilege immunity that often protects cops. So there's a series of like confounding factors here that is one going to protect like say they don't have a duty, and then two protect them even if they don't fulfill their duty.
Stop. So even if we look at the actual court case, so in the court case, they set out what it takes to like define that special relationship. So that they set out 1, 2, 3, and 4 like criteria for what that is. So I brought up an example earlier of a drunk person who, like, if the police like leaves them there and they end up in like a dangerous area and they end up getting hurt, you can sue for damages on that aspect. So look at the New York court case on that one. They set that special relationship, and the Guzman case didn't fulfill the requirements of that special relationship.
Can you cite this exactly where you're indicating here? Because I've cited a
I have a
specific
feeling it's in
paragraph.
is it in the court ruling itself?
It's in it's in this it's in the
It's in the
actual
Supreme Court
it's in
ruling.
the filed, not the state of Supreme Court, like the state of New York. So the specific case, I'll link that in chat.
Yeah, the Supreme Court of the state of New York. That's what I was reading from.
Oh, so that's not
what
actually the Supreme Court. That's just like a
No,
local court. It's like the
it's-
Superior
so
Court.
Wait, was this decision mandated on a Supreme Court level or a state level?
state Supreme Court.
Okay, then I'm reading off of like the decision.
So am I. And in that decision, like they give out a specific, like they give out the specific.
Where?
Go to the filed New York County Clerk's office.
I'm
I'll put it in
looking at
chat.
it.
Okay.
Where
hold
do
on.
you
Can you guys
indicate?
link
Because you're
what you're
not
talking
showing
about?
anywhere.
Can you guys link what you're talking about in VC chat?
Sure.
'Cause,
Yeah, I've already put it in voice chat.
Okay, give me a second. I'm on my phone.
I was like, I said I linked it in the chat. I'm like, hey, read here, 7th paragraph.
I see. Okay.
Hey, what's the topic right now? I feel like we're
Police suck.
Yeah,
They need
yeah.
to get rid
Police suck.
Yeah, we've kind of moved away from that.
So
Yeah, we moved towards like some sort of legal thing.
real quick on this. So irrespective of whatever happened with these other court rulings, if you scroll up, you can see Scott Peterson, the cop who was responsible for responding to Parkland in irons in a courtroom, being charged for not helping during Parkland. So you can say whatever you want about whatever court ruling you want. That he faced charges. So
yeah,
it's
that's anecdote Andy here. Just because one cop faced charges
What were
doesn't
those
mean it
charges?
has a whole trend.
Except when people say that, like, you know, they do the trend the other way. Like it's
if enough people have enough money, you can sue anybody for anything. So
yeah.
So the document that I'm looking at is the exact same one that you posted. So look at the 8th paragraph. Look at the specific requirements that they set for establishing a special relationship.
So okay, I also want to get back because I don't want to lose everyone on something.
Just read it. I don't know what else to say. Like
yeah. So yeah, take that up. I want to yell about the police a little bit more. Hey, Rage Comment, thank you for coming back. Nice to see you again. But yeah, everyone else is wrong about the police. I'm the only one here who's right. So
Why don't you always right? You hold the ability to get rid of us, and so you're like, I don't like you. Go away.
No, I want to do that just for disagreeing with me. In fact, I like when people disagree with me. I mean, it's my goal in life is to prove you all wrong, so that you cower under my intellectual might. But still, I'm
an anarchist. I don't believe in cowering.
But yeah, so my problem was with so Clearest, I think you had an issue with Katarina. She's gone now. And with her view of like the police, right? Feeling like it was maybe disrespectful how she viewed the cops, like in terms of like the shooting that just happened. You said you referenced someone who died, correct? And one of the police.
Right. Yeah. There was a cop that died that that was trying to help stop the Boulder shooter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yay, Sansol.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys furrow your brows, and you're like, oh, okay, who gives a shit?
How many more people die in their jobs compared to the police? Tons more.
Yeah, that's incidental to their fucking job. There's no responsibility for a fucking pizza guy to put his life on the line. It's basically, I get that there are dangerous. I get that there are dangerous jobs.
Yet they do it anyway. God bless them.
Yeah,
God bless.
God bless
God
them.
bless the pizza
I
man.
totally get it. They're trying to make a living, but at the same time, cops just throughout their day. Also, I'm pretty happy when a pizza guy comes to my house to deliver a pizza. By the way, if a cop pulls me over, Okay, yeah, you're real fucking witty. So if a cop fucking pulls me over, I'm gonna be upset, and I'm gonna want to probably litigate whatever avenues I have to get out of, whatever it is that the cop has pulled me over for.
How
And
much
that's
money are you gonna have though?
okay. I'm trying to make a point here. The point is that there's an adversarial relationship that already exists between the general public and police. It's not like there's an adversarial. Yeah, you're shaking your head. I totally get it. I understand it. I understand your position. It's fucking stupid. You're coming on here and you're talking to me in a way that like I don't get. I don't get your plight. I don't get your concerns. I don't get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I get, but I don't think you're internalizing the reality that cops actually do have a place in society, in the societal structure, to help preserve some amount of order, and that makes them on a level of basic that gives them a level of animus that does not exist with other professions.
Yeah, and they're abusing it, which is why we hate
Yeah,
them.
because they have the
Yeah, I'm
ability
fucking
to commit
talking here.
violence.
What?
They have
Well,
the
yeah,
ability to
they're
commit
given the
violence.
state's yeah, as an extension of the state's monopoly on violence.
You realize that
Exactly.
you realize
Yeah.
most of the people here, except for like anarchists, most people don't hate cops because they are cops. They hate cops because cops abuse their special privileges and position in society. If they didn't do those things and they were these like
You can rationalize hating
neutral,
cops. You
impartial
can rationalize
protectors
hating
of
cops any way
society and
you
order,
please. Any
then
way you
people
please.
wouldn't hate them.
Anytime that you need a cop,
People
it seems funny to me.
Okay, stop.
It seems funny
Okay,
to me.
what? Stop.
Whoa,
Hold
we
on,
gotta not
hold on.
interrupt people, right?
Hold on. Red Trial, finish
Dude,
your
I
point.
thought my
then.
computer was broke
Hold on.
because someone kept
I
saying
did too.
Oh,
Like,
everyone.
If you interrupt me,
Please.
So,
Whoa, what
Hold on.
just happened?
Everyone,
You
shut
have
up for a second.
no problems
Everyone,
interrupting me
shut
when
up for.
I'm
Hold on,
talking, by the way.
Did you not hear me? Everyone, shut up for a second. Thank you. Great. All right. Red Charlie, finish your point.
Yeah.
Then clear so you can respond.
yeah, my point is people hate cops because cops suck, not because they hate cops for being cops.
Yeah, I disagree. I think you think.
I mean, you're wrong.
Okay, can you guys
No.
like
Hold on.
careful.
Hold on. Let Clarice respond, please.
Yeah, whatever. Cops suck. Yeah, good. I don't know. I don't have anything to respond to. You guys, you live in this society where it's so easy to criticize cops for the work that they do. I get it. It's easy being in your little in your cave or whatever on your computer talking about how shitty cops are. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You've got your fucking your printed AR-15 sitting next to you, and the only thing stopping you from going and destroying society with the AR-15 is a fucking cop.
In the
And
last year alone,
somehow they're the bad people.
I've had with cops.
Charmo,
I've
every
interacted
single time that you open your mouth, you fucking you just
I gotta understand what clearest is like. What you're saying that people just dislike the cops because of the concept of police.
Dude, if firemen were burning down houses, we would be complaining about that too. But they're not. So
No, I want to hear it from him because I've only been here for about 30 seconds. I'm very, very curious what your take was.
I don't basically Red Charlie was saying that cops suck, right? And I don't necessarily think that cops suck. I think they are human, and they're placed in a position where they don't really necessarily get the training that they need to get. They're not equipped to deal with certain situations, and they're dealing with a public that is increasingly adversarial to their goals. Every single time that they're trying to do their job, they have people down their fucking neck trying to stop them from doing whatever it is that they're trying to do. And I get it that there are situations where they go overboard, and they definitely do need to be held accountable for those things. Again, I'm not against qualified immunity. I'm not against body cams being used to keep them accountable. I'm not against police reforms, but to say that all cops are bastards, to simply think that all cops are just total shitbags, it confounds the senses.
Nobody said that here.
Yeah,
that's a really cool. Like you're fighting against no one. Like
Fuck
Wordy,
off.
you're so brave, but like Claris, most of us weren't saying that. Nobody said. I don't think anyone said ACAB in this entire fucking conversation.
Oh yeah,
I heard it earlier.
I just said it.
So like,
Wordy, you can.
I don't know about me, but I am not a police abolitionist. So like, I only hate cops currently as they currently exist. Like this is just like a stupid point.
If only our good friend.
Somebody just fucking said ACAB, Jermo, whatever.
Cops who had their guns ready
okay, to evict me. Like, what? For what? For the assholes who hated me because I didn't pay 1 month of rent? Wow, great job, cops. Wow, you really protected the peace, kicking me out of my fucking house.
Clear the
And
point I made. The point I made when we started was that cops are supposed to be there to protect rights, not harass people.
Yeah, the rights of
that was my
landlord.
take.
Awesome. And then last year, I know it's so anecdotal, but I'm just going to Clear's point. He's like, you're all in your caves, not interacting with cops. Here's another one. I wrecked my bicycle last summer. Sick jump on my bike. Fell over the handlebars, hurt my fucking neck. I'm fucking screaming on the ground. God damn, this fucking hurts. I get up, the cop gets out of his car and he's got his hand on his fucking gun. And he's like, what's the issue? Are you okay? And I was just like, are you okay? Fuck, dude. You're like ready to pull out his gun after I hurt myself. It's fucked up, dude.
Okay, so where do you go ahead?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reality is, just because you say cops are here going to have a natural animus, they've built that animus. They've built the reality, because you have to think all the people who have died, like literally, not just like in our current frame, like ever since the conception of police forces within like America. You have to think about all the people that have died. I'm part of the LGBT community. Tons of my people have died. People of color have died repeatedly over and over ever since the conception of the cops. And the reality is, just because you're saying that cops are supposed to do things, the reality is they don't do that stuff. They don't have to do that stuff. They are not here for us. They are here to basically enforce the laws, harsher consequences. And the reality is, your level of class and your level of privilege is going to affect the treatment that you're going to have. Like I as a white person, am not going to have as harsh of consequence as compared to a person who's black. You can talk to literal tons of black people. Like almost every single black person will say they had know somebody, they have close people to their lives. Like this is not just anecdotal reality. This is a statistical fact. You can't argue with statistics because the statistics don't support your argument. And the reality is, I am taking the extreme position to remove cops as a whole and delegate their roles to other groups, so we can simultaneously decentralize the power and monopoly of violence, while also allowing us to fulfill the issues that cops would inherently fill.
There you go, Red Charlie. There's a police abolition right there.
Hold on, don't Clearest, you're going to be able to respond to all this, I guarantee you. I just want to get in Sansol quickly, and then Stardust, and then was it Chief?
Could I get in, please?
Oh, Kobe?
So
yeah, sure.
I just wanted to. Oh.
No, go ahead, Sansol.
Sorry, am I going? Or
yeah, Sansol,
okay, cool.
please.
Just to understand, are you the guy that just spoke? Are you saying that we should abolish police in any soon, or is it something that you see as a long-term goal?
Well, the reality is we most likely are not going to get rid of them in extreme short-term circumstances, because I'll do a lot of political influence, and the reality is we're probably gonna have to compromise to some extent. So you basically minimize them to the most amount, and to eventually come to the position to where their roles are so limited that they have really no reason to exist. My advocation for policy, my advocation for the ultimate end goal I have does not always reflect what the transitionary points.
Sure. My question for you then is, in the case of truly just a violent action, like someone's robbing a bank or something, right? And this is me curious, right? So if someone's robbing a bank, what is the difference between whatever force that you would have go and respond to that threat than what we currently think of as a SWAT team or a police force?
Can you repeat that one more time? I didn't quite understand your
Sorry.
question.
So you're saying that you want to have different different agencies or different groups of government actors go in and take the place of police in different roles, right? So mental health, I assume, and stuff like that, right? But in the case of well, yeah, I'm just giving an example. So in the case of an actually threat to society, someone's walked in, they have hostages, and shit like that. What's the difference between what we currently think of as a SWAT team, or we currently call them police forces, right? What would be the difference between your system, the whatever force takes over there, and what we have now as police or SWAT teams?
So if I understand this, you're
Branding.
basically saying what
Like
mechanisms are
social
put in place
workers
to
and
replace it?
police.
But
Yeah,
like we
so
wouldn't have a social worker go into a hostage situation like where they like are like shooting at the police every time someone walks near the door, right?
yeah, but what you can do is you can have people that directly intervene and talk to them, because what happens is police often escalate the situation. They often result in more harm than they're going to solve.
Do you
So
think
what
that
So
happens?
every single
the idea
situation
would be
can
is that we've
always
already
be?
tried this in this hypothetical. We've already tried this. We've asked
Oh, have
them,
we?
please stop robbing the bank. What is the material difference between the people with guns we send in to enforce the law in your world and what we have now? Do we just call it the People's Democratic Police and we say they're
Well,
different?
in that
Call them
instance,
the
you're more.
militia,
Oh God.
the militia.
So what you're more likely to do is have people work together instead of having a designated like force itself to enact violence. What
So
you can
just
do
hue and
is
cry.
So like Alden,
Or
you're
you can agree.
So we're going
like
back
to me in your
like
situation when
400
we deal
years.
with like a bank robbery is the people would have to like democratically assemble a police force on the go.
No,
Like,
what
come on,
happens
dog.
is if you have like people who are hostages,
Okay,
like,
no.
Wait. So everybody can agree here
Hold on,
that
let me respond. I asked my
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Please, yeah. Let him respond.
Okay, so what you do is you educate people for those kinds of circumstances. You give them mechanisms and like tools to fundamentally be able to avert those crises. And if those crises do come along, you give them tools to prevent those. Like for
So
example,
the tool would be a gun, right? So like I really don't know if we should have like
yeah, like, I'm not
guns
saying that
available.
people
Armed,
can't
the
have
NRA armed society.
No, what I'm saying
Is that what we're
people-
doing?
No, God, no. But
Is
I'm
the
saying
organizations the same
Yeah.
though? Like,
no,
do they have
but
somebody they report
see, if
to?
you collectively
So
have
there's just
people
no
working
accountability
together-
there.
Now, how about you let me answer the point?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So what happens is there's a difference between a single group having the monopoly of violence versus people collectively holding power together. So what you do is like if people are in a violent situation, then you have people able to work together to prevent that violence from occurring.
But how? Like
We
by
already
which
have
mechanism?
examples
Do
of
they
that
just have like? Is it just the NRA society where everybody just has a gun and so somebody just pull like the good guy with a gun?
We already have
or
those
like
situations occurring though.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
they'll
on.
be like,
yeah,
what?
sometimes
What-
sure, but like
hold on.
that would be the only
a
thing.
better
One at a time.
question. Yeah, a better question would be like if you're just saying that there's going to be like group militias or whatever you want to fucking call them, right? And they're going to go in there and they're going to solve the situation, right? Well, we have to think of a couple of things. Number one, we have a justice system that like holds people accountable if they like fuck shit up. Number two, there's the organization. Like if there's like love them or hate them, cops have like tactics. If there's a hostage situation and there's a bank robbery and shit, they have tactics to safely get people out of that situation, right? If you're just going to get a bunch of fucking community members that have like their hunting rifles and shit, probably not going to have that same organization where they practice all the time and they fucking
There
like
we
have
go.
training.
We have things like called posses back in the Old West where it wasn't organized as a
Is the Old West something that we should
Are we
model
going
our
to go, like?
criminal
I mean,
justice system
number
off of?
one,
The posses
One at a time.
existed
Yeah, one
so that
time.
the posses existed so they could round up Native Americans and execute them. Okay, this is not a good example. What are you talking about here, dog?
Look, here's my take. I think if you train cops the same amount of shit that the military cops get trained, I think that we'll have less problems.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
100%.
You also have to teach like
Greater
self-defense.
So I want to let more people in here. Okay, so let's go to hold on. I actually have a list here. Okay. Well, Kobe, did you have anything else to say? Because you were next, and then Chief, and then Red Charlotte.
I'll put it to you like this, okay? I think that we have to recognize that, like, sometimes when we deconstruct societal institutions and we recognize that, like, in order to have society function, we have to rebuild them. I don't think we should probably call for the abolition. We should just be realistic and call for the reform. I know it doesn't sound as fun to call for the reform. Yeah, I know, but you were talking about the idea that we would do it so much that they would like dissolve. We're never going to be able to dissolve armed law enforcement. There are going to be times in which we are going to need to have because like we pointed out, there are going to be examples where we're going to need to have folks with guns that are going to be able to stop the bad folks with guns. That's the truth, and we need to figure out a way to organize that. And I don't think popular militias, again, and we can look at the history of the United States of America. I don't think they turn out very well. Mob justice does not have a great track record in America.
I'm not saying mob justice. I'm saying in crises,
what it
you
is.
have people who are educated and they don't have
it is though.
violence.
So people who are educated and properly trained and given a gun and what does that sound like?
But it's not
Yeah, they'd be
enforcement
like,
at all. It's
Sounds like cops.
One at a time.
Well,
So
it
is an
everyone,
enforcement of law, though.
everyone, shut up. One at a time, so everybody can respond. Seriously, everyone, chill out.
So in this instance, is like, for example, if you have the police that itself is existing as it is. The issue is you have the unchecked abuse of power. But then what you do is you have people collectively work together. Like people collectively on a local level can often be more effective for averting crises than it is on a police institutional level.
So I get what you're saying in like a very broad sense, but the problem is like sometimes we're not going to be able to catch the bank robber when he's a little boy and like tell him that he doesn't need to turn that to a life of crime. Sometimes the bank robber is robbing the bank.
Think about why a person's going to rob a bank in the first place.
I get you, dude. I know I'm a socialist. Okay, but that's not how the reality works. Sometimes it happens, and we can't fix the material conditions during the bank robbery. We need to fix the bank robbery as it happens.
But we can often prevent the bank robberies occurring from the
But we can't always. We're talking about
yes. Let's abolish the police because crime won't exist under socialism. So we should just enact socialism so crime will never happen. Yeah, that worked out real well. That worked out real well throughout the 20th century.
Destiny's talking.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck up. No, I was gonna say it reminds me of like somebody comes into the hospital with a heart attack, and the answer is like, well, he needs to diet and exercise, and it's like, yeah, that would have helped, but like we're past the point of that. Like when somebody's calling 911, it's probably not time for community service. It's probably time. It's like an emergency that there needs to be an intervention for.
But the issue is you're comparing a person experiencing a heart attack, which we already have mechanisms to deal with, compared to like violence. It's kind of a good comparison.
A person getting like beaten down by somebody who's like 200 pounds, right, more than them, is not. You're not going to help them by having a social worker go in there and say like, hey, can you stop? Like, I'm pretty sure the cops tried that too.
Okay, but what you could do is have people resort to like aggressive behaviors without resorting to violent behaviors.
Right, but sometimes the people don't back down is the thing. And like what I've heard from you essentially is like either a return to like the posse system of the Wild West or like the NRA society or like or something so similar that it's effectively indistinguishable and the language that I'm using accurately conveys the point that you're making. All right.
Yeah,
or we're like in NRA society where everybody just has a gun and so just everybody just shoots everybody else. Like those are the alternatives that I'm hearing from you.
There are some levels in the argumentation that I need to address and I need to think about. But fundamentally is if we have a system as it is failing to like protect people and it's fundamentally hurting people more than it is protecting, then you have to devise it. Then you have to abolish that system.
Like no, like that is actually quite questionable.
Wait, no, no, that's not. So, like, for example, we have a healthcare system that's probably doing more damage, not more damage, but it's a pretty fucked up. We don't need to abolish healthcare. We just need to reform it into a universal system. Right?
Well, you need to abolish the mechanisms that allow for the abuse of healthcare.
But we don't. So we actually don't. We don't need to abolish. I live in California. We don't need to abolish Medicare. We just need to have the government run Medicare. That's just what. Or sorry, we call it. Sorry, what's it called? Medi-Cal. Right?
I'm saying abolish the financial side of it.
So
by taking away the financial incentive.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to other people. What we have here is Chief, and then Red Charlotte, and I guess we'll leave it at that for now. Oh, let's and Stardust.
Yeah, so I think I like the whole idea of like going back to the old rootin' and tootin' and shooting them up west is kind of like really dumb. So when I got my concealed carry permit, they always quote this one instance that happened here in Texas, where a gas station was getting robbed. Right, the perpetrator had a shotgun pointed at the guy. The guy, through some Chad means, managed to fucking get the shotgun on the guy. Ended up on the other side of the counter. The perpetrator hopped over the counter, right? So they did a swap. Now the clerk has the gun pointed at the guy, right? Well, some schmuck rolls up to the gas station wanting to buy some booze or something. He sees a guy pointing a shotgun at what he thought was the clerk because the guy was behind the counter. He pulls out his 9 and shoots the clerk in the head. Well, that guy's in jail right now for the rest of his life because he didn't know the situation. He's not properly trained like a law enforcement officer should be. And so that's what ends up happening if you try and form like these kind of like little pseudo militia kind of things where you leave it up to the people to solve.
Another anecdote. Andy over here.
Oh yeah, well I'm just giving
It might be an anecdotal example, but you can also see an example there in what happens if there's someone that is not trained going into a situation that they're not equipped to be able to deal with, right?
Okay.
It's you can also look at other examples like where people fuck shit up because they don't actually know what they're supposed to do in a situation. They actually put more people in danger by like trying to Rambo their way through some sort of like really fucking heinous interaction, you know?
I think Wordy's idea is dog shit for a variety of reasons, but I think you guys are giving like the worst possible version of it. I don't know how you like to be addressed, Wordy, but I don't think Wordy is saying
Yeah,
that
I'm
like
fine
it
with
needs to be
Wordy,
like
it's fine.
okay, I don't think Wordy's saying there needs to be like random fucking mobs of people running around murdering people. It sounds like if we construct like an idealized version of Wordy's system, there might be some like small like neighborhood democratic bodies that have people on standby that are designated to deal. Like maybe you have like a nurse that lives on a block or a mental health professional that has worked in like a psych ward or something that has that type of training. And these would be the people that you would have in charge to deal with these types of situations. And then those would be the people responsible going, and not like a random like, oh, like Joe down the street said it's his turn, so he's going to go and try to resolve the violent conflict between the 15 people down the block or whatever. Like it sounds like that's probably a more accurate version of what Woody wants, rather than roaming bands of wild Western mobs trying to clean up the streets.
Yeah, the issue like with wild Western mobs and such is like because it leads to an inherent like lack of like central like legalization basically. But what happens is we already have like community patrols that very much engage in like we have I can like give me a second.
In more affluent neighborhoods.
Yeah, we have like already neighborhood patrols that already
And they
exist.
break up domestic violence disputes?
Yeah, they break up domestic violence disputes.
No.
I don't
No,
believe you.
The banana cops, okay, deal with like low level noise complaints and like parking tickets. The banana cops.
I'm not buying that they storm in somebody's house and
sorry,
say, hey, stop beating your wife.
Sorry,
Okay,
like
wait,
the community security drove around like yellow cars, so like me and my friends used to call them the banana cops. when we were kids.
So
I think the
like,
most important part of
thank you, Stephen. Okay, so this is where I'm going to side against Wordy, right? So I'm actually in favor of centralized systems because I think they are more easily democratically controlled and they have easier to have oversight on. When everything is the big problem with America and the United States, it's even delegated by the Constitution, which I think we need a constitutional amendment for, is it's literally illegal to federalize the police. Because it's up to the states. It's the states delegated powers to the states to handle policing, which I think is fucking awful. And it goes all the way down to like the county level or whatever. It's all like everyone does different things. Every state has different training. Every state has different funding. It's just like a mess.
It's because
and
nobody's
even though
voted.
I think the centralized like
even though I support
organization like the police, which needs to be incredibly responsive to local needs, like federally for 350 million people, would be a
no, you don't
disastrous
understand what I mean
idea.
by federally. Federally
Well, did you just say federally? Or
doesn't
did I
mean
miss
that like there's like
You don't have
federally
just cops just
standardized
residing
and
in DC
federally
all the
regulated. It
time.
doesn't mean that there's like the national that doesn't mean
Didn't
there's
you
like a
say
national
nationalize
police
the
chief
police?
who like every single thing. No, I said federalize. What do you mean
Yeah.
nationalized? They're
Yeah,
already
that's
like
what that
owned
is.
by the state. Like they're already nationalized. So like but I also believe in like what Wordy's talking about when I talk about like 93% of police calls are nonviolent, right? Police's jobs, like police officers, are too broad. They are not specialized enough. So what I would want, the reason I want it to be more centralized and not to just be like community volunteers is because like I want people who are doing these things, who are delegating, who have special rights to like, go into people's houses, arrest people, do these certain things, should be extremely specialized. So you would have like the mental health unit, you would have the violent crime unit, right, which would be the cops, right?
I mean, here's the thing: a lot of police departments already have
No,
units like
no.
that.
So here's the specialized thing.
There is no single police department in the entire United States that has like tiny little fucking like units. They're experimenting with some like Denver and New Orleans have like a 911 alternative for like mental health emergencies, but that's it. The cops still are delegated pretty much all duties. They do traffic stops, they do violent disputes, they do murders, they do literally everything. Anything that has to do with law and order, a cop does it. And a cop is trained in the United States for like 5 fucking months, and they're like, okay, go do all this stuff.
I mean, look, maybe I don't know. Maybe that's.
Can I make a
American
point, please?
No, hold on, no, because we got a whole list of people, dude. But we'll get back to you. We'll put you on the list. But we have Stardust has been waiting quite patiently. Then we'll get Destiny in, and then Swampbox. Stardust.
Well, just going back to an earlier point, I think it was Wordy was saying like that cops are only there to like defend the state. and I understand what you're saying, but it's more the laws that are imposed by the state, right? And those laws are based off of those laws are based off of things that we deem like is moral or immoral or is right and what isn't right, right? So so when it's things like violence, right? The cop is enforcing what the state is telling the cop to enforce, but at the end of the day, the reason for that needing to be enforced is because they're thinking about the person on the other end of that violence.
Let's go to Destiny.
Can I respond?
Oh, you want to respond to that? Sure.
Yeah, okay. So there's a fundamental issue here is because cops, as like not only in America, but like history shows that institutionalized forces of control, like police, have fundamentally don't enforce the laws, they enforce the consequences of being like actively being a citizen. So like for example, so like what happens is like cops here are only here to enforce the law to the extent that it is agreed upon for the state to enforce those laws. It's not the people who get to choose those laws, it's the state. We exist in a democracy, and to some extent we can like have an enforcement of law, but like an institutionalized of what our ideas are. But the reality is, more often than not, the state gets to choose the laws, they get to choose the implementation of those laws, they get to choose the consequences of breaking those laws. And we as a society do not democratically get to choose a majority of our laws.
So here's a good example of this. One of the things that people like use as like an example of how bad cops are is the crime bill, which was something that was put into law by democratically elected politicians. So like actually the thing is like it is true that the state the state dictates what the cops do, but in America the people dictate the state. Even though there's all the problems are.
The crime bill was popular at the time.
You're talking with a few socialists. They say that it actually doesn't.
Yeah, I mean like it just does. Like we
So if anyone's about to cite Gillens and Page, don't. All right, it's not a good study.
I think something that's really important that like a lot of people don't like the idea of like centralized power. I think that the centralized power is really important. That monopoly on violence is really important because we need one central body that's going to have liability for dealing with these types of issues. I think the big issue is that especially when you've got violent situations coming up, there's always a chance that things are going to turn for the worse. And there has to be some central body that liability falls on. There has to be some way to dole out jurisdiction. Like who can we say is ultimately responsible for how our situation turned out? And I think that even in the Steelman version of your example, Wardy, where you have like a democratically elected council or whatever, like would these people really want to step up and be in charge of these types of situations if they knew that if they fucked up or if they mishandled things, that they would end up being accountable for these things? I don't know if you'd get the same type of participation.
But by putting it on
agreed 100%.
By putting it on a local level, you basically have a greater harshness of consequence.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like I don't know who would step up to do that. Like let's say for instance
We already
that
have people who step up to do things like that all the time.
Well, for police officers, it's because they're paid, right? Because
Not just
that's like
police officers, but like we have city council members who come in and like they do these things and they're democratically elected. And because of that, if they're democratically elected and they're on a local level, they have a greater, much more perception of consequences as opposed to like
I don't
state
think
level.
like a city council person is going to be like in a situation where they might be having to make a call on whether or not they need to kill somebody or who they need to shoot or what's going on. Like I think that the level of liability that a police officer theoretically faces on a call is going to be way higher than a city council person going in to sign a piece of legislation.
But the reality is that liability doesn't exist for cops.
But it does. What do you mean?
We have privilege immunity.
But privileged immunity isn't a get out of jail free card for everything. Cops are held responsible if they do fucked up things. Sometimes they're not.
For a majority of the consequences.
No, they lose their job.
I have a quick
Sometimes
fix.
they lose their job. Sometimes they're charged with further crimes. It really depends on the particular case. But again, there might be an argument for like independent oversight for police officers. I think that's really good. I think having independent boards that do oversight is really good. But the idea that you would just throw out like the whole institution and assume that other people would step up to do the job just because some people run for city council. Like I think you need that monopoly on violence. We need one central body that we can call and say like, hey, you need to solve this problem. It might get violent. Like you're the one in charge. Like you deal with it. You deal with the repercussions and consequences. Like it's all on this body. And then also I don't agree. This is kind of on the same point. I don't agree with the idea of saying like, well, we don't make the laws. The state does. I mean, we live in a representative democracy. The state does make the laws. And oftentimes, well, I don't know if I can say often, but sometimes people do actually directly choose the punishments. I know at the very least in California and in Nebraska, like the death penalty was literally up for referendum, and people voted in favor or against it, depending on the state. Like Nebraska, for instance, they voted in favor of bringing back the electric chair. I think in California they voted in favor of, I think it was repealing the death penalty, or it might have been for speeding up executions. I don't remember, but like sometimes it is up for referendum. Like,
Destiny, like to steal man wordy real quick. I don't think when people say no accountability, I don't think they're being literal. I think when people say cops have no accountability, what they actually mean is that relative to what they ought to, or what would seem reasonable, like the disparity between that and what is reality is so far that people are like they're not accountable to the public and they're not accountable to the law because they have so much immunity, so much privilege. And when they do fuck up, when a regular person fucks up in that same exact way, that regular person is going to get fined, go to jail, be punished legally, but a cop goes, oh, you're on suspension for like a week.
I have a fixed action for all of that.
But this is why, like when Obama introduced federal oversight for certain police departments, those police departments experienced much less police abuse and police shootings than ones that didn't have the federal accountability. So like the fact that like it so dramatically made things better when they just added a little bit of accountability on top shows how unaccountable they currently are by and large. Hopefully Biden, brings that back. But
yeah, I think
and I would make the argument that that inherent power hierarchy is the issue in itself, because the power disparity is just going to come and develop over time. Regardless of like how
let's go down to Swamp Fox and then Rage Comment. And Swamp Fox, if you do me a favor and like turn down the gain on your mic, because the gain is like crazy high on your mic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just try for now. At least I'm
gonna move it far away.
Oh,
Jesus. How's that?
Oh shit.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's a bit better. Go ahead.
All right, I'll turn down the gain after whatever. But so personal experience wise, I've had Marines that were in trouble for domestic violence, for instance, right? The cops acted in a way where they arrested the perp, basically took him to the hospital, and then that's where the whole situation ended. Myself, I had suicidal ideations. The cops came and got me in Japan out in town, and they took me to the mental health section at the Naval Hospital. I think I think the cops can be used in a way that is beneficial, but the cops that we have right now are all power hungry, and they just fuck people over. I mean, like I said, coming into this, cops are supposed to be there to protect your rights, not harass you. And what it seems to be more of as of late is they harass you, even when you're completely within the bindings of the law.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I'm gonna fix my mic and then be back.
Okay, cool. Let's go to our Rage Comment. And then I want to engage Claris because I didn't actually get to finish what I was trying to do there. But go ahead, Rage Comment.
Ready? Can you hear me, or am I lagging or
You're
anything?
good. You're all good.
All right. There was so much going on in this conversation. One of the things that I wanted to address was patrolling. I think a lot of the harm that's done with police is because we have like policies, either formally or informally, I guess. Like broken windows policing, where police are like looking out to see, oh, is there something wrong there, and they go and they harass people. I think that the institution of the police can be transformed. So like I think it was Red Charlotte who was saying maybe we need more specialized departments for mental health, or for like have specific people trained for violent interactions, have people trained for drug people who are overdosing, have people trained for all the different things. But I don't think maybe in the really long run, you can have a society where you don't need armed police at all. But I think currently, especially with how many guns we have in the United States, and the animosity that we have, like we kind of have a culture where people don't trust the police. And so a lot of that is warranted because police don't have a good attitudes and interactions with the general public. But I just don't think that disarming the police or defunding the police without addressing because if you defund the police and they don't have enough money to train people, like then that's not a good situation. Or if you defund the police and they skip back on
Well, it's a
body
specific
cams, that's
area
not
that
good.
needs to be defunded.
Yeah, that's not what we mean by a defund. But hold on, first of all, I want to make sure you finish your point, so I don't want to interrupt you. So finish your point, please.
I do have one point, but it's really controversial, so I don't know if I necessarily want to say it.
Oh, no, we want you to say it.
I do think I do think that we need to educate the populace on behaviors that are more advantageous for the individual when dealing with the police. Like resisting arrest.
This is the same thing we were
almost
talking
always a
about
bad
when
idea.
I left.
So no, but we
I'm sorry to bring it back up.
We can no, that's
No,
fine.
I'm sorry to bring it back up.
No, it's
but,
fine. Fine, go ahead.
But while it is true that even if the police is like the worst person, resisting arrest or being defiant, that's more likely to get yourself killed. Like I don't think like you can sort that out after you've gotten to the what is it? Well, live streaming, like yes, getting video evidence is always a good idea. I just don't think that trying to challenge the police in the moment when they have a gun is literally like what we tell people who are getting mugged. Don't like just give them the wallet. Like you want to comply and then challenge the oppression or the wrongness or the violence that they're acting. You don't want to do that in the moment when they have a gun and you don't. That's my opinion.
Okay, all right. So I said I was going to interact with Clarice afterwards because I didn't get to finish what I was trying to do with them. But this kind of dovetails into that. Okay, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect that you compared the police to criminals, right? That's a good train of thought there. Follow that, all right? Because you're saying if they're the worst person, what does the worst person mean, right? What level of abuse are you actually being subjected to at that very moment? So the problem is, like, first of all, I don't. You're not wrong in that people should understand the best ways to deal with the police, right? It's something I said previously, right? That we should be teaching our kids, like, here are the best ways to deal with the police. Don't mouth off. It's probably not a good idea, right? It'll probably put you in a terrible situation, but that's not the solution, right? That's not the solution, like, whatsoever. That's only addressing a symptom of a larger cause. The cause being the police using horrific violence against the populace, right? Just because they feel like it. Just because, whatever, right? Just because I
don't think literally anybody believes that. Is there anyone on this panel? Wait, what was the name of the guy that brought that up? I don't think anybody here believes that like just acting calm around the cops fixes literally anything. It's just like you should.
No,
because it's better for and optimize your own outcomes.
Pretty much
right?
everyone knows that.
Yeah,
like,
we're not saying be dumb around the police.
Yeah,
we're just saying there are certain instances where you can be aggressive against police and instances where you shouldn't be aggressive.
What are instances where you can be aggressive towards police?
When you're in like large
when
protests.
they're gonna fucking shoot you for
what? That was
that is so white. I'm sorry.
Attack police in large protests.
Part of the
that just encourages them to be more violent.
Attacking. I'm saying resisting.
So hold
There's
on.
a difference between resisting and attacking.
There is exactly this, but this is important. This part is important. What he's trying to say is important. It's like, what exactly do you mean by aggressive? Because aggressive is doing a lot here, right? Is aggressive like punching a police officer back because he punched you, right? Is that what you mean, or is it that you simply said no to them? You simply didn't give them problems. You didn't put officer at the end of all your sentences, because that can be read as there was the case where someone was charged for bleeding on a cop, right? It was as aggressive behavior as attacking the police, right? So so my point is that like the real problem is actually the police, the judicial system, and in this culture of behavior that says that I can commit violence against them, right, against the populace, and that it is okay, that my decision to put my hands on someone is always backed up by the state. And we see that continuously. When we actually do take these people to court for their actions, they're getting off again and again. So that's the real issue here, not what you were talking about. It's not an incorrect point. We should be teaching kids how to approach the police, but that's only dealing with the symptom, not the one of the root causes of this. And then I wanted to expand things with Clarice, right? So you talked about like how the ACAB, right? All cops are bastards. How you felt like that was the sentiment here, and maybe no one actually said it before, but I'll say it now because all cops are fucking bastards.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
it.
So It's not
Okay,
that. So
real quick, can we just no, let me point that out to Red Charlotte that there are multiple people in here saying all cops are bastards. Okay, because before
Yeah, okay, I'll
before,
say
yeah,
it.
but
They
she's not
fucking
responsible for us.
brutalized my
She's
grandma
not-
in front of me. Like, yeah, they're bastards.
Yeah, she's not responsible for her opinions. If she thought that there
No,
was no one who
I
felt
know
that way.
she's not, but she said before, like there was nobody on, like it was inconceivable that
When I
anybody would
said
have the
that,
sentiment
was
on
like
that panel.
40 minutes ago. Like,
Oh, so it was so long ago, so it doesn't matter,
well,
right?
as in, like, it
Oh,
was before anyone had said it.
Wait, who is? Hold on,
She
your
said
name is.
nobody had,
Wait,
like,
hold on,
really
wait. I
said
just
it
want
until I
to.
said it.
Clearest. Is it clearest?
Yeah.
Clearest.
People that are ACAB will never ever fucking admit they are ACAB. They are the most spineless fucks in the
just
world,
did.
and they'll only
We
do it on their
just
own
had two
Twitter
of them do it on the
I
panel.
know. I'm just telling you, don't ever say, "Oh, so you are ACAB." 95% of the fucking lefty dipshit
No,
you
that's
talk to are
not what he
ACAB.
said.
They're
Okay.
just gonna hide it from
That's
you,
that's
and
not
they'll
what he
hide
said.
it behind all sorts of
Okay,
other. So don't
That's
ever
not what he
Destiny,
said.
that's fucking
That's not what he
bullshit.
said.
Destiny, that's
Yeah,
fucking.
fuck
Hold
off,
on.
Destiny. That's
He said
bullshit.
earlier in the
Also,
argument.
It's
every
not.
single argument.
Steven, stop.
Every single argument that you hear somebody say for ACAB, by the way, replace police
Hold on,
officer
stop.
with a black person and
One at a
progressive
time.
fucking
One
argument.
at a time.
Dumbest
Stop.
fucking argument I've heard in my
Shit.
life.
Stop. Stop. Hey,
No.
all right, fine. I
I
will
have
mute
to
you.
set
Holy
the
shit!
record
Everyone,
straight.
shut up. Shut up. I will mute you when I say shut up. Everyone, shut the fuck up. I don't care who you are. Shut up. Thank you. One at a time, and I will direct you. Fuck. All right. Red Charlotte. You can go.
Yeah, okay, Steven. I love you, buddy, but like you weren't here. So like I'm not ACAB. Like I'm unironically not ACAB. Maybe like emotionally, but not like ideologically. So like Clearest earlier had like said something like 40 fucking minutes ago where like he said like you guys are all like ACAB, and all I said was that nobody in this conversation has said ACAB. So I don't know why you brought that up. And then apparently Wordy was like, "Oh, I believe that." So like and then Prime just said that, and he's like, look at all these people who believe it when like temporally, like chronologically, like when I had said that, it's when nobody had yet said that. That's why
Actually,
he's
somebody
like saying
did
that.
say
And he's
it
like,
before
look,
then.
Hands
It's
up. How
almost
many people
something
here?
was said.
How many people here are ACABs? Hands up for ACABs. Be proud.
Oh,
Show your
No,
ACAB
right here.
flag.
Right here.
Your
Fuck 'em.
ACAB
My
colors.
name is Price Northington. I am ACAB.
Okay, we got four proud ACABers right here at least. Okay.
Yeah.
Checking.
We just
Alright.
admitted we're here.
There was
Yeah,
somebody
all cops are
prior to Red
bastards.
Charlotte
everyone in chat can
who
hold
said
my
that.
word. Everyone
so.
in chat can hold me to the word. I'm not a coward. I'm not ACAB. I'm ACAB maybe emotionally because it feels good to say fuck cops, right? But like ideologically, I don't think like all cops are bastards or whatever.
Yeah.
ACAB and killer cops deserve the death penalty.
I'm ACAB.
No,
Well,
nobody
there
deserves
is
that
currently
penalty.
18 fucking top gangs.
I just want to
Nobody
say
deserves
I
that penalty.
love
police
it
department, so
lefties
yeah,
will all come out
like-
talk about how rehabilitative justice is so important or whatever, and then when a cop goes to jail, it's like
No,
rape
that's-
them, rape that
Okay,
motherfucker till he
so-
dies.
okay,
Oh my
alright,
god.
no one's
So,
saying
no,
that, Steven. You
okay,
fucking
so
what are you doing?
that's really
bastard.
dishonest once again from Destiny. Nice work, great.
See, this is-
hold on,
this is why I said
Man,
everyone-
fuck Destiny's fucking low-tier bait
because I
things
didn't
bringing
actually
on here.
hold on. So I
Okay.
wanted to.
I think we might be able to have a bit more fun now.
Shut up.
Let's go.
Hold on. Don't worry. Shut up. Thanks. Great. Because I didn't actually get to finish my point. So yeah, I see your hand starters. Why am I ACAB, right? Why do I think all cops are bastards? I didn't originally think that. But my thinking has changed, right? This last year certainly has changed my opinion on that. So when people say that, it's not. Well, excuse me. Let me not speak for all people. Let me just speak for myself, right? So other people might have different opinions on this. But when I say that, when I say all cops are bastards, right? I don't literally mean that every single cop is like a bad guy, right? Is out to get me or my loved ones, right? In fact,
Then why say it?
Oh, well, then let me fucking tell you. I'm
They're
literally in
just
the
bastards.
middle of telling you.
This for
I'm
a
literally
reason.
right now in the middle of telling you. Holy shit. Anyway.
There's nothing you can say following that that's going to justify that. Like, imagine if I were to say, ABAP,
Fuck
all
you.
blacks are bastards. And I'm like,
Okay.
whoa.
Yes,
I don't mean
that's
all
right. That's
Destiny,
right.
please
That's
shut
right.
up.
It's
It's
on
the
both
ones that
sides.
commit
That's
crime.
right.
your own
That's right.
fucking
Destiny.
good.
That's
Shut the
right.
fuck
That's
up.
such a
right.
stupid
That's
fucking
right.
saying. Why would you imagine
All
that?
sentiments are
Destiny said
equal,
that all
right?
the
All
redneck
sentiments are
dudes should
equal.
mow down
If the
BLM
sentence is
protesters.
similar, then
If I'd actually said that, that would be bad. But you know, man, there's a lot. Must be a lot of tinnitus on this
if
panel
the
tonight.
sentence is structurally similar, right, then that means yes, they're all comparatively equal. You know, that makes sense. Good work. Good work. This is the philosophy king here. Great. Anyway, moving on.
You can move on if you want. It's a stupid fucking slogan. When your slogan is all cops are bastards, but when I explain that, I don't actually mean all cops are bastards. It sounds like a really
Holy
shitty
shit.
fucking
Shut
slogan.
the fuck up.
You know,
I believe they all are.
Destiny, give me.
It's
give me
an
a favor.
operation insane washing.
Everyone,
You know what?
everyone.
I can
Oh
even,
my
when I call
gosh.
it
Oh my
scab,
God.
it even sounds
Shut up.
cooler.
Shut
Scab.
up.
Some
Okay.
cops are bastards.
All right.
Look at
All
that.
right.
It's like such a better saying.
No, this is great.
Because some people
Hey,
actually actually
No,
believe in.
shut up. You
Sorry.
shut up. I will mute you the next time you talk when I'm talking. Thank you. Great. I love it. Now back at it. So let me explain why I say all cops are bastards, and it's a proper description. So bastards can mean lots of fucking things, right? And so some cops are out to get you. Some cops are fucking racist. Some cops love to use their power against the people who are under them, right? Against the civilians. We've seen that. Some of them have rage issues and will beat the living shit out of you, right? And those are one type of bastard. Another type of bastard is the cop that's standing next to them. The cop that watches all of this happen, doesn't put her hand on you, right? Would never maybe do it themselves, but they'll watch it. They'll watch what's going to happen. We've seen this again and again with the videos that have been released. Police committing extreme violence, right? Surrounded by other police who are just standing there. The crowd is begging them, do something, stop this. You got to stop this. And they don't. Why? Why? Because this is standard operating procedure. Why would I step in? No, this is what we do. We brutalize civilians, right? Well, not me. No, I wouldn't do that. But he's just handling business. So no, fuck those cops. Fuck the police unions that protect them. Fuck the justice system in general that allows all this to happen, and fuck our larger political system that simply seems to not care when people, the undesirables of society, are being consistently subjected to this level of violence. That's why all cops are bastards, because they're participating in this system. Because we don't see cops dismantling. When we do see cops, there are a few whistleblowers. When they do see cops whistleblowing, what happens? All the good cops, right? All the good cops step out and they make them suffer, right? They harass them, they may attack them, and they won't back them up, because that's the thing that'll happen when they call for backup. The whistleblowers get none, right? Until they leave the police force. So yes, again, all cops are fucking bastards. That's what I mean. All right, you can respond. Chris.
I just want to know. I have one question. How can you say something so controversial yet so brave at the same time?
Steven. Okay, so you can say
Red,
that
stop.
you
Red,
think the slogan.
Red, stop. I want Chris to respond because I said a lot of stuff to him. So Red, please. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Chris, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think your statement really speaks for itself. I think there is definitely an issue where cops will cover for each other. I think that also speaks loudly to the responsibility that they have to the public, and basically how difficult that job is, and basically they have a responsibility to each other as well. So you definitely have this feeling of mutual need where they have to back each other up, even in the most egregious of situations. I think that is
like when you
probably
have your knee on the neck and so when they're dying.
Yeah.
So we'll back them up
I
there,
think
bastards.
that is a product of the way that the police departments have been set up, and I think that should be reformed. I do agree with that.
Sorry.
I don't think it's necessarily because of the way that the police departments are structurally set up. I think that's part of it. I think part of it is the police unions, but I think part of it is just the nature of the job.
Yeah.
Because
So
it's very
okay.
very
So hold on. So I'm responding to Prime. So again, the things that we talked about, the things specifically that the guy was just talking about, as Ekareth, whatever, was talking about as far as ending qualified immunity, and some other things. I think those are solutions to the problem. But ultimately, I think it takes the community to come around and agree with your position in order for those reformations to happen. And with a slogan like ACAB, it does nothing for your position. It makes you guys look like a bunch of crazy people who hate the cops no matter what, and you just want to be able to run around and break into cars and
I mean,
car
have
gates.
you seen
So
Black
Black
Lives?
Lives,
Pretty hateable.
so Black Lives Matter. That's such a divisive slogan, right? Like, why not have something?
The difference
something
is
better,
that Black
like
Lives
all lives
Matter
matter.
doesn't.
Like,
Black
no, I
Lives
believe
Matter.
in all
Black
lives
Lives Matter
Like,
doesn't
like
pull
just
divisively,
black
though.
lives.
That's,
Like, no.
that's not
What
true.
about white people? What about white?
Oh, I forgot. This was the internet where we ignore what every person actually thinks.
Why don't we have white people? Why don't hold on, Destiny? Hold on, Destiny. I will Destiny. Hold on, I will definitely get to you. Hold on, Destiny. We will definitely have words. But why don't we have a slogan that makes everyone feel comfortable? No, we don't actually have to have everyone feel comfortable when we're making a protest slogan. That's not the point. It's just to make everyone fucking feel comfortable. No, it's actually to get the sentiment across, right? To rally the troops, right? So there are different parts of activism. Some of them is reaching out, people who don't understand sorry, people who don't understand your message, right? Who don't really get the movement, right? And you have to make efforts to bring them in, right? But not every single message that comes from a movement has to be with the singular goal of bringing in fucking Jim Bob from Kansas, right? Because Jim Bob, on the other hand, right? The people who don't.
That's the only person you need to bring in.
No, it's not.
That's
No,
who
it's
we
not.
need on your
No,
side.
it's not. No, it's not.
You don't need to
No, it's
convince
not.
the people that are the only people
No,
that
you
ACAB
don't.
appeals to are fucking radical lefties that are already in
it's
favor of
not.
police
No,
reformation.
Nope,
You don't
didn't say
need
that.
to-
Didn't say that. Didn't say that.
Fine.
Didn't say that. Hold on. Again, once again, Destiny's putting words in my mouth. He loves to do that. Holy crap, shit. All right. No, that's not what I meant. All right. So no. First of all, once again, we can reach out to others. Like I just said, like reaching out is very important, but not every fucking message needs to be for that point. And here's something else that's really important, is that not everyone that you even do reach out that does hear a message will actually do anything fucking about it, right? So we can understand this. We can understand that there's levels of participation within the protest. So you can be generally for something, right? Like, oh yeah, I guess that's okay, right? You can be out there in the streets. You can be writing letters to your fucking senators. You can be doing there's a whole spectrum, right? And so some slogans are just to rally the fucking troops. ACAB rallies the fucking troops because all cops are fucking bastards, and we gotta let them know that. So like,
You know who
fucking-
ACAB,
You know who else
you know what? That's
It's
the only
rallies
thing
the wrong troops.
That's the only thing you said that I agree with, Brian. ACAB rallies the troops. The troops that it rallies are the Republicans that hate your shitty fucking slogans
Yes,
and then show up at office to vote
and when
against
the fuck- and okay, Destiny, when the fuck are those Republicans going to be?
Stupid fucking sayings like ACAB and jerking off fucking socialism are arguably one of the big things that cost us a lot when it came to congressional seats in the past election. It's one of the biggest things that a lot of Democrats are talking about. Yeah, you can sit there and shake your head all you
Holy
want,
shit.
but
No.
even among here's a fucking fun
Yeah,
fact.
that's
Even
right.
among
Republicans
black
wouldn't be
people,
aggressively pro-police if we didn't
Where's the
say
data for that?
Okay,
Where's
yeah,
the data for that? Destiny, hold on. One at a time. Destiny, where's the data for what you're referring to, please?
What data do you want?
Oh, so
Wait,
you said
Destiny, I already know what he's talking
about losing
I already know what he's
seats. Hold on, stop. About losing seats.
But white people talk at once, please.
About losing
Okay,
seats.
what data do you want?
The data that backs up the point you just made, like
Which one? The one that ACAB doesn't pull popularly?
No,
the
no,
one
no.
that every
Yes,
single
that
person
it
was running for
caused
office complaining about
us
how
to
many
lose
less-
seats. Caused us to lose seats. You know,
Well,
data that says
polling
that?
unpopularly and it losing
Hold on.
in seats is an
No.
entirely
You
different
said
thing.
you said that was the case, right? Hold on. Shut up. Oh fuck. Shut up. Hold on. When I'm talking, you don't have to talk. No one else needs to be talking when I'm talking. Thank you. Holy fuck. I don't know how hard this is. Like seriously. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. Destiny. You said that we lost seats because of ACAB and socialism, right? So can you show data that we lost seats because of ACAB? I'd love to see it. I'd actually love to see it. I'd actually
Sure. If you're bored, I don't know what his published pieces are, but David Shore is a political scientist that does a lot of analysis for Democratic issues. He has like a 45-minute conversation with Noah Smith on one of his podcasts where he talks about like a lot of the political trends of the country. And then you can also find a lot of Democratic people that were running for office that complained. There was that call that leaked where they were expressing how irritated they were, that they were getting calls from their constituents about how uncomfortable they were with things like ACAB and with things like socialism being pushed so much in the broader kind of like Democratic sphere of the party, where a lot of people were uncomfortable with it. A lot of brown people from South America do not have favorable views of socialism, regardless of what the very white, very suburban people on Twitter tell you.
We're not
And a lot
talking
of black
about
people in the
socialism.
United States and a lot of Hispanic people in the United States have favorable views of the police. Believe it or not, the police as an institution still polls as one of the most popular institutions in the United States, despite the fact that trouble exists with them. So when you run out there screaming things like abolish the police or like socialism is awesome, whatever, these types of political messages are one, unnecessary because we don't need to say ACAB to advocate for police reform, and two, they're unnecessarily divisive. They pit one Democrat against another Democrat for no fucking reason when we have a unified enemy to fight against. And three, they galvanize the opposition because Republicans hear you screaming things like we need to abolish the police. And then four, they depress local turnout because now your party feels like they're not necessarily on board with you, so the voters get turned off from your messaging. Slogans like ACAB or whatever are dog shit slogans. All they're good for is circle jerking with your friends on fucking Twitter and galvanizing the opposition party. That's all they do.
Okay, so I'm never worried about like the opposition party, what the opposition party will do, right? Like they will always stand against everything that I stand for, right? So like it's like not
You're wrong.
That's not a thing, right? So like if
but you're not worried about the fact that
Also,
the Hispanic vote is going further and further and further and further.
Destiny,
First of all,
confidence in
these
the
don't bother
police
you?
among black Americans is at 30%, and among whites it's at 60%. That's actually not high at all.
I don't know what you're citing, and I honestly, God, I wouldn't trust anything that you're citing. but,
From
like,
the
this is
New
something-
York Times,
that's great. What were you saying?
Sure
Tim?
evidence for
So hold on, holy shit. Oh shit! Everyone, shut the fuck up. You can all wait. Everyone, you can wait. Thanks. Great. I'll let you in when I let you in. Thank you. All right.
Point of personal privilege. Can we have the speakers list?
All right, don't worry. I'm gonna mute you, so it's cool. I'm just gonna mute you because you've been really fucking annoying me. So I'm just gonna mute you. So shut the fuck up. Thanks. All right. Now moving on. What I was well, fuck, I lost my train of thought here. You were saying something terrible. What was
no matter what.
And I mean by that the Republican Party. So be very clear, the Republican Party, right? Like now, Republican voters can have a litany of thoughts, right? They can think all kinds of different things. And there are plenty that may be reachable with a certain message, right? But I stay the course in that, like, not everything has to be simply to reach out to the public. There are some messages that can be for a movement. But it seems that we disagree with that.
What are you accomplishing?
What am I accomplishing? Well,
What you're talking about, Prime, just getting
Sure.
what you're talking about is virtue signaling. That's literally verbatim what you're talking about. You want a message that sounds good and feels good, even if it's politically ineffective and leads to the material harm of the people that you purport to protect. That's what it is. It's virtue signaling.
I want to ask Prime really quick. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead,
okay.
sure.
So like you're saying that like it rallies the troops, right? But if your call to action that rallies the troops, even if it's like the rah thing, if it actively makes people more galvanized on the opposition, like doesn't that actively work against what you want? Isn't what you want to be a more unifying thing that tries to get more people to support the cause that you believe in? Like
But the police are unpopular.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
but there are also people that
Sorry.
like even if the police are unpopular, that doesn't mean that everyone hates them as viscerally as you do, right? So there's like levels of hate, right?
So
In
exactly,
LA they
exactly
do, mate.
this.
Like,
But
it
there are
works
people.
here.
Sorry, but there are people
Well,
who do.
LA is probably going to vote blue anyway, but we're not talking about LA, are we? We're talking about
Yeah,
like
that's-
places in fucking
but
Kansas.
that's
Jimbo
where I
from
say it.
Kansas.
Talking about everywhere in America.
So hold on, you can ask your
If
question.
you want to rally the troops,
I
you
wanna
can
know
rally
what
them
time
all
first.
over America, not
You
just in
can.
LA.
You can. Sorry.
Yes, but I do my
You can
activism
ask me
here.
that question again, Sansol, because I wasn't able to answer. I didn't hear you.
Okay, so basically, like you said that this is like the ACAB thing is to rally the troops, right? And it's not necessarily to get everyone to like come onto your side. You're trying to get your troops rallied. But if your rallying cry actively makes the opposition hate you more and more likely to go out and
Okay.
vote against you, whereas they wouldn't necessarily do that otherwise,
Should
doesn't that actively work against what
should
you
Black
want?
Lives
rather than
Matter
your-
have Red Charlie? I see your hand, but I'm not going to yet. So wait. Sorry. Should Black Lives Matter? I'm going to respond to you with a question. Should Black Lives Matter not been named Black Lives Matter? Because everything that Destiny said about ACAB, almost everything he said about ACAB, counted for Black Lives Matter. Should they not have said that statement? Should have been named it something else.
Okay,
Yo,
but
I'll
Black
tell
Lives
you what
Matter
statement
polls
should have
better.
been
Hold
said.
on, Black Lives Matter polls better than ACAB because more people
sure.
are like
No.
like
But
amenable
that
to
doesn't
the
matter.
police
But
than
that
they
doesn't
are
matter.
to-
That doesn't matter because it fulfills everything, right? Republicans hated it, right? And it rallied their troops, right? Like it galvanized them, right? But they're galvanized against any fucking.
Did they
black
hate it because of
movement.
the phrase, or did they hate it because of the movement?
No. Well, yes. Well, first
I
of all,
don't care if
they hate the cops movement. They hate the Black Lives Matter movement. They hate all of that. But part of the rhetoric around it was the fact that it was called Black Lives Matter. And why can't it be All Lives Matter, right? And then they came up with Blue Lives Matter and White Lives Matter. Yeah, so it's both, right? It's both of those
Right, and then they
things.
saw the police beat the shit out of everyone in the George Floyd protest at the beginning of the summer, and people were like, "Oh, actually, okay, I kind of get it now. I'm willing to listen now." Right? But then people kept on fucking like hammering home like all cops are bad people, like abolish the police, and then people started being like, "Oh, well,
So
maybe
the
they are.
GOP
Maybe it is going a little bit
So-
too far."
So,
for me,
the GOP was on our side. So you're thinking the Republican Party, like when George Floyd was murdered, right? And we saw those images flying around the internet. The GOP was on our side. They were marching with Black Lives Matter, right? So we had the Republican Party. We
there was
had
something like
a unified.
80% support for, or something close to that, at the beginning of the fucking summer, right? Because people were seeing these, like the fucking video of the cops running over people in New York. People saw, they're like, damn, maybe these people have a fucking point.
Great.
The cops are doing fucking horrible shit, right?
And
then,
so
like,
And this is perfect. This is perfect, Sanso. This is perfect. I love this because, right? So you have these people. This is exactly what I was fucking talking about. So you have these people who like will tell a poster, yeah, I guess I'm for Black Lives Matter, definitely, right? And then the thing that turns them against them, right? The thing that turns them against them are people chanting "all cops are bastards." Those are the people who are going to march. That people, that level of commitment, right? Like after seeing the horrific amount of violence, right, directed at protesters, the horrific violence, and the message was not abolish the police, was defund the police. That was the message. But after seeing that horrific amount of violence, they're like, well, you know what?
Are you an anarchist?
They have no. I'm not a fucking anarchist.
Okay, so you're saying that there is a point at which you see like state violence. Hold on, there's a point at which you see state violence, and you're like, okay, well maybe we don't have to go that far in like getting rid of institutions, right? There's a level at which you would say, okay, that's too far. Yeah. So there's too far for other people, and getting rid of police is that limit for them, right?
Again, the statement, the overriding narrative was defund the police, right? So there's some people, yes, who said abolish the police, but that's another thing. That's completely another matter, right? And it's not something I have to defend.
But no one, but
then you're bringing it up. I didn't bring up abolish the police.
And I agree with you on
you're
like
bringing up abolish the police, and defund the police isn't abolish the police. So I don't know.
Right, but that's the problem with defund the police is that you ask two people about what defund the police means, and you'll get three different answers.
Ask two people
right?
what Black Lives Matter means, and you'll get different answers. Like what? Yeah, the public may not be educated on exactly. The public isn't educated. Ask someone. Ask them who the fucking vice president is.
A movement that
see
because of a
see the
situation,
polls,
and then the other is like a policy.
See the polls throughout the years. When you ask the public who the fucking vice president is, they don't fucking know that. So the fact that the public doesn't completely fucking understand nuanced political slogans and narratives is not a surprise to me, right? Like that happens all the time. People are checked out.
Why wouldn't you market towards that?
Hold on, sorry. They just listen to headlines, right? No, because here's the thing. Once again, those people, right? You're saying that at some point there was a high watermark for BLM, right? Once those images were flying across, right, the internet, right? So people were looking at this, they saw the extreme violence, and then after that, the narrative you're giving to me, so this is what I'm getting, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the narrative you're giving to me is that they heard a slogan, and they're like, no, never mind, I'm not going to support the fight for Black Lives.
It's not that radical, though.
Can I explain the difference?
Hold on,
the difference is that...
Sorry, it's not all. Like, is that your narrative?
No, like it's more like there's like they can agree with the overall like reason why people are upset, but then the policy prescription that they're getting out of it is like defund the police. Like, what does that mean? Does that mean like make sure like completely take away all of their funding? Does that mean this? Does that mean that? And that makes them be like, well, these people are going too fucking far with it. Obviously, there's a problem, but like what they're proposing is
during the civil rights movement of the 60s, like white people were easily convinced that what MLK wanted, right, is for blacks to take over the country, right? Like that was a narrative, right? But you asked, was it MLK's fault? Was it MLK's fault that random motherfuckers don't understand his political movement? Was it his fault? She had rethought, like, to make the rethought all of his tactics because random motherfuckers.
He had a more unified.
Did he?
Like,
did he?
I believe that's why MLK dropped.
The movement was fractured. The movement was fractured. The movement was fractured the entire time. There were many people with different ideas. It was my fault for even mentioning MLK, but the movement itself was fractured. It had many different messages, and some of those messages were more radical than others. Right? That's just how it is. Sure. That's part of a movement, right? So people are gonna have different ideas.
Yeah, as movements tend to be.
And so, yeah. But some people thought like, oh, that's what they must all want. They all want black nationalism. Maybe they all want to take the state of fucking Washington or something and make it a black colony, right? So it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, the fact that different people don't understand the movement, I don't find convincing at all. But hold on, there are I got some other people.
There's difference in like what you can do, like so when there comes to what they were like protesting, like they were protesting for the federal government to grant them civil rights, and that's something that the federal government can do, whereas like what Black Lives Matter is currently protesting for is not something really that the federal government can even legislate on. So I don't know.
No, what do you think? Oh, sorry, I can't go down the rabbit hole for you right now. I'm sorry, I got a lot of people in.
Federal funding.
So hold on,
to police
hold on. I can't go down this rabbit hole right now. So we're gonna go to Red Charlotte. We're gonna go to Kobe. We're gonna go to Stardust. And then Destiny, yeah, and then we'll go on. But
All right, so this is where I'm going to like half agree with Steven. All right, so I do well half agree with you, half agree with him. So I do think that messaging is important, right? But and I probably do think that like ACAB specifically, not abolish the police, but ACAB specifically is necessarily like it is like its nature is aggressive and it's inflammatory, right? You're calling a group of people bastards, a group of people that like half the country like uh almost religiously supports, right?
Yeah.
But, right, like I think that like ragging on stuff like abolish the police is a bit too reactionary because like even like to invoke MLK in the civil rights movement, MLK was like fucking hated by everybody. The March on Washington had like 60% disapproval with like white people or something. Um, like just because right now it's unpopular doesn't mean that you should stop advocating for it because the goal of advocacy is to make it more popular, right? So like for example, I advocate for the abolition of the Second Amendment, right? I know currently that advocating like, oh, I want to abolish the Second Amendment is not politically smart, which is why I don't currently do it, but I'm still seeding it in my advocacy to push for that because currently 21% of Americans want to abolish it, 49% want to alter it, right? So we're almost there, right? But like doesn't mean I should stop talking about it because like then it will never get more popular, right? Necessarily this is for anything.
Should the
Even
police keep
even
their
even
gun?
defund the police, right? So
Do you think police should keep their gun?
defund the police is an extremely popular slogan. But the idea behind it is not unpopular. So for that idea, for abolish the police, the idea is unpopular, right? Not the slogan, right? So for abolish the police, for defunding the police, all we need to do is change the slogan, and we'll get our message across, and more people will support it, and we'll be able to, defund the police. I think it was like, yeah, here it is. Defund the police has like 28% support, but when you change it to redirect police funding to communities, it becomes like 45% support, right? So like for something like that, yeah, we should change the slogan. But for something like abolish the police, the goal is to make that's the idea behind the slogan. And I probably agree with Destiny that like ACAB is, probably not a good slogan and that it is
How
unnecessarily
would you say
inflammatory.
that? Okay, so
How
let's
could you say that?
But it does feel good to say.
let's yeah, it does feel good to say. All right, so I will go down list because we have a lot of people waiting. So I see your hand up to Ward, and yours is up as well, Titan. Is that your hand? Okay, all right. All right. So let's go to Kobe, Stardust, Destiny, Dr. K, Titan, and Morty.
Okay, I have a lot to hit on, so I won't try to go back. I put some links into Prime's Twitch chat to 2 articles, one on The Intercept, one on NPR, talking about generically this kind of stuff. Just kind of reiterating, I think, the point that multiple people that brought earlier. It does seem as if these kind of police slogans, police rhetoric did not help a lot of races and contentious places in Democrats. Maybe we can argue that we shouldn't be focusing on those places, but that's a different argument. Specifically, so I do think that it is incredibly important to talk about rhetoric. I think rhetoric matters a whole lot more than we like to put on. At the end of the day, I think Prime, I think you're legit. I think that it is fair to point out that there's kind of there's like double standards, I guess, between the type of rhetoric that we employ when it comes to police reform and the kind of rhetoric we'll employ when we're talking about Black Lives Matter. But the truth of the matter is there kind of just is a double standard in rhetoric. Sometimes stuff hits and sometimes stuff doesn't hit, right? To go to MLK, there actually was a lot of discussion of this talk about like how much should we play into this white supremacist narrative that Black liberation is actually Black domination. This was something that's been talked about all over the place, right? Nelson Mandela famously said, I fought against white domination and I fought against Black domination. Putting this into the rhetoric is something that has actually been incredibly successful. It seems as if going against the people's fears is important. Now, why is it very important specifically with the discussion of police reform? And the reason is going in both those articles, there is broad support for some types of police reform. Qualified immunity, people don't like this. Generically, there are many communities that people just agree. The police, a lot of people disagree. There's not good relationships. The problem is that when you push this defund and or abolish / ACAB rhetoric, you begin to create, as we've said, we rally the troops not for actual restructuring, actual reform. We rally the troops for people that are more moderate, more status quo. We actually talked about on this panel maybe a month ago, that when we saw a rise of crime and a lot of, over the summer, and now a lot of people kind of want to see why they want police. I think that, I think that it's very dangerous, the kind of the situation that police reformers are finding ourselves in which people are kind of like, are going to want to have police on top of having the perception of the other side of that they do not want police at all. So yeah, it's not fair that rhetoric matters. It is a double standard. I get that, but it just seems to be a double standard that does matter. That's all.
Fair enough. All right, let's go to Stardust, Destiny, Dr. K, Titan Ward.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter hit well, I think partially because there is a history there for people to look at and see that typically Black people have not been given the same type of light when it comes to having injustices committed against them, right? They haven't been seen as much, right? Whereas like when it comes to all ACAB, a lot of people have had decent to neutral interactions with police, and ACAB generally puts a lot of the blame on the cops and not the actual system that put them where they are, right? So that was just like my input.
Yeah, so I think that's
the slogan
wrong.
itself, right?
Because like first of all, like Black Lives hit well. No, Black Lives Matter is a pretty old movie. Then like
well, initially it didn't hit well.
No, yeah,
right?
Because exactly that. Yes, you beat me to it.
Yeah, no, but initially,
that's
ACAB didn't hit well, and it won't hit well.
So, but no, that's
because people have like people actually have like decent to neutral interactions with cops. Like people rely on cops for a lot of things,
and a lot of people.
Spicy.
So the point of yes, a lot of people have those good interactions, right? Yeah, sure, right. But they also have great interactions with the white patriarchy, with the power system in general. Yes. So why should they sign up with Black Lives Matter to begin with, right? Like,
people don't visualize the white patriarchy as something that's real, right? Like we know it is, but like.
But the point is, like, hold on. The point is that like with Black Lives Matter, with ACAB, God, fuck my. Threw me off. What was I about to say? Fuck me. The point is that no, I completely forgot it. Fucking forgot it. All right, whatever. Moving on.
Can I just like take some of my blonde hair for a moment?
Am I the only one who thinks that isn't that controversial?
So,
like, I don't think it's that controversial to say all cops are bastards. Like, if I worked for an organization that one of the byproducts of was racially motivated attacks, and then I said working for that organization makes me a bastard, like, that's not that controversial. Like,
so, but it is. It is. Maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe in your opinion it shouldn't be, but Pew Research disagrees with you. I forgot. I wanted to add one quick thing. I'm super sorry for filibustering. One thing the difference is that Black Lives Matter is not a policy prescription. It's not saying reparations now, right? ACAB and defund not ACAB, but defund the police and abolish the police, those are policy prescriptions, right? That's saying this is what we want to do. I think that if Black Lives Matter tried to say reparations now, probably would have hit a lot fucking different, because that's a complicated policy prescription, right?
I think that's a good point. I think that's a very good point.
Link the Pew Research.
I'll give you that.
I think on top of that,
yes, I linked 2 articles, and in those articles linked to research. I think it might be Pew, it might be somebody else. Sorry.
Destiny, it's your turn.
Hey, I think the important thing to keep in mind is that, like, if somebody presents to you the idea or the concept of Black Lives Matter, you kind of have to be a huge asshole to like be against this. Now, some people might chime in with like all white or white lives matter, all lives matter, blah, blah, some other thing. But like to just come out and be like, oh no, Black lives don't matter, blah, blah, blah. Like that's a pretty hard slogan to fight against. And the message that it sells is like relatively popular, even in the United States, believe it or not, as much as you might want to think it's a white nationalist country or whatever. But ACAB, it is totally possible that you could take people that would otherwise be allies to a cause and completely turn them against you because you decide to paint an entire institution with an incredibly broad brush. And people's like relationships to their local police departments are going to be way different. Like some bumfuck town in the middle of nowhere is going to view their police officers way differently than like the Chicago Police Department or the LA Police Department. Like to just paint the whole institution with a broad brush makes it so that you end up catching people that would ordinarily agree. They'd be like, oh yeah, BLM, like, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, sure. Who then hear like all cops are bastards? Oh, I don't know about that one. Like you end up catching
that's
reasonable
almost
people
like
that might...
saying that rednecks should just like mow down protesters, right?
What would those people have done?
We can argue that point. If you want to head off in that direction, I'll argue it. No, if you want to head down that road, I'll argue that.
Did you say it or did you not say it?
I didn't say it. There's an entire quote there. But I mean, like,
you said that redneck militias should mow down protesters.
Okay.
What's the end of the quote?
Yeah,
it's not related.
All right, to end this,
so hold on. So back to this, right?
Can I?
Hold on, back to this. What Destiny was saying. Yeah, exactly that, right? So a person who would say, oh yeah, I guess you have a point, BLM, right? You have a point with what you're talking about, and hey, that George Floyd guy got a really rough deal. Like that shouldn't have happened, right? But then I hear a slogan, right? And then that's it. So what that person who turned around, who no longer supports BLM, right? Because maybe they're going a little too far. I mean, I heard them chant "all cops are bastards" at one time.
Okay, hold on. I gotta stop because you've done this.
Billy
You've done this.
Bob
Wait. You've done
and-
this. Okay, I understand what you're. Please don't waste the time. Okay, you've done the same example like 5 times. You're presenting this ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. Here's what you're presenting. You're saying somebody came up to me and they gave me opinion X, and it was actually like pretty reasonable. And then somebody came by and they gave me a position that was 10,000 times more radical in that direction. And now all of a sudden they're not sure about position X. That's not an irrational feeling. In fact, that is a totally rational feeling. And not only that, we would look at other people like Republicans the exact same way.
You
where
don't
like a Republican.
understand
No,
my argument.
Stop. Come on,
Go ahead. But you don't understand my argument. But go ahead.
Do you want me to just give your argument right now in like 2 seconds?
Do
You
it,
said
but
this a
you're
million
wrong.
times.
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Okay, you know, I'm gonna explain it, then you explain it. You tell me. I'm curious. You'll explain it differently. So you're saying, wow. So you take this person and he's totally on board with Black Lives Matter, and he hears it all, and he's like totally favorable to the entire movement. And then all of a sudden, you hear some angry people come out and they try to explain the concept of ACAB, and you know they're not totally on board with it. And now you're telling me that these people who are originally on board with BLM and who are down with the cause are all of a sudden going to be against it. Either one, those guys weren't truly with BLM in the first place, or two, I don't believe that these types of people actually exist. Destiny. Now, what's your take? Is it substantially different than that?
It's a little bit different than that. only a tiny bit, but you got it most.
Okay, it is exactly that.
No. So my
I'm
point.
Telling you,
okay, go ahead. Finish.
I'm telling you that it is not irrational for somebody to be worried about further action. And what we should be doing as Americans that participate in a democratic process is hammering the fuck out of the places where we agree. Okay, I think that. Like defund the police had like 11% support or whatever. Like that slogan had like 11 or 18%. I think it might have been ACAB or something had 11% and defund the police had 18% of support. But like 68% of Americans support some form of police reform. Like hammer the issues where you guys agree with each other. Like, so if we're all screaming about like body cams or use of force policies, then do the progress there. Don't go to the most radical fucking extreme thing and then turn around and be like, oh, I can't believe you guys aren't on my side anymore. Now that I'm talking about literally abolishing a system where every single actor is a bastard. You think I'm too extreme now? Did you never like black people in the first place? That's such a woke scold like way to approach things.
So no, okay, no, hold on. I'm going to respond to this. So, yeah, don't worry. I've got you all down on the list, right? So hold on. We'll go. Red Charlotte, I got you after Wordy. Okay. So I'll respond to Destiny. And sorry if I was talking over you. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize though. So my problem is again, those people, right, were not actually a real supporter. So I'll say it again.
Oh,
that's my point.
God, you're just wrong.
No. But hold on. What was the use of this person, right? If they were so easily turned, right? So now, and once again, I'm not saying
they're
that
not
you
easily
can't,
turned. They're being turned by radicals.
I'm saying, there will always be radicals in a movement. There will always be
and we
radicals in
should
a
try
movement.
to. We decided MLK earlier. What did MLK try to do? His fucking marches. His get rid of the fucking radicals. So why can't we do the same
but
thing?
Radicals exist. Hold on. But then okay, Destiny. Then what do we think? What do we think? We look back, right? Look back on the 60s, right? So like, oh yes, MLK, like eternally loved here, right? Like after he's been Santa Claused by fucking corporations, right? So yeah, eternally loved, but he was a radical himself back then. Like let's not forget that. But okay, there were other radicals. So the easy culprit here is Malcolm X, right? The easy culprit is Malcolm X. So he had a more radical vision, right? What was MLK supposed to do, right? Like, what was the movement supposed to do, and what should we look at, and how should we view white Americans who were maybe tangentially on board with what MLK was saying, right? But the moment they heard of Malcolm X, they dropped it, right? Those people are like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't change things, right? Maybe you were talking about like how black people need the right to vote, but I hear this Malcolm X bastard, and I just don't like it. I'm turned off. I'm turned. You know what? Things are good the way they are.
Let me explain. Okay, let me give another example for why this is legitimate. And it sucks, but this is how people think. Okay, there is a lot of people that would support some form of gun reform in the United States. But if you talk to gun owners, one thing that you'll commonly hear, especially of a lot of fucking stupid NRA people, and I hate the NRA and I hate most gun owners. Okay, but something you will hear out of other gun owners is, I think I'd be okay with like certain types of restrictions on like maybe like bump stocks or like expanded background checks. But what I'm worried about is that if you give the Democrats a little bit, they're going to come after everything. And I think that's a legitimate fear. When you're thinking about how to be politically effective, sometimes it is scary when you want to give in a little bit and there's this insane radical on the other side that these people appear to be allied together with. And it's like, well, fuck. I mean, like, I kind of liked what person A was saying, but dude, person Z way down there, he's like in a crazy direction and they seem to be okay. I don't know if I even want to give any ground to person A because Z might be what's coming next. I think that's a totally legitimate, like maybe not legitimate, but it's a rational way of like understanding how other people think. There should be nothing crazy or
Could I respond to something you said?
Okay.
I thought that was very interesting. The idea you said is like, these people are not useful to the movement. The person that would quickly be like turned off. That reminded me of a conversation I've read about that was happening amongst anti-abortionists in the 1980s. They wanted to drop the rhetoric of like baby killers, and they wanted to do, stop kind of like softly supporting, like harassing people at abortion clinics, because what they said, they made the exact same argument. They said people that are going to be turned off from saying baby killers don't actually care about the lives of the unborn. If they actually cared about the lives of the unborn, they'd be on board with us. But what they found was that having more people that are more kind of moderately against abortion on board was worth it than just having the radicals. I think that's the exact same problem we're having here. I'd rather have people that are on the board with police reform, but not all the way there, than have just the people that are all the way there.
So my problem is that, once again, I've made it clear that you can do both. That I won't spend my time, because I think what we do here is that we spend all this time like policing the rhetoric of a movement, right? Like this is such an easy a target, right? Like policing the rhetoric of a movement and saying, well, you shouldn't be saying this because this might turn off this person, right? We spend a lot of time policing the rhetoric of a movement when actually, rather than actually engaging with that movement. And so the fact that there are radical elements who will say radical things, right? Like that's inevitable to any movement, right? So like if you are actually going to engage with a movement, if you actually have a chance of doing that, you're actually going to want to find out what it's about, right? And have a clear understanding of the landscape. If you're not, then you're not. And that's okay too. That's okay too. Because,
everybody knows,
but radicals
extremists will exist.
anywhere.
But our job to bully them the fuck out of the movement and bully them the fuck away
That'll
from our
never fucking
spaces,
happen.
so that it will. It can. Absolutely, I do it every fucking day.
No,
When I
you
hear some
don't.
dipshit under fucking ACAB,
Okay.
of course I try my hardest to light that fucking person up,
Yeah.
because they are a harm to
Great.
every fucking cause
Great,
they
Destiny.
claim to represent. And it is our obligation, if you truly believe in these causes, to bully the fuck out of these people until they're too embarrassed to come out and publicly say this stupid shit. 100%.
So you yell at a person on the internet and you cleaned up the movement. Great. Yeah, sure. That you definitely did that.
One tweet at a time.
Hold on. Yeah. Titan. Sorry, we got to go down this list. People have been waiting. Titan, Wordy, Red, Kobe, and Rage.
Titan's still here.
Take me off the list.
It's been so long that I kind of forgot what I was gonna say.
All right.
But like
Titan,
also,
Titan's next. Titan.
Okay, the problem that I have with this issue, Prime, is that it doesn't matter how many people. One sec. Camera's out of focus. Whatever. Don't care. The problem is that it doesn't really matter how many people get radicalized that already agree with ACAB. If the whole point is inevitably that you want to change the laws around the issues that happen with police, you don't need ACAB to get people on your side. People like you and Dr. K already were going to be for these bills. That's the only way you're going to be able to enact legislative change, and it doesn't matter how many people go with ACAB if it doesn't actually get any of the legislation and if it doesn't get popular support. Because the only way that you're going to enable change is getting laws passed so you can end things like qualified immunity, so you can have things like body cameras on police officers, and you have the funding to make sure that they can store the videos for a long period of time. If you're not in for that, and you're not for trying to gather the largest amount of public support, not that hot of a take here, you actually don't care that much as you do about LARPing on the issue.
Okay, so here's what I would ask you. How do you think I would use the term all cops are bastards? And what context do you think I would use that term?
You're using it on a
I don't know what term you
platform
would
right
use.
now.
ACAB.
Yeah, because I can fucking can't. Hold on, because I
fuck.
hold on. Excuse me, because I fucking can, because it's my platform. Is there any question about that? Good.
No,
Are we
I'm not
good
saying
there?
that you can.
No, we good. No, we good. Thanks.
No,
No, we're good. Thank you.
Wait, you're asking a question.
Yeah,
I'm giving an answer. Wait, you just asked. I'm saying it doesn't help your cause. Because people that already agree with you that there are oversteps being taken by the police in the United States and you want to curtail that, don't need ACAB for them to be on your side. You need fucking normies that have no inclination, they have no understanding of these issues at all, so that you can.
So you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. That's fine. I already heard all this. You didn't answer my question. And what context do you think I'd be using the term ACAB?
Probably to people that were already on your side.
The
thing is, it gives no utility.
Okay, great. So you can acknowledge. So you can acknowledge.
But it gives no
utility. No, hon. So you can acknowledge that you can acknowledge that I understand that what rhetoric is, right? That you use different rhetoric with different audiences, right? Like I've been saying this entire fucking time. Like I've acknowledged from the very fucking beginning. Right? That we both understand that different rhetoric will work for different audiences, right? We get that? So like just like you said, that rhetoric will appeal to a certain a demographic, right? The more radical demographic, if you want to call that, sure, right? But then different rhetoric will appeal to like fucking again Jim Bob in Kansas, right? Like we get that. So we both understand that. So I don't know what you're telling me this for. It's like we understand
because we've
didn't say that to begin with.
Like I'm just saying we've done the rounds of ACAB on here for like the past 10 months since you started streaming, okay? And realistically, there's probably been at least one person in the 10 months here that has probably been turned off of like trying to like join, generally speaking, like the issues that we support and trying to understand police relationships in a lot of these communities. At least one person.
You can say that for any argument. You can say that for any argument. Any
Yeah,
argument.
we're trying to be as-
Steven,
we're
you
trying to
weren't
be as-
even making that point to begin with, Prime.
Well,
You
but
were
then
not
that,
even
and that was the
talking
point that
about
I
the
made.
differences in
And
rhetoric.
that was literally the difference. I said that multiple times. If you guys weren't listening, that's your fault. But I literally said that multiple times. I said that activists can work on multiple fronts. I said it again. Check the VOD if you missed it, if you weren't paying attention to what I was saying. So I will say it again. Use different rhetoric for different audiences. I already said it. Kobe, you gonna yell at me for something?
Yeah, baby. Would you agree, Prime, though, then that when there's like pictures and videos like we got from the summer, where it's people that have signs that say defund the police or ACAB or abolish the police, and they're standing in front of like tipped over burning police cars, that is bad rhetoric, and that's not where it should be used? Would you agree there? Or would you say that's like? Would you
say that the media would, who was against the movement in general, right, would always choose like the worst images in the first place, right? Like we would acknowledge that, like we can acknowledge that, like for instance, during Occupy Wall Street, right, that the media went out of its way to look for, like for instance, when there was violence happening within the encampments, they made sure to show that. When they showed like a trash and like encampments falling apart, they made sure to show that, and then like not like an organized march, right, or not someone cogently telling what the movement was about, at least as they saw it. We can understand that. So
I would completely agree. What I would just argue, I mean, I know that you would agree with this as well, but like I would just say we should probably not make these scenes for them, right? Like, and I would argue that like having signs that say defund the police at a big protest for Black Lives Matter while there's also a riot going on is just making these scenes.
So what's
for
your prescription there? Do we tear down those signs? We see them, we tear them down, like get the fuck out.
Tear them down.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know what I would do in the moment. I would probably try to talk to them. But yes, I'd probably going forward, I'd hope we don't have that kind of rhetoric at public protests like that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I gotta go down this list because a lot of people have been waiting. Down this list, people. Next is Wordy. He's been waiting a long time. Then Red, because apparently now you remember something to say, and then Rage Comment, who had his hand up.
Okay, so this is how radicals work as a fellow radical. You see, Destiny, you call me a dipshit. The reality is radicals are the people who ultimately define the success of movements. What happens is we have radicals historically moving in movements. We had socialists, we had communists advocate for 8-hour workdays. And the reality is radical rhetoric creates moderate reform. And the reality is if you have moderate rhetoric, you're going to create milquetoast reform. Because the reality is, if you've had people saying you're being too radical for decades upon centuries now. Because the reality is, when you fundamentally have those extreme measures of rhetoric, you fundamentally are putting pressures on the institutions that exist. Being a moderate solves fucking nothing.
At the end of the day, it's moderates are the ones that implement what you're talking about. Like you can give that same story over and over again about how
at the beginning of the movement.
You can give that same story over and over again about the 8-hour blah 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 blah. The first person that instituted it was fucking Henry Ford, and it was him that instituted it at his car factories that actually got the national conversation started.
Who? Yeah, no. He didn't start the national conversation. What happens is he instituted because of the pressures. Because the radicals are the ones who put the pressures in the first place. You need the radical advocacy in order to create the moderate reform.
But there has to be an intelligent work in tandem where this happens. It can't just be, well, radicals have helped in the past sometimes, so we're all just going to be as radical as possible all the time.
They've been at the front of these movements.
Do you think that radicals have ever hurt movements?
Have they ever hurt movements? Can you give me examples?
Sure. The MLK riots.
Okay, but you see, riots are not reflective
radicals?
of like as a
riots
whole.
Aren't radical?
No, were they were those
Yeah.
radicals, or were there people responding to a situation emotionally, right? Like were those like
Oh
people?
my God! If we're gonna get on the weeds on
no,
this, now we're
hold on.
Prime, can I go? Prime, please.
That's
Prime,
not
please,
no.
Rooftop
Let's go back to Wordy, because Wordy didn't even finish his point. Wordy, please.
No, my whole point here is riots are not reflective of reality. The reality is that radicals were at the face of the protests. Without radicals organizing MLK's movements, he would not have been able to be at the face of those movements. And people love to portray like people like MLK as like milquetoast liberals, but the reality is he was advocating for radical economic reform before he fucking died.
He was advocating for radical reform, but he did it in the form of peaceful protests. He understood
Yes,
that
he
the
did it
message was.
I'm not saying radicals can't be peaceful. What I'm
Okay,
saying
wait,
is
that's all we're
radical advocacy and radical rhetoric.
No one, literally, no one here is saying that radicals are bad. What we're saying
you're
is that
saying radicals are bad. You've been saying it the entire damn time.
No, we're talking about rhetoric, dog.
Yeah, Jesus, holy shit.
Let Destiny go. Let Destiny go, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you think that's what I said, I don't understand, or I understand why you're upset. Literally, no one here is talking about that. All we're saying is that rhetoric
about the entire time.
Let him finish. Let Destiny.
What we're saying is that the rhetoric is important. Nothing is bad about being radical. There are lots of radical things that you can advocate for in a way that doesn't turn people off from your movement. 15 an hour minimum wage is radical. The idea that all of your college education is paid for is radical. Like the way that Bernie Sanders advocated for these things, though, was a way that was like relatively in line with what Americans wanted to hear. It was a good populist message, and arguably, Bernie Sanders alone possibly has shifted the nation's like ideas on how we argue about 15 an hour minimum wage. But he did that without running around saying shit like "kill all billionaires" or "guillotine the fucking landlords" or some dumb shit like that. I'm not saying that all radicalism is bad. I'm just saying we need to be mindful of our rhetoric.
Okay, so we gotta. Sorry, Kobe. Sorry, Kobe. We love people waiting. Let's go to Red. She's been waiting.
Thank you. Okay, so I think what's happening right now is people are literally talking past each other. So I think when Destiny hears like, oh, you guys are being radical, like in his head, right? He's thinking like the burning the cars, the like all the stuff, right? When that's what he thinks you're saying, right? But what Destiny means when he says like radical is radical rhetoric, right? It doesn't mean being violent, right? So like saying being on the streets when you're doing the marches, instead of MLK calling for racial justice, instead he was calling for black separatism, right? Which is way fucking more radical than what he was advocating for. And he did do the thing that Destiny is advocating for, which he pushed back against certain elements of the movement. MLK went on national television and said, like, black separatism is like something I
It's
understand why
cringe,
people
bro.
believe. Yeah,
I think that's what he said exactly. His quote was, "Black separatism is cringe."
Yeah,
Stop.
so he was basically saying that I understand why people believe. He usually always did these things with people who are more radical than him, right? He would say, "I understand why people believe these things, but they're wrong and they're counterproductive," right? So, like, while I agree with you that people shouldn't not be radical, right? The point is, how do you go about being radical while still actually getting people on your side, right? So, for example, like the defund the police thing, right? People are almost a majority. It's like 45% of people are on board with the idea. People are on board with the idea of defund the police. But when you say defund the police, that specific phrase, it doesn't get across what you're trying to accomplish policy wise. But when you tell people, oh, do you think that we should redirect police funding to community efforts? Everyone's like, oh, yeah, totally. Right? Even though that is literally what defund the police means. But when you say defund the police, it's equally as radical, but it's like twice as ineffective. Like Destiny isn't saying you shouldn't be radical. It's saying if you're going to be radical, right, you have to be smart about it, and you can't just say like dumb fuck things like ACAB in the middle of the street and like set cop cars on fire.
Okay.
Right?
Kobe, take over me for a hot second. I gotta fucking pee. Holy shit. I'll be right back.
No problem. But the reality is that you need that radical rhetoric, because like, here's how it goes. What happens is you have people who radically advocate. You don't have to be violent about it. You can be radical in your protesting and your methodology of putting pressures in order to create policy change. And then from there, the radical people platform the people who can advocate, who ultimately agree with you, but phrase the rhetoric in a different way. And the reality.
What would have happened? What would have happened if our radical elements would have made it so that Ossoff lost in Georgia and we had 49 Democrats in the Senate instead of 50? Do you think that that's
that's not how it
accomplishing any good goals? But it could have, because Ossoff and Warnock both ran incredibly moderate campaigns, and they had to push back against a lot of radical rhetoric. They had to fight against that. They absolutely did. They were super moderate. They weren't even pro Medicare for all. Okay, these guys were incredibly moderate.
Likely to call Warnock more.
Well, their whole campaign, they were
Well,
campaigning
one
on
of
the
the
$2,000
things-
check, right? That was like
One of the things that the Republicans I remember using against them was that Raphael Warnock is a radical this, radical that, right? Wasn't that one of the main talking points?
Okay, hold on, everybody. While I'm moderating, I have to have all the cameras off because I have a shitty laptop. So when people want to talk, I need you to let me know verbally, okay? I can't see your camera. So who wants to be in line to talk, okay?
I wanted to like.
I'm gonna let Woody finish, yeah. But then who else? So Red Charlotte, GSU, you want to get in on this?
Yeah, but
I'm after.
Okay.
It was already
Woody finished. We'll do Red Charlotte, and then we'll go to Rage Comment, okay?
Okay, so basically let me reframe my brain. So like basically is what you're saying is because of the radical elements, but the reality is by not having those radical elements present, you basically decrease the level of effective reform you're going to have. Because
I don't agree. I think if our elections have shown us anything, it's been a race to the middle to get people in the middle on board with your causes.
Yeah, because centrists are bad. Because what happens is
that doesn't.
No, because centrists never change anything. What happens is centrists are often less charitable to the left than they are to the right, and the centrists and conservatives are going to frame even the most moderate liberals as leftists. Like, for example, like radical liberal Raphael Warnock. Because the reality is, it's a mixture of one, they're going to associate the far left with the left. And the reality is, there's not going to be a distinction between the two groups for them because ultimately, in their mind, they don't care about us. They want us to fucking die.
I think this is a really extreme take. Okay, that was a really extreme take. But I think that how well you can frame somebody as a radical leftist is probably going to come down to how much radical left stuff they actually preach. And with Warnock, yes, with Warnock and Ossoff, neither of these guys had very radical positions. So Loeffler could repeat that attack line over and over and over and over again, but it didn't seem like it was that effective. I mean, both of them won. I don't know how well that played when there weren't very many radical statements either of them had made. Like this weird take, this is a very like online take. The idea that like, oh, like, well, everybody's going to be painted as a radical anyway, so we might as well be as radical as we possibly can because there's going to be no difference whatsoever. That just doesn't play out.
Works.
But that doesn't play out like in any states. If that was true, then we could make the argument that like a radical Democrat is just as likely to win in any state as like a moderate Democrat, and that's just not true.
Clearly, the Conservative Party
Because AOC is running in like a +40 blue district. Go let AOC win in fucking West Virginia, and then talk to me about how.
Oh boy,
she might. She's pretty hot.
That's a bad take.
Oh, come on.
Whenever she is like
Don't.
historically more on the liberal to the left, she is not like far left at all. She is
compared to the average Democratic person. She's
We're
very far
gonna
left.
get lost in this. This is not an important point. But thanks for that. We'll go to Red Charlotte, Rage, and GSU. But chat, tell me, while I was gone, how many times did Kobe agree with the enemy and betray me? You let me know, please. All right, go ahead, Red Charlotte.
Yeah, so so I agree with almost both. So like Destiny, I think this helps your point, but like not in the way you're saying. So Warnock and Ossoff like ran moderately, right? But they are extremely progressive, right? They are extremely radical relative to the median, right? They aren't like milquetoast, right? But the thing is, they marketed themselves to be as palatable to Georgians as possible, right? Which was like, it is like, it helps your argument and it helps like Wordy's argument a little bit that you can be radical. It's just about how you go about getting into power and getting people to believe in the things you believe. So like it's like I'm like a socialist, right? And like when I go about talking about tax policy and social democracy, right? I don't go around saying, "Oh, we should chop billionaires' heads off," or "We should like eat the rich," right? Or whatever. Those things like feel good, but like they're not gonna like get people on your side. So what I like to do is I just instead talk about the positives that taxation brings to people's lives instead, right? Instead of talking about how bad like the negative externalities that billionaires bring into society, because people don't give a fuck. Talk about how like taxing billionaires will improve their lives, right? So it's equally as radical as in it taxes billionaires out of existence, but it doesn't like use the rhetoric of like chopping people's heads off, bringing out the guillotines, all of that fucking bullshit, right?
I don't disagree with that at all. It's like Hillary Clinton said, you have a public position and a private position.
So here's how it works. Destiny is I have my rhetoric, and it purposely platforms the rhetoric more effectively that you're going to have. Us working in tandem together creates a more effective coalition.
Yeah, I've heard this narrative before, but I just don't buy it at all.
I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't really work when you have like the far left being like, or liberals being like, we need to do X, and the far left is like, the liberals are actually social fascists.
Yeah.
They're actually secretly. It does actually work. That the pipeline doesn't work.
No, you see, there's like the bad leftists that are going to be like that, but the reality is those leftists are not.
Wait, there are good
like
left.
most leftists.
So, but and so like going this is crying and whining about these slogans. It really kills me. Like
real.
Not as much as when cops kill people because we couldn't pass any legislation because you were so married to your stupid fucking slogans.
Great. No, maybe it's your fault because all the energy that I could have been using for the movement, right? I was arguing with Theo on like what my sign should be like as I'm marching down the street. Like no, like. Alright, let me just move down. Let me move down.
When you advocate for a cause, it sucks when you have to spend half your time disavowing the crazy fucking radicals on your side. It's a huge
Or you
fucking
could just
waste of
not,
time.
or you could just not, or you could just focus, right? It's okay. People are different points, right? Or people who agree with a movement, right? Disagree within that movement and have a different opinions on like where messaging should go, right? Like I've seen it before. I've literally been a part of it. I have that experience and like. Losing my mind over what the other side wants to do. I get that.
So if you're
That's
like
okay.
a rational, reasonable conservative, if we imagine there are some of those in the United States, then you should be chill with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like, oh, she just has a difference in opinion.
Well, conservatives are generally not rational.
Do you share Marjorie Taylor Greene's goals? I mean, that's part of it. Like, are you in the same? Just because you're conservative doesn't mean you share that. Okay, like there are Democrats who do not share my goals, or there are liberals who don't share my goals.
Liberals share your goals way more than conservatives.
No. I'm saying that like my overall movement, the things I'm trying to accomplish, right? Like there are some of them do and some of them don't. I'm just saying that not every just because you're on the left nominally doesn't mean that we. All right, moving on. We're gonna get lost here, but what's your point?
Can I one thing?
Imagine
please,
pretending
one
to
thing.
be a liberal with the most conservative takes ever, i.e., Destiny.
Whatever.
I
One
do.
thing here.
What the fuck?
It is a favorite leftist pastime to make sure every single thing that is said, every single label that is given, it matches a certain level of exactitude that lines up with the zeitgeist, the cultural zeitgeist on the left. To complain that there's some amount of requesting that the rhetoric be a little bit softer, it comes off as pearl clutching in the extreme to me. It's just like just tone it down just a little fucking bit. It doesn't seem
pearl clutching. This is the pearl clutching. This is literally the pearl clutching. What you're doing. Oh no.
But Prime, do you agree that if two timelines, right, same protest, both are shown on TV, because obviously I understand the media will, depending on the station, depending on the proclivities of the media at any given time, will try to make, especially like Fox News, will try to make a movement look as bad as possible, right? But I would hope that you would agree that the less you have of something, the harder it is for them to point bad stuff
No,
out, right? Because
I
there's not
agree.
enough to
I
point
agree.
out, right? So like, would a protest with a sign that says like "fuck all cops, get rid of cops," versus abolish the police, like Black Lives Matter? In which world are people more likely in their head watching that television broadcast to be, you know what, like maybe they're onto something.
So Destiny,
right?
Destiny is saying abolish the police would be part of the bad timeline.
You gotta get swamp. You gotta like,
yeah.
You gotta get something else. That's
Exactly. So Destiny will be one of those liberals that complaining about abolish the police as well.
Like, I
but no,
understand
I understand the point. No, literally, what and I've already stated this, and I'll say it again because no one seems to be listening. So I'll say another one more time, right? In case you guys didn't hear it, right? Use different rhetoric for different audiences, right? So going to that march, right? Going to that protest, right? If you're saying that Kobe already made this point, and I already responded to this point. If you're saying certain signs or certain slogans might be more damaging, then yes, I agree, 100%. Yes, you can have slogans and associate that with a movement, right? And that be damaging. It's
abolish the police.
Abolish the police, yeah. But no, I've literally already made that statement. So, are we good there? All right, I guess we're good. All right, moving on. We got Rage comment. We got GSU if he turns on his camera, and then Charmhole.
All right. We're actually kind of moved past a lot of the stuff that I wanted to bring up. I do think that the current political landscape where we have a super polarized, like I know there's been times in American history where things have been less polarized. But because of how polarized we literally have people who like don't believe that a virus or a pandemic is happening because of how polarized things are. And so when I think of police reform or changes, like rhetoric matters. Like you don't want to play into the polarization. You don't want to use like I know, Brian, that you were saying that you're not going to use the same rhetoric for like allies as you would for opposition or even just centrists that you're trying to convince. But people still hear those things. And other people who aren't being as conscientious as you will have those signs that do use the extreme rhetoric. And so I think that while infighting in a movement is not productive, there is some level of utility to like pointing out to people, hey, when we're going to face the public, we should use this sort of rhetoric to make the movement more unified, more efficient, more effective in reaching its goals.
Agreed. I don't disagree with you at all. Thank you for that. Quickly, and we'll go to Charm. I believe the Charmhole is next. Oh no, GSU then Charmhole. But before that, Red Charlotte wants to take her exit. Thank you, Red Charlotte, for joining us, and thank you for invading Amazon Lily previously.
Yeah. All right. Just the last thing I want to say is that optics do matter, but it's all about degree. And for example, sometimes you got to take the hits. You got to let the cops hit you with those water cannons. You got to make them look bad. You got to make yourself look good. All right. Good night, guys.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Okay.
If I could add something really quick, Brian, like one thing I'm worried about with the idea of like, such rhetoric with different audiences is like, I don't think everybody is going to be as careful with it as you, right? There's going to be a lot of very silly people that hear this shit and then decide to do it. That's what I worry about, the normalization of
What
stuff
do we do
like
about
ACAB.
that? What do we do about that?
Well, yeah, like what I always say before, like try to
Exactly.
push back, try to explain against
That's
it.
why it's a waste of time to start to do this, to do exactly this, to be arguing about this rhetoric. That's why it's a waste of time. Because like Destiny, I know he thinks he can. I know he's trying his very best, but no, he cannot bully every single leftist off of the internet. He's trying his very best.
I can't do it on my own. But we all have to do it together.
Yeah,
it's all of us together have to embarrass and shame the radical fucking crazy fucking people. It's all of our responsibilities together.
Well, this kind of happened naturally with the abolish and defund. Abolish was kind of naturally pushed to a little bit more hyper radical, while defund was the kind of the more socially accepted. That it kind of happens naturally in some way.
I think. Oh man, I got this a different subject. Fuck. Because I want to tackle that too, but I gotta move on. GSU and then Charmel. Okay. GSU, turn your fucking camera on. You're pretty.
I can't. I'm literally in like pitch black darkness. I only got on because I saw the title said, "Should we abolish the police?" or something silly nonsense. But yeah, I agree absolutely with Destiny.
Of course you do.
That's why I come here all the time so we can bash super lefties with super bad take. But
I mean, you're not providing any good arguments either. So.
So what now? What did the idiot?
GSU hasn't said anything. We chill.
Yeah. Let GSU hang himself with his own terrible liberal arguments. Go ahead, GSU. We're waiting for you.
Nah, no, I'm waiting on people to say more stupid stuff. I think everybody's called out Wordy as being dumb, so I'm just waiting on.
No, Wordy's not dumb.
Well, you're not providing good arguments, so.
Yeah. Wordy, I'm backing up. I haven't heard everything you said, but I'm backing up. All right. Let's go. Charmel.
All right, so Destiny's role-playing as the pearl-clutching asshole that is pretending to speak for the permachudge who would get mad about spicy leftist rhetoric, which is rich coming from him of all people, But now we spent a very long time talking around the issue than the issue itself, which is to deplete the power from police, okay, specifically for more civilian liberty, okay? This is the issue we're supposed to be talking about. And instead, for the past 2 hours, it's been, bastard is actually really offensive toward boys who were deprived of fathers. So if we could just kind of shift around that.
By permachud, you mean like anybody that's not a dumb fuck online leftist like you. Oh
Exactly.
my god,
Like,
dude.
and this is it's funny because you can see the difference in strategy, right? So when I have
mad.
I am mad that online lets like you make actual fucking progress more difficult. I am fucking mad.
Yeah,
Yes.
like I think you can see the difference in strategy, right? When I talk to people, my goal is usually how many people can I convince to my argument. When you talk to people, your goal is to like see how cool you can look in front of your friends.
You're
Like
mad?
that's essentially what you're saying. You can call me mad all you want. I'm not mad at all. I think I'm
debatable, dude.
no, it's
Yeah,
not.
that's
It's not.
a
It's
good
absolutely
argument, 'cause
true.
they never
When
You'll say what you have to
like
say.
nobody is running around screaming ACAB online and like
Yeah, you
converting
just
people in the
scream that
middle.
redneck should mow
and-
down
and-
fucking BLM
No, all right,
so
all right.
shut up.
Come on. Let's knock it off. Let's focus.
That up?
No,
Right.
it's-
What fucking happened?
hold
And I
on.
hate- I
Yes.
hate liberal
Hold on. We're moving
Send
past
me up on a
that.
one-on-one with him.
We're
Prime,
moving
we'll do
past
it.
that.
Give him a one-on-one. I'll do it. Send me another time tomorrow night. Okay, well, you can talk about that all you want if you want.
All right.
I don't want to make a whole panel about that take. Yeah, no, like when you talk to people, the goal should probably be to convert people over to your side. And when you scream the most radical fucking rhetoric you can, and then when people are like, well, hold on, that's not radical, and like, oh, you're just tone policing. Well, guess what? Tone is like really effective. Like if you have any people skills whatsoever, you know that tone is incredibly fucking effective. And to pretend that they're not just shows you have no interest whatsoever in convincing people about what you believe.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, that's not gonna. Are you? You know you're muted. I hope you know you're muted.
Yeah.
I hope you're just pantomiming here. But okay, all right. Well, I mean, actually, I hope you're not pantomiming here because that's kind of weird. But Charmhole's a tier 3 sub, so he's always welcome here. Okay, moving on. Capitalism Network. But I guess that was the end of the list. Titan, you want to go? Go ahead.
Yeah, let's like Charmhole, Swamp Fox, stop trying to fucking derail Swamp Fox. I know you want to get into like the fucking mowdown shit with Destiny, but literally no one cares. Just shut the fuck up and keep on topic.
Yeah.
Literally no one cares. You want to hear your voice heard and you want to like fucking talk to Destiny, Oni-chan, whatever fucking shit. No one cares. Literally no one cares, my dude.
Okay.
So
No, it
calm
is
your
good.
fucking ego down and just please shut the fuck up. No one cares but you. Please.
Okay, Swamp Fox. I'm going to go to
Yeah,
you,
you
but
guys
like,
all fucking-
let's not
no,
do
fuck
the whole
this,
mow
dude.
down
You
thing.
guys all
We can
sit
talk
for
about it at
Destiny
some other
because you
time.
got more
Muted.
views than you, but
Anyway.
you got a bunch of bitches.
Oh, okay,
I'm
never
already
mind.
down.
Never mind.
Everybody-
Everyone.
mad.
Okay, great. Never mind. So I was gonna go. It's like,
Anyway, to finish my point,
Okay.
before I was rudely interrupted by a bunch of mad assholes, spicy rhetoric is great for a multitude of reasons, and choking out centrists is one of them. Personally, I love it as a barter token to barter past the point of concession that we want, right? So their argument is on this point, okay, since I was accused of derailing, since we can stick to this point, they say, oh, it'll take the centrists, it'll choke them out, they'll get really upset, and then they won't vote for the, defunding the police or giving them less power or giving civilians more power. Personally, if there's anything I've learned from Trump, it's that in the art of the deal, you have to argue past the point of concession. So whatever you want to go as far out as you can, so then the concession leads closer to what you want, right? So me personally, again, I think that all cops are bastards. I also think they're Nazis, but that's an N-word that white people hate. So but
I just say
try
that.
to stay away from spice too,
Dude, you're getting so much right now. Oh my god.
He's really Matty Gutty, Victor.
But anyway, keep on the police.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that last part.
That would be.
There are distinctions.
Guys, when you say
No, honestly, I
these are your
actually
allies, Prime.
No.
Yeah, I gotta say, I agree with Charmhole. Let's choke out all the centrists and the liberals and the soc dems and the social democrats and everybody, and it'll just be us, and we'll be correct. We'll just have our little lefty purity circle. We'll just be correct all the time. We'll be fucking based.
No,
Jerk each other off. It's gonna be awesome.
no, hold on.
All five
Luckily, y'all only exist on Twitter.
I love
None of
feeling
y'all
good.
badass
Not just exists on Twitter.
So okay, all right. Just want to say I didn't say that last part. But I just don't. I don't see the point. And how can you say? I don't see the point of fucking tone policing people who are experiencing this rage, right? Like people who've experienced violence from the police, right? And they say all cops are bastards, right? Because they literally experience it with their bodies, right? They literally maybe have to bury loved ones because the police murdered them, and then of course got off scot-free because the justice system backed them up. Like we like spending our time like being worried about this. That's the part of Charmhole's statement that I fully agree. Spending all this time worrying and crying about what some people may be saying, right? Like it's fine to disagree. I totally get you to disagree, right? There are plenty of statements from movements that I disagree with. Like otherwise, like yeah, this sounds good, but this statement sounds a little weird to me. Yeah, sure, I get that. That's the thing. But to be crying about this and to spend an endless amount of breath on this when you could be putting that breath on actually advancing the movement, right? I don't get it, but that's okay.
But it's kind of circular. How do we advance the movement if no one's on our side?
No, but that's a lot. No, is that the truth? Is that the truth, Kobe? That no one's on our side. That the BLM has been a complete failure, right? Has that been the truth, or have we actually seen stunning success through these protests, right? Through the images that have come out, right? We've actually seen that. So it actually hasn't destroyed the movement, right? Like we can acknowledge that, right?
Can I ask one clarifying question for Prime, and then maybe I might actually be fully on board with you. So, are you saying that like instead of hyperfixating on what somebody might say, in their own little fucking circles and their own little fucking Twitter groups, and they might say ACAB, blah 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 blah, instead of getting so hyperfixated on like the types of language or the types of words people use, we should be more focused on like the broader ideas related to social justice or like the actual things that are being discussed, and not just like hyperfixating on like an individual and some edgy saying they might say or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, I'm so glad you came and joined me on the N-word and private topic. Thank you so much, Prime. I knew that if I were to get you to agree with me on it.
Yes.
I'm so happy you came over, Prime. Oh my God, dude. It's been a long time, but I knew you'd be over here eventually.
Wait. Is the
No,
N-word
I support
non-binary?
Destiny. I support you. I support you as an individual, definitely, right? Do I support everything that you say? Obviously not. I'm sitting here for fucking hours on end with you, like proving how you're wrong on this point, on that point, on this point, right? Like, so no, it's okay. I love you, brother. We are in the same movement, you and I, right? But I don't have to endorse everything that you state because what you put out there is a lot of strong man. We've been over this, but yeah. But thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's go to Stardust. And I think Rage Comment also has his hand up, and then we're back to Wordy.
So you were making the point about people have had their like bodies like, I guess like. They paid with their bodies, I guess, with police brutality, right? But like, I would kind of pose the question to you: how many people have been in situations where they were paying with their bodies and police stepped in, right? How many people have had like, don't laugh at that.
First of all, I can't. Oh, excuse me. I can do whatever I want on my platform. You don't tell me what I can do, right? I can laugh.
Okay, all right, whatever.
No. Whatever is true. No. Excuse me. No, don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Okay. Let's just ignore the domestic violence one from before.
Excuse me. Hold on. You're free to have whatever reactions you have. I've never tone police your reactions, right? I've never done that. Don't do that to me. You can react however you want, but go ahead. You can finish your point, but do not try to tone police me. Don't do that.
I'm not tone policing you, dude.
But I can't laugh my own platform. Yes, I can fucking laugh. If I find something
I'm
funny,
not actually telling you what to do.
You literally just did that, but go ahead.
It's just like it's a figure of speech. Okay, whatever, dude.
That's not a figure of speech. But all right.
Okay, fine. No, but people like if you want to go into it, like people, again, like I said earlier, people go through like domestic violence. They have they get lost or whatever. They have like family members who get lost, like demented family members who run off. Like police help with all those things. If you're going to say like that people shouldn't be pearl clutching or whatever, and that because people like pay with their bodies with brutality. Yeah, brutality is awful, but like you have to look at like how the rhetoric sounds to those people who've been helped by police, right? Like they're gonna say no, like hell no.
But you see, the issue here is statistics versus anecdotes. People can have experiences positive with the police, yes. But the reality is the majority of people either have negative experiences or know people who have negative experiences.
Do you have like a thing that
wait, and shouldn't the majority of people have negative experiences with the police?
They do.
Isn't that kind of the point of the police? Like, what do you mean? Like, I would expect, for instance, like the majority of people that like have negative experiences with like security at like casinos. Well, yeah, of course, it's fine. If security is being called and the police is being called, you're probably gonna have a negative experience. I don't know if that polling data is like that strong. Like,
gamer brain right there.
How is that the gamer? What? No, wait, hold on. Wait, what is it? What is this data? Like, well, the majority of people have negative experiences with people that are literally called in to like remove them from an area. Like, I mean, I would imagine the
I'm
negative
agreeing.
experience would be pretty.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm a gamer. That's smart.
Are people literally asking me to come on the Scuff podcast? Like, I don't know why people are like spamming that.
No, that was a meme. No,
okay.
it's not true.
Okay,
It's a meme.
All right. Thank you. I was very confused. All right, moving forward. So yeah. Thank you for that. Rage.
Okay. There are 4 points that I wanted to address. Some of them were from Charmhole that I kind of want to push back on, which the bullying out of centrists. Like you need centrists. Like you can't win policy or push anything if you don't have the centrists. You have to convince them to come to your side, or at least, well, yeah, to come to your side. And so I don't necessarily believe that there are no centrists. There's plenty of centrists.
Okay.
I think Prime mentioned.
Are they just extremes?
Actually, no, I'll save that for last.
Do yourself a favor.
But
Don't engage with Charmel.
Gotcha.
Moving the over to window or arguing past the point of concession, that is a negotiating tactic that can be used. I just don't know if it's necessarily as effective when the country is so polarized. Literally, so many things come down on party lines. If you move it too far, they're just not going to come to the table, and so that has to be a consideration when you are utilizing radical rhetoric. If you make it too radical, regardless of the people who do have moderate, they won't get anybody to come to the table because the radicals are on their side saying things that have dissuaded people from engaging at all. The last point I wanted to bring up was to Prime, who was talking about we shouldn't tone police victims who have been like abused by police, and I agree with that. Like if somebody has their personal story or they're talking about the experiences that they've had, we shouldn't tone police. Like if somebody wants to say ACAB because they personally were hurt by police, fine, but that doesn't mean that your movement has to be centered around that. I'm not talking about the overall Black Lives Matter movement being centered, but I'm talking about the radical elements don't even have to be centered around that, because a movement doesn't have to just be what the individuals are. You can say, yes, we understand your experiences, but this is more productive for us to put our energy towards.
Can I respond since I was called out?
Please, go ahead.
Just there is no such thing as a centrist, because if you are a centrist, then whoever's in charge in that town, then that's their point of view. That's just who they're for. That's all. Like, so
wait a minute. When we say centrist, we're not talking about specifically like little tiny areas around the country. We're talking about the political leanings of the whole country, left or right. Like you're not just talking about, well, this one city in this one district might have a super far right leaning, but there's one guy on the left. Okay, I'm making no fucking sense. Hold on.
Wait, when we talk about centrists, we're just talking about people that are more politically moderate. That's what we're
talking about. Not just like yeah.
But the issue that comes with political moderate is because if you have the politically moderate itself, there's a lot of like arguments that of either side being like crazy, where one is like right, like conservative or like full on like right Nazis versus like leftists who are like, hey, we want like basic human rights. So the issue with moderates themselves is because they're going to treat both groups as equally bad, when the reality is one has advocacy for human rights versus the people who don't want human rights.
So
I don't believe in moderates because
you're making a political critique of centrism, not the idea that centrists do or don't exist. I agree with you.
Because of that political centrism itself.
This is wrong. There are moderates like myself.
A lot of our Gambit, you're really quiet.
We look at policy from both sides, and when you say stupid shit like all cops are bastards, we walk away from that argument, but we support other things like M4A or like free education, blah blah blah. And then there's some conservative things that are stupid, and then there are some conservative things that are good, and that's what moderates do.
You're not moderate then. You're not moderate.
Wait,
you're
what?
For
what
the other side, then you're pro cop.
No,
okay.
wait, it's
So two things. Earlier when we talked about
God.
laws and how they're created, a fuckload of laws were created before any of us were alive. Okay, fucking any of us. They're all fucking grandfathered in. So don't fucking tell me that we have very like an even equalized justice system. There's nothing.
Wait, then just
justice.
vote. Then vote it
There's
out.
nothing
We live in a
justice
democracy.
about our
Vote it
current
out.
justice system.
That's so
There's
easy.
fucking-
Vote him out.
It's all grandfathered in.
It's not grandfathered in.
Change it.
The law is not just
Guys, you're making a mistake by taking anything that Charmel says seriously
Why is
and
he
engaging
here?
with
Why
him.
would I consider anything you say seriously? You haven't,
Stay
like,
mad,
presented good
okay?
arguments.
But the truth of the matter
Okay, hold on.
is
Wait.
that
Okay, if you want to be on a panel and talk about like our system, but you're just gonna come in with like crazy doomer take of like, oh, everything's grandfathered. We have no control. The corporation control everything. Blah blah blah. What the fuck is the point of having any conversation at all? Like, go be a doomer somewhere else.
But you
no,
see, the
it's
issue
to
is like even
change
if we
the ideas of the children who are grandfathering it in, like we were. So when I was a child and I was taking in all of the information that was given to me, right, from an awesome fucking current events teacher that I had in high school, who was like, I know Newsweek sucks, but fucking read Newsweek because they still have their fingers on the pulse of this fucking country and the politics that are going on. So as I was a kid, I want to do that too to kids who are growing up. And because they're the real moderates here, they're the ones who are the absolute reflection of what we're doing as a whole. So when I say ACAB and the kid's like, damn, you called all cops bastard, fucking why? Right? Then we can, I can radicalize them, which is fucking awesome. But if you're going to say,
relying on our
now
kids
because
for this, instead of just going out and voting yourself, though, it makes no fucking sense. Why are you relying on our kids to grandfather things in instead of just voting? Just fucking vote, dude. It's not that hard.
Just vote, bro. Sorry, too many people. Sorry, one at a time. Wait, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. So the fundamental issue with being either a moderate or centrist is because, like, for example, I was once a moderate, like years ago, like timeline-wise. And what happens is, because of the idea is the institutions themselves could be reformed, but fundamentally, minorities are still being hurt even if the institutions are being minimized. The more we minimize it, we still realize that the most vulnerable people are still being harmed the most. And the institutions themselves are often a signifier of the issues instead of just like mechanisms within the institutions themselves. It's the fundamental institutions themselves that are causing the most harm.
Yeah, but if you have no path forward to eradicate the institution, then the goal should be to minimize the harm until eradication or reformation of the institution becomes possible.
I agree that we should minimize it to the extent, but we also have to realize an eventual realization that the institution itself is still causing harm as a whole.
Sure, but if your radical point of view is causing the reformation or the minimization of harm from even being possible, then you have to look at yourself as being the immoral actor.
What?
What part of that didn't you understand? I can repeat that sentence verbatim if you need me to.
Yeah, just say it again.
Sure. If you are doing something in the course of your radicalization that's causing us to not have the ability to minimize the harm, so if your movement is so radical that it's hurting other people that minimize the harm, then you are the immoral actor because now you're the one that's furthering or perpetuating harm against the people that are being most harmed.
But the reality is that leftist radicals don't have that history at all. That it's not indicative of history itself.
I can't for like esoteric examples of like the $8 an hour minimum wage. I'm going by the current political reality in the United States.
Okay, the current political reality is we had like radical argumentation, and then that eventually as like creating conditions that are for like minimization of the harms of institutions as it stands.
Okay, the radical reality today is that the person that was able to get the most support in the United States for the minimization of harm was not a radical, was a pretty moderate, pretty progressive, pretty moderate person, Joe Biden. That's who we got, right?
But
and
you
the
see,
other reality is that more radical messaging
platformed Joe Biden. Without the radicals,
what? No, wait, what? No, Joe Biden won against the radicals, not because of the radicals. The radicals didn't platform Joe Biden. They were dragged kicking and screaming into the election, okay? The radicals didn't come along after.
Kicking and screaming. We advocated and we pushed for him to be into office. We realized that Trump was the greater harm here, so we went for the lesser harm.
So
let's go. Bloomberg paid $2 billion to stop Bernie from getting on the ticket.
Let's go to Sanso. Sorry, hon. Let's go to Sanso, then Dylan Burns.
Okay. So when we talk about like radicals creating a better world or whatever the fuck you're saying, no, not necessarily always, because we saw the radical language actually reduce the amount of support for Black Lives Matter at the beginning of the summer. I know I've brought that up like three times. The 3 times I've been able to speak this panel, but like the things that people were pushing that were so fucking far out there actually pushed people away from the movement that they were getting into. People were starting to agree with us. What?
Do you have any
Sorry. I said yes.
I mean, I can pull up some the
I
support
get
over the
chat.
course of the summer that showed that, like, at the beginning of it, before people were talking about abolish the police, like get rid of the police or defund the police or whatever, right? Before that was like the major thing, or before the like 3-month long riot in Portland or any of these other places, right? Before all that happened, even a growing number of Republicans were getting on board with Black Lives Matter because it was really fucking egregious watching someone have their knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes, right? A lot of people really didn't fucking like that. Imagine that, right? But as things started getting more and more radical in like certain sects, there was a decrease in the support of Black Lives Matter. So there are examples of radical language or radical actions lowering support if you don't capitalize on the movement itself, right? In an effective way.
For other factors in that context.
Okay, here's a really easy direct example on the back of that. Look at the Capitol riots. The Capitol riots are the best example on the back of that. How many Republicans left the Republican Party because of how extreme that movement was? And I know for a fact that every single lefty on here, you're not going to admit it now, I know you won't, but the reality is that all of you guys would have said, like 6 months ago, oh, I bet that if everybody stormed the Capitol, all Republicans are fascists and they'd be on board with that, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. When that type of radical behavior started to become more popular in the Republican Party, when it culminated in those Capitol riots, a lot of Republicans, a lot of moderate Republicans said, fuck it and left, which might cause like lasting harm to the Republican Party.
Moral implications. It's about the optics, because it's in the optics. Because reality is what you're arguing is the moral implications versus the optics. The optics itself is like, because the Capitol riots occurred, the optics were terrible for moderate Republicans. Because of that, they have to change positions and change advocacy. They have to change their rhetoric. And the reality is that historically, radical left people have not engaged in serious harm to optics itself.
That's
Well,
just
I actually brought up an
every Democrat running for office is complaining about like all of the fucking ACAB and socialist shit, especially with brown voters. Like,
so wait, actually, there was this entire thing in the early 20th century that was called the split between what's it called, the split between socialists and social democrats, and this happened because that thing I brought up earlier, the whole idea of social fascism. That actually, if you literally what you just talked about, that if we support capitalism at all, we are supporting a system that negatively affects workers, negatively affects all the different negatively oppressed groups. Therefore, we are part of the system. This has happened. There is historical precedent for people being too radical, the radical element making it impossible for there to be a coalition. Yes, there is historical precedent.
If you could link me that.
Let's go.
If you want like a more recent example, we have the COVID relief bill. It was really bad optics when all the leftists wanted to die on the hill of getting the $15 minimum wage into the COVID relief bill. It made no sense, and they just wanted to die on the hill, and so it delayed the passage of the bill. It's true.
What?
It's bad optics.
Okay. Oh boy, that's a.
Oh my God, we are dropping a lot of fucking truth tonight. God,
oh boy.
Oh my God.
You're trying to draw us into a typical. We've already done this.
And one more quick thing for leftist radicalism. For leftist radicalism, when the Soviet Union joined that non-aggression pact with Germany over the Poland shit, by the way, that killed a lot of the leftist momentum that was existing in the United States at the time, because those movements were starting to pick up. And that
rhetoric is equated, and the reality is that you can't like actually equate, but people are going to find chances to equate things that cause harm to movements.
No, stop. Wait, are you saying that literally no matter what you do, people are always going to attack you and optics don't matter?
I'm going to say to some extent optics matters, but at the same time you have to have a fundamental realization that people are going to be opposed to you no matter what you do.
Yeah, but it's a matter of how much you can get other people to be opposed to you. Some people are always going to hate leftists, sure, but the USSR signing that non-aggression pact with Germany like killed leftist momentum in the United States. It was like a death blow to a lot of
we have another easy example of this too. A whole bunch of airheaded dumbass leftists called themselves Antifa, and now black people are synonymous with riots because of the stupid Antifa people that said, "Oh, the black people need us at these marches for protection." So it's a lot of cases of just idiots on the left.
So to be fair, I think that's more on the fault of Trump overreacting than people.
Stop. We got to move on. Dylan, you want to jump in?
So I'm very, very sympathetic to like ideas of like this type of radical language making great change and bringing forth like them being on the edge of society that helps bring us forward. There's this old essay by Henry David Thoreau, in 1849. He didn't just write good books, called Civil Disobedience, where he talked in detail about when the injustices of a system become too great, you need to make yourself a counter friction to the system. The problem I have a lot of times when somebody becomes a counter friction to the system, like if somebody vandalizes a Confederate statue and sometimes tears it down, I could see that as in a video game morally permissible, because I feel when those get torn down, they don't get put back up. The problem is with bad rhetoric, though, is that you attempting to be the counter friction to the system can end up being more fuel to the system. You can be nothing but cannon fodder for the right or these institutions to point like, see, we're the reasonable ones. Look at this brute over here who calls the honorable men and women of service, some of whom you know in your everyday lives, bastards and evil. And look at this individual, Charmhole. He thinks they're Nazis. See how bizarre they are? This type of rhetoric is obviously going to do nothing but honestly serve the right in a lot of areas. Now, when it comes specifically to this, I think a lot better is, I think a good thing the left needs to do is figure out how to actually put its message in a way that are deliverable to Americans. Thing I talk about a lot is how the Republicans message themselves as the party of family values, while also being the party that cuts food stamps, cuts services to families, does not help with family planning, does not help with the actual contraceptives that would lower the rate of abortions in this country. All those things are things the Republican Party undermines, and that's simply because of messaging. And I think if the left fix this messaging, even if it isn't the like morally justifiable way that like it gets you hard, it might be the best way to actually get that change about. And at the end of the day, what's most important to me is not feeling good when I say fuck you or fuck this. It's actually making a change.
No, that's tone policing.
Let's go.
If I could respond, because I feel like it was kind of aimed towards me. Just
Sure,
a
go
little.
ahead, please.
So I think I'm going to revise my position here because you have presented good arguments. Okay. So ultimately you're not always going to want to use extreme rhetoric of radical like left argumentation. You're not always going to use it, but you have to admit there is some level of social utility to use of that, because the reality is there are some instances where you shouldn't compromise, because the reality is when you do compromise to a significant degree, to some extent you're not going to get what you truly need and change. There are instances where you do need to engage in less radical rhetoric. I will admit that. You've presented good arguments on it. I'm realizing some of my argumentation could have some more level of nuance. But you also have to admit there is some level where you have to engage in more radical rhetoric for a certain political purpose.
Wordy, do you acknowledge that not all lefties are going to share that same idea, that there are times when you can use less radical terms?
I will admit, well, the reality is like not every lefty is going to agree to every single thing, because lefties aren't hive mind.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do when you have conversations with people and you get into deep like, well, let's talk about the like deep like impacts on policy and that. And a lot of people will say, I don't give a fuck. This is euphoric. This is a system that has oppressed me for years. This is something that I've seen kill my brothers and sisters, kill my family members, kill my community, oppress and kill my community. I don't care about being polite. I just want to say what I think. And that is something we need to be sympathetic towards, because a lot of people don't think in this like big strategy way. They just think about how the system has interacted with them, and they're just responding to that system. And then when they're responding to the system, they'll look to people saying, well, you need to say this in that way. And to them, it's just tone policing. They don't think of it in the way that, well, we're saying this not because we want you just to sound polite. We're saying this because we think the better way to actually achieve that system is through this. They just think you're tone policing them because they want you just to sound better when you're outraged, right?
Yeah, but there is that fundamental frustration, like, because what happens is like tone policing itself, like you can argue that leftists are going to be like tone policers, but the issue is there's a lot of tone policing more towards the central side. Like there's a lot of tone policing, and it can be harmful because those voices are often denied the ability to like effectively put their point. And then the people are going to like either downplay them, or they're going to like say that just your one instance of behavior, whenever like those like a lot of those voices themselves are more reflective of like an effective reality as opposed to like anecdotal evidence.
I have a question, because this is something that's brought up a few times, and I hear this all the time, and it kind of boggles my mind. A lot of people will be like, okay, so Fox News, no matter what, is going to call us all lefty radicals. Like a radical liberal, Raphael Warnock, was something that we heard a million times at that debate. The thing is, though, when people are sitting at home and they're watching the television screen, a lot of people they've dealt with ads their whole life, and they'll hear that and they'll analyze that ad. And they'll either say that's a good point, or they'll say, "Yeah, that's bullshit," right? And when they look at Raphael Warnock, I think he's a community pastor. He's somebody who's from a working class community. He's not some radical. Like, he just cares about the working man. And they'll try to put aside the things. But if the camera panned over to Warnock and he said, "You know what? Fuck the cops. You know what? ACAB. They'd probably be like, "Oh, maybe she has a point, Kelly Loeffler. Wait a second here." And so I think when we talk about these scenarios, like, it is true that we shouldn't just like cave to Republican talking points and then abandon all our beliefs. That doesn't mean we need to lean into them and make them more effective.
Well, it's just basically you have to run a series of like multiple strategies. Like, I will admit, you can't just use one single strategy of radical argumentation. Like, based on the arguments presented here, I feel like that's a valid viewpoint in this instance. But you also have to admit there's also an instance where you need to use radical rhetoric. So that's ultimately, like, I think the blending of those two positions is like an effective means.
I think the problem I have with that take is that not all lefties are going to share that same idea. Some of them are just going to think that it's always okay to use that radical language, and if you ever use it, it's just going to reinforce that idea in their heads because they're not going to share the same grand strategy that you have. They're just going to always be using it, and they're going to continue to do it.
Grand strategy. I'm an individual. I can make plenty of mistakes, and
Do you have your own grand strategy?
Well,
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you're part of some hive mind. I'm just saying that you have a strategy for when to use radical rhetoric and when to not use it. Not all lefties are going to share that, and the ones that don't and think it's always okay are going to be reinforced by you in the times that you use that radical rhetoric, and that's dangerous.
In that instance, you have to like collaborate together. The issue is like, I will admit, there's like some issue of like lack of like leftist unity in some instances, and the reality is we have to like collectively work together and organize and come to like agreements where we work together and then push those movements and positions as a whole together.
I mean, I can agree that there are a lot of Tumblr kids out there who still believe in cancel culture, which sucks, and they'll get super offended at anything that even resembles a slur. But I think if we can continue to argue past that, then they'll get over it, and they'll realize that the bigger issue is actual reform, not just edgy words.
So I will say there is a place for more radical action. A lot of people don't see it like this, but at the time it was seen. The bus boycotts was and not the bus boycotts, but the action of like sit-ins.
So I'll see you later.
Oh, thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
The actions of like sit-ins and the busing, the bus campaign across the nation, those were all seen as extremely radical actions at the time. If you look at polling, like a lot of people thought it was like because they were breaking the rules of society, right? But again, Thoreau says in the same exact essay from 1849, under a government which imprisons any unjustly, the true place for any just man is a prison. And by using that mentality to showing the struggle of these sometimes more radical elements, you can strategically show the more sympathetic side of that movement. And that's what eventually garnered that movement, that support, those movements who did those sit-ins, because they saw the reaction those black diners got with beatings and violence and all of that. And they was like, oh my God, I had no clue. I didn't know of this violence. I was not unaware. And slowly the tides turned. And you could see that very same thing happening when like a year, like during the George Floyd protest, where for years, like the Black Lives Matter movement and like taking the knee and all of that was disparaged for so long. But like, it was like a tipping point where if you look at polling data you see it slowly go over to like 60 to 70% of the country were on board with the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, I know that has dipped slightly since then. But you can see a lot of that was due to, I think, partially more radical what people at the time considered radical parts of the movement. Colin Kaepernick was considered a radical, someone who during the national anthem did an action, something that was supposed to represent the United States. It's really no different than the people who raised the fist at the Olympics, and that was considered a radical action. The people listened to the details of how he switched it from sitting down to a knee to actually pay respect to. Of course not, because that nuance is lost in the messaging. But I think through hard work, radical messaging can actually be strategically effective, and I think the civil rights movement is a great example of that.
Okay. Wait. Hey. Charmhole.
What's up?
Knock it off with the fucking emotes.
Which ones?
The one with the try hard and the purple drink. Don't do that.
It's a cheers emote. I was literally cheers. I do it all the time. It's like, hey, it cheers.
Don't do that.
Like,
people interpret that as people. Hey. Yeah, people interpret
Try
that.
hard just isn't as woke as Charmhole. Okay.
Yeah,
I
people
didn't think I
interpret
was
that way. So
not bad. I'm
don't do
sorry.
it. All right. Great.
I'll never do it here again. I promise.
Okay, fair enough.
I think there's kind of a double standard though. Surely there's like people on the right who say like the most obscure offensive bullshit, right? And it doesn't happen the same way on the like, ACAB dealing. Like these aren't particularly offensive things in particular. It's just that people seem to take them offensively.
Well, I think a lot of
First of all, ACAB is absolutely can be taken offensively without you being unreasonable. Okay, it's not unreasonable to think that that's like a shitty phrase. I don't think you need to be crazy emotional with that. And secondly, more radical, I think, aspects of the right do end up hurting the right sometimes. For example, the Capitol riots.
I'll do whatever Prime asks because I respect Prime. But I'll admit that when he said cut it out with the emotes, I thought it was the one where I have the Haas gun shooting the Chud with the Pride paint coming out. So that's where my mind went.
I'm just curious, like, what does Chud mean?
Chud is basically uttered by people that are really mad that the only people that care about their opinions are people that are online.
No, just dude. It's a lot smarter than that. So I was just curious.
Chud is supposed to be like a right-wing person.
Duck, duck, go, Chud.
It stands for like cannibalistic human something. I don't remember.
Underground dweller.
Yeah.
It's a really shitty canny movie from the 80s that Chapo Trap House coined. Or made popular anyway.
Oh, Vanguard folks. They're coming, okay.
Okay.
I just want to note that we've had two people so far, I think, come to the position or at least capitulate, I think, in Red Charlotte and Wardy. So I'm wondering when Prime's gonna do the same.
Sorry, what?
Jesus.
Sorry, I didn't catch what you said. I'm busy.
I was
changing minds.
Oh, okay.
I think we've changed minds on here tonight.
I literally have not had my mind changed.
Oh, don't backtrack, Clear. Still say what you said. Don't backtrack.
That's what I said. I said I think Red Charlotte and Wordy capitulated so far, and I'm wondering when Prime's going to do the same.
Well, Red Charlotte was never on my side. What are you talking about? Wait. And
Red Charlotte never.
Yeah,
she was
like trying to build a bridge. It was literally not on my side, so that's a failure. And I don't know if Wardy did either. But I wasn't paying attention. So maybe if he did, then that's fine. But I wasn't paying attention. But I don't believe that he did at the end. And yeah, my mind hasn't been changed on this either. I remain consistent that you use different rhetoric for different audiences, and that this right here, wasting time worrying about like what some people might say within an extremely large movement, right? Like it gets you nowhere. It gets you nowhere, right?
How do you control what rhetoric goes where?
Exactly.
Wait, are we about to do the whole conversation over again? Are we about to do the whole thing over again?
No, we're not. We are not. We're not. We're done with this. No, we're done with this. Don't worry. We've already hit it. Sorry, Dylan, you came really late into this. But no, I'm saying, how do you control those people any which way? Those people saying like ACAB, right? Can you actually shut them up? Destiny's going to try. He's going to try his damnedest, right? But can you? No, you actually cannot, right? So why be worried about this? Like this doesn't make sense. It's like this endless crying over these, right? And it's just to rally the troops, right? So look. Again, like it's fair.
I mean, people are just going to rape each other all the time. Why would you even bother to try to mitigate it?
Are you serious? Dude, you're See, Destiny, this is your guy. See, Destiny, this is your guy. You fucking embarrassed yourself. No, seriously, no, dude, you just fucking embarrassed yourself right there.
I'm my own guy.
No, wait. Fuck, what did he say? Say it again. I couldn't hear what everybody's screaming.
It was too offensive. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No.
He was doing like a no laws meme. It was not cool. Prime, I have a question. So like an example of this that I would use, if you have the idea of policing rhetoric would be, this was really big at my high school. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember back, I think it was like 2014, right when the Black Lives Matter started, when the Black Lives Matter, they cut off a highway and they shouted, I think it was pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. This was like a massive thing, like in my high school at least, right? That would be an example of something that was like, it seems as if Black Lives Matter pretty quickly came together as a movement. It was like, okay, this can't happen again. This is a optically unsalvageable argument. And an example of like the abolish over defund. It seems like some of this stuff can happen kind of naturally. But yeah, I do think that trying to stimulate it, forcefully can be difficult.
Okay. All right. I think we've crushed this topic. I'm guarantee whatever you're gonna say, Rage is not gonna advance the topic, right? Right, Rage. No.
Well, I wasn't gonna. I was just gonna ask a question.
Oh boy. Go ahead. Ask me the question.
I was gonna ask because Dylan mentioned sit-ins, and I just is that still a tactic that people use in the current day?
The thing is, it's
And
kind of it's hard to do a sit-in because like you can't really be like banned for being like black or gay, or at least you're not supposed to. This is so it's kind of like hard to organize that specific tactic anymore. But there is still like I guess a modern day example. Like the closest thing I could think of is you going onto property you're not supposed to be on and putting your physical presence there in protest of whatever property you're doing.
I
And
think
I also
like
want to
what
mention
Kobe-
Prime. That it's okay that I came here later in the conversations because you guys can start them and apparently I just end them. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, everyone wants to exit the moment you come in. No, but Dylan,
what Kobe was
you look
saying
nice in that
was like
robe or something.
modern
Hold on. You look really good in that robe type thing. Any which way. Yeah, it's really nice. So cute. All right. So to my audience, stop. Thank you. To my audience, really appreciate you all. We are going to have our All Black Everything panel on Thursday. It's gonna be great. Thursday. Also, if you want to see the VODs of all this, right? If you want to see the VODs, then go to the YouTube channel. Let's make sure YouTube in chat. Let you know where to find it. Stop by there, please. We'd love to have you. I'm trying to grow that platform, so please, thank you for being here. We really do appreciate you being here. So, but we're trying to go that. If you haven't done so yet, hit the follow button, hit the notification bell, because we do this all the time. These kind of conversations happen all the time. Whether you agree with leftists or you agree with the liberals, meaning the wrong side, then you'll find an interesting conversation here all the time. We do it constantly, so come back because you never know what's going to happen. So don't miss out, because I know many of you have missed out on our past conversations. Now this time, hit that follow button, hit that notification. Hit the follow button, hit the notification bell. I got that backwards. Right now, do it right now so you don't forget. Yeah, I want to thank all the individuals who came through and have participated. Thank you, Charmo, Clarist, Dylan Burns, the homie Dylan Burns. Thank you. I really wish you actually had come earlier. I would love to have engaged with you. Kobe, the next person. Sorry. It's a meme scoper, yeah. Then Rage, and Sansol. Everyone, Sansol is streaming over at his channel. I'm not sure if he's up right now, but like he's a streamer.
No.
So everyone, go follow Sansol. Yes, go follow Sansol, please. The link is in chat. Hit him up. Also, we have. I forgot about you, Dylan. Don't worry, I'll come back and shout as well, buddy. But also Stardust here. Please follow Stardust. And thank you, Spicy, for being here. GSU Gambit, though you didn't see his face, trust me, he's a handsome guy, smart guy, even though he's wrong here. But you can go follow him at his channel. And also, please, yes, follow the homie Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns runs a fantastic channel. And he does the Hippie Dippy podcast every Friday is at 8 p.m. Eastern. Please go check that out. You're missing out if you haven't found his channel yet. So I'm giving you the opportunity. Don't miss out. Okay, once again, though.
Wait, can I say something quick about that? I'm currently, for anybody here or anybody watching, I'm currently looking for anybody, and I don't know why they apparently don't exist, for anybody who thinks that not being vegan is morally okay. Okay? Apparently there's none of them ever on the planet. Like everybody's just conceded that point. If there's anybody in the world who believes that, love for help on that. Just send me a DM.
So if you believe not being vegan is morally okay?
Yeah, just being like, I can eat meat. That's fine.
Oh yeah, I made that argument before. Yeah, fuck that.
I would gladly defend anthropocentrism on a panel. Gladly.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, sure. But everyone, please hit up Dylan Burns if you want to be part of what he's setting up. He puts out a great program. Hit him up. Thank you again to Destiny. Really appreciate you coming in here. I don't care. I love the fact that we disagree all the time. I think it makes really spicy debates. So again, thanks for spending a bit of your time here on my channel with these people here. Yeah. Okay, is that it? All right, sure. You're gonna say something?
Prime, one small thing. How are we gonna convince you to be a sock deal? You're too good to not be a sock deal.
All right, leave it alone. But
sub to Prime, sub to Prime right now.
To the
go.
channel. You can sub to the channel. That'd be cool. If you sub to the channel, you know,
Use
we
your
do this all the
Prime for
time.
Prime.
So you can help that channel out. That'd be great. I literally don't know who's streaming right now. Hold on.
Prime for Prime. I am.
Oh boy. You don't want me to send all these people your way. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. Hold on. I'll figure out who's streaming.
Stay up till PM. 24 hours.
Oh man. But hold on. Just like trying to figure out who's streaming right now. But I do appreciate you all stopping by. Just scrambling for time here because I gotta send this audience off. Okay. Let's help out our good friend Wicked Supreme. Let's yep. X raid. Wicked Supreme. Again, please come back. We'll have something else tomorrow. It'll be great. It'll be fun. All right. Off you go to Wicked Supreme. And come back. Hit follow the channel. You haven't done so before. We do this all the time. So follow the channel right now. Thank you. Really appreciate you. All right.